Prologue. If the stars shining in the night sky could grant even one wish, I would ask for only one thing: to stay with him forever. The sound of an engine echoed through the quiet road in front of the old mansion as a black and white two-seater Maserati Gran Turismo rolled to a stop at the marble staircase leading into the grand foyer. Although it was already midnight, the luxurious living room remained softly illuminated. Crystal chandeliers cast a warm glow over priceless antiques that reflected the wealth and status of the home's owner. A thin young man stepped inside, still wearing a wrinkled school uniform that reeked of tobacco and alcohol. His weary eyes settled on the woman sitting gracefully on an exquisite Louis-style sofa embroidered with gold thread. Mrs. Lolita Sopazitsikal, the wife of a former deputy army commander, looked at her youngest son. Unlike his much older siblings, he now appeared utterly exhausted. Tian. His name was an auspicious one, carrying the meaning of a wise man or philosopher. Yet the young man standing before her looked more like a wealthy delinquent than anything else. His stylish red hair framed a handsome face that resembled his mother's, while his skin was unnaturally pale. Painfully pale. The youngest son of the once powerful military family brushed his hair back, revealing long, narrow eyes clouded with boredom. "Mom, why are you still awake?" he asked, his voice rough from alcohol. "I was waiting for you. Why are you home so late, Tian?" Though she was over 50, Lolita remained elegant in her silk nightdress. She rose from the sofa and walked toward her youngest son, who had grown thinner with each passing day. His thick brows gave definition to his handsome features, while his pale lips curved into a bitter smile. "So Mom came home from another charity event and stayed up until the middle of the night waiting for me? You must be exhausted." He wasn't being sarcastic. He was simply stating the truth. No matter how perfect he appeared on the outside, inside he was nothing more than an endless void. General Tirayet and Madame Lolita were well known for attending charity events. They donated generously, earning praise and newspaper headlines wherever they went. His eldest brother had followed in their father's footsteps by joining the army. After earning a scholarship to study military science overseas, he married the woman he loved. His older sister had become a celebrated beauty. Though she had married and divorced 3 husbands, she still held an enviable position in high society. And him? He was the forgotten youngest son, nearly 10 years younger than his siblings. The only thing he truly enjoyed was making toys, a hobby everyone dismissed as meaningless. He had studied hard, hoping to make his parents proud. He had even earned admission to the country's top university. But what had he received in return? Tian clenched his fists. Whenever his emotions spiraled, an unbearable pressure crushed his chest as though a mountain were pressing down on his heart. He drew a slow, careful breath, trying to ease the pain, pretending not to care. His mother looked ready to cry as she watched him walk toward the staircase leading to his bedroom. Lolita's eyes reddened. Just 2 years ago, her youngest son had been a carefree boy who should have had the whole world ahead of him. Since receiving the devastating news about his illness, he had become withdrawn, abandoned everything that once mattered to him, and slowly destroyed himself before her eyes. "My child, why do you keep hurting yourself like this?" She hurried after him and grasped his thin wrist. "Who said you're going to die? So what do you want me to do?" he demanded. "Smile and pretend everything's fine? I'm not crazy, Mom. I'm going to die, and that's all there is to it." Tian Sopazitsikal had been born with every advantage. An engineering student from one of the country's wealthiest families, his future should have been bright. Instead, he was dying. During the second semester of his first year at university, after finishing his final exams, he had joined his friends for a game of football to unwind. Halfway through the match, he became unusually exhausted. Cold sweat drenched his face. Breathing became difficult. It felt as though something were crushing his heart. The pain intensified until his entire body trembled like a leaf in the wind. Then he collapsed. No one had imagined that moment would change everything. The influenza virus he had contracted as a child had caused inflammation of his heart muscle, eventually leading to severe thickening of the pericardium. The stiffened membrane surrounding his heart could no longer expand properly, preventing it from pumping enough blood throughout his body. Without surgery, heart failure was inevitable. A heart transplant. But finding a compatible donor was far easier said than done. For more than 2 years, Tian's hope slowly disappeared. Even with all his family's wealth and influence, they couldn't buy a matching heart. The lively 18-year-old who had once looked forward to the future gradually became consumed by resentment and hatred toward an unfair world. He threw himself into a life of reckless excess. He drank every day, joined an illegal street racing gang, constantly picked fights, and earned a reputation as a hopeless scumbag. He laughed every time people called him one. If he couldn't be happy, then no one else deserved to be either. His once bright eyes were now bloodshot. "Mom, just leave me alone." He jerked his arm free. The sudden movement caused Lolita to lose her balance. Her body, wrapped in delicate lace pajamas, tumbled down the staircase. She cried out in pain, clutching her ankle. Tian froze. Then panic overtook him. "Mom! Mom!" He rushed down the stairs and knelt beside her. "What's wrong?" Guilt struck him like a hammer. His heartbeat became dangerously erratic, but he ignored the sharp pain spreading from his chest into his left arm. General Tian, awakened by the commotion, hurried from his bedroom. "Dad!" Tian shouted desperately. "Help!" Mom fell down the stairs and hurt her leg. The retired general stopped in shock. It wasn't his injured wife that terrified him most. It was his son. The color had drained from Tian's face, leaving it tinged with green. The hand supporting his mother trembled violently as he struggled to endure the overwhelming pain. Without hesitation, General Tian called the hospital. Moments later, it was Lolita who was desperately trying to support Tian. He suddenly collapsed. As his eyes slowly closed, his face remained twisted in agony. One trembling hand clutched the left side of his chest over his school uniform. The sight shattered his mother's heart. The last words she heard her son whisper before consciousness slipped away were, "Goodbye, Mom." Chapter 1. Tian Sopazitzikal, the youngest son of the former vice commander, was rushed to the hospital with heart failure. In this world, aside from the power of money, miracles also existed. Although the doctors managed to keep him alive, the medical team concluded that Tian had neglected his condition for far too long. His heart muscle had deteriorated to the point where only a heart transplant could save him. The hospital immediately contacted the Thai Red Cross to check for a suitable donor. Then, a miracle happened. The organ donation center reported that a donor had died in a car accident only an hour earlier. After testing, the donor's blood type and tissue matched Tian's. Coincidentally, Tian had registered for a transplant 2 years ago. Lying on a ventilator and struggling to breathe, Tian was rushed into emergency surgery. Outside the operating room, Mrs. Lolita and General Tian waited anxiously. A heavily made-up woman in her early 30s approached them. Though she frowned with worry, it was difficult to tell how much concern she truly felt for her younger brother. "The operation will take several hours. You should wait in the waiting room. Someone will let us know when it's finished," Pim suggested. She also wanted a chance to wash her face. "Pim, how can you say that? Don't you care that your brother is in surgery?" Mrs. Lolita scolded her second daughter. Pim grimaced. Her large, bright eyes remained fixed on the operating room doors. Since she and Tian were more than 10 years apart in age, they had never been particularly close. She simply didn't know how to express her concern. Whenever they met, she ended up criticizing Tian's increasingly reckless behavior, and every conversation inevitably turned into an argument. "Mom, I'm going home to sleep. You can stay here," Pim said before walking away, ignoring the disappointed look her mother gave her. Tian's parents waited outside the operating room for 5 long hours. When they finally saw movement behind the doors, both of them immediately stood and hurried over. A few moments later, the doctors emerged with reassuring smiles. "Don't worry. The operation was successful. However, to prevent infection, the patient will remain in the ICU for several more days." "So, my son is going to be all right?" Mrs. Lolita asked through tears of relief. This time, death had failed to take her child away. "That depends on how well he takes care of himself from now on," the renowned cardiac specialist replied. "To prevent organ rejection, he must take his immunosuppressive medication exactly as prescribed. Otherwise, complications could occur very easily. Although he can eventually return to a normal life, he will need to pay much closer attention to his health than the average person." Living with a transplanted heart wasn't impossible, but it certainly wasn't easy. Mrs. Lolita fell silent. Considering Tian's past behavior, she couldn't honestly promise that he would treasure this second chance. Still, She hoped. She hoped that Tian would cherish the life someone else had given him and never betray the sacrifice of the person who had died. Tian had never slept so deeply before. Every time he felt himself waking, it was as though someone dragged him back into an endless abyss. Eventually, lying in the hospital bed, his fingers twitched for the first time in what felt like forever. Slowly, Tian opened his light brown eyes. Through the transparent oxygen mask covering his nose, he looked around. Medical equipment surrounded the bed. Tubes ran into his wrists, connected to 4 fluids and blood transfusions. It looked exactly like a hospital. Suddenly, all of his memories came flooding back. A hospital. He wasn't dead. The rapid beeping of the heart monitor immediately caught the attention of the ICU nurses, who quickly called a doctor. The physician hurried over and expertly examined him. Tian, calm down. Breathe slowly. A young nurse demonstrated the breathing rhythm for him. Tian had inhaled too rapidly in his panic. He tried to follow her instructions, but it wasn't easy. The heart beating inside his chest trembled violently, as though it didn't belong to him. After medication stabilized his condition, his breathing gradually slowed. It felt as though he had just finished running a marathon. What happened? I remember. His voice was low and hoarse, still filled with shock. You received a heart transplant. Don't worry, everything went well. You're recovering now. The nurse smiled reassuringly before reporting his condition to the attending doctor. The doctor advised him to rest. Tian stared fearfully at his rising and falling chest. Thump, thump. The powerful sound of blood pumping echoed inside his ears. A chill spread through his fingertips. He realized the truth. It wasn't his heart. After confirming that the surgical wound showed no signs of infection and that his body had adapted well to the transplanted organ, the doctors finally approved his discharge. However, he would need regular follow-up examinations without fail. 3 weeks had passed since he received his new heart. He tried to stop thinking about the fact that part of his body had once belonged to someone else. Still, one question lingered in his mind. Whose heart was it? He knew the rules surrounding organ donation. Neither the donor's family nor the recipient could receive information about the other. It was done to protect both parties' privacy and rights. Wearing a blue hospital gown, Tian stood by the window as evening approached. Fresh air drifted in through the open window. Warm sunlight fell across his pale skin, restoring healthy color to what had once looked ghostly. His new heart had truly given him another chance at life. He looked down at his hands. They were no longer frighteningly thin. Thanks to the hospital's carefully managed diet, he looked healthier than before. He had also stopped drinking and abusing substances. During surgery, he had overheard one of the surgeons remark that he had been fortunate. Apart from his failing heart, the rest of his body had remained healthy enough to qualify for transplantation. Had he waited any longer, the operation would have become far more dangerous. His dark eyes slowly swept across the VIP room. Former classmates and teachers had come to visit. None of his old friends had. Even so, he couldn't blame them. After learning about his illness, he had deliberately pushed everyone away. He couldn't bear watching them continue toward bright futures while his own life seemed destined to end. What about the friends from his street racing gang? A bitter smile crossed his face. Those people who had gathered simply to rebel against society. They had all disappeared. Still, that wasn't surprising. He felt foolish for following them down such a meaningless path. What had he gained in the end? Nothing. Tian glanced at the clock on the wall and frowned. His discharge time had already passed. His mother was still speaking with the attending physician. A trace of anxiety crept into his heart. Had something gone wrong with his recovery? Was that why they still hadn't let him leave? Just then, soft voices drifted in from outside the room. Curious, Tian carefully climbed out of bed. Holding onto the forestand, he slowly walked to the door. He quietly turned the handle and opened it just enough to listen. I really can't tell you, the elderly doctor said apologetically. Even if you ask the Red Cross, they won't reveal that information. But we truly want to repay the donor, Dr. Crit, Mrs. Lolita pleaded. She understood that the donor had volunteered their organs without expecting anything in return. Still, she wanted to thank the family, even if it was only through a donation. After all, someone had sacrificed everything to save her son's life. Dr. Crit sighed. He understood the couple's gratitude. Unfortunately, the regulations were strict. Very well, he finally said. I'll write down the donor registration information for you. What you do with it afterward is your decision." Unable to completely harden his heart, he invited them into his office. The donor, Tian, unconsciously pressed a hand against his chest. His heartbeat suddenly became uneven. As he stood frozen by the door, he noticed two young nurses chatting nearby. "You're Dr. Critt's assistant, aren't you?" one nurse asked. "Do you know who the donor was?" "I don't," the other replied. The doctor never mentioned the deceased, but the Red Cross staff who delivered the organs said the donor died in a car accident on the very same day Mr. Tirayat's son was admitted with heart failure. Tian swallowed hard. Sweat formed across his forehead. He struggled to control his emotions, afraid that his heart would race out of control again. At that moment, he honestly didn't know whether he wanted to hear the truth. Part of him desperately wanted to know. Another part wished he never would. The Sopazitsikal mansion still stood proudly in one of the city's wealthiest neighborhoods. For Tian, who had never spent more than 3 days away from home, simply seeing the grand estate surrounded by beautifully landscaped gardens filled him with overwhelming relief. He had truly believed he would never return. A private nurse hired by the family helped him from the car into a wheelchair. He remained physically weak. For convenience, his belongings had been moved into a guest bedroom on the ground floor, so he wouldn't need to climb the stairs. Following the doctor's recommendations, his parents had arranged for him to take a leave of absence during his 3rd year at university. He would need several months of recovery before returning to a normal life. When Tian heard the decision, he simply waved it off. Graduating a little later than everyone else didn't matter, as long as he lived long enough to graduate. Mrs. Lolita entered his temporary bedroom to make sure everything was in order. She sat beside him and gently brushed back his long black and red hair. "Mummy has already asked the barber to come cut your hair at home. You'll look as handsome as ever." She smiled warmly. Seeing her son's expression, Tian suddenly burst into tears. All the resentment, the bitterness, the hatred he had once directed at fate, it had only hurt the people who loved him most. "Mom," he tightly held the warmest hand in the world. "Are you angry with me?" Mrs. Lolita smiled gently. "I'm angry with myself. If I'd paid more attention to you, perhaps I would have discovered your illness sooner and gotten you treated earlier." "It was viral myocarditis caused by the influenza virus," Tian replied softly. "Even if we'd found it earlier, there was no guarantee it could have been cured. It wasn't anyone's fault." "But Mum is happy," she said. "The worst is over now. From this point on, you have to take good care of yourself. All those bad habits have to stop." She was referring to his smoking, his drinking, and all the reckless behavior of the past 2 years. "I know." Tian nodded obediently. He wanted to ask about the donor. The words reached his lips, but refused to come out. "What is it?" his mother asked. Tian bit his lip. After a long pause, he simply shook his head. "It's nothing, Mom. You should get some rest. This medicine always makes me sleepy." He quickly changed the subject before lying down. "Get some sleep. When you wake up, Mum will bring you something to eat." Mrs. Lolita tucked the blanket around him before quietly leaving the room. As soon as the door closed, Tian opened his eyes again. His brows drew together. He wanted to slap himself. He had almost asked the one question he shouldn't. He didn't know who had once owned the precious heart, now beating inside him. He didn't know who had lost their life forever. But if he ever found out, would everything still remain the same? Chapter 2. It had been over a month since Tian had returned home to recuperate. Thanks to proper nutrition and a carefully supervised exercise program under the guidance of a physiotherapist, his body was now much stronger than before. Sweat ran through his short, neatly trimmed hair, revealing a face as fresh and handsome as it had been during his 1st year at university. Dressed in gym clothes, Tian had been briskly walking on the treadmill for more than half an hour. At any other time, he would have collapsed in less than 10 minutes. The air-conditioned glass room, once filled with DVDs and video games, had been fitted with brand-new exercise equipment and temporarily transformed into a private gym. Even so, anyone who entered could still feel the room's luxurious atmosphere. A handsome, refined young man wearing square-framed glasses shook his head with an amused smile. Leaning over the treadmill from behind, he glanced at the timer, pulled off the headphones Tian had been wearing, and told him it was time to stop. "It says here not to exercise for more than half an hour a day," he said, waving Tian's recovery schedule. "Fight." Tian raised an eyebrow, surprised to see him. Tay was the head student of the medical faculty at his university and the son of one of his father's close friends, who also happened to be the chief of staff. Tay reached over and pressed the stop button on the treadmill. Everything in moderation. You won't get stronger in just a couple of days. You just got a new heart, so that's even more reason not to overdo it. Tian shrugged and stepped off the treadmill. Pulling the towel from around his neck, he wiped the sweat from his face. Did Mum ask you to come and check on me? Although Tay was the same age as him, he was lecturing him as though he were an overprotective parent. Even if your mother hadn't asked, I would have come to see you anyway. Tay was currently doing his internship at a provincial hospital, so it was difficult for him to find time to return to Bangkok. How many days are you back for, Phi Tay? Take me out tomorrow. I'm bored to death staying at home. There was no one else he wanted to trouble. Tay was a brilliant medical student whom his mother admired and trusted, so she would be much more willing to let Tian go out if he was with him. Otherwise, she was constantly afraid he would catch another infection. I've got a couple of days off because my shifts changed. Let me ask your mum first. Tay smiled warmly. It had been so long since Tian had looked this normal. For the past 2 years, every time Tay saw him, the once bright eyes that had always been so beautiful had been filled with nothing but despair and exhaustion. Did you come alone? Tian unscrewed the cap of his water bottle and took a drink. No, I came with my father. He had some important documents to deliver, so I tagged along. What's going on? Tay frowned and shook his head. No idea. Why would we know? Just asking. He pretended not to care, although it wasn't difficult to guess that Tay's father had come for something important. The man rarely appeared in person unless it was absolutely necessary. Not even when Tian had been hauled out of the police station countless times. I'll go shower and get changed. Then we'll talk. He quickly changed the subject before Tay noticed anything. I've been wanting to talk to you too. Meet me at the garden pavilion later. Tay called after him. Without turning around, Tian simply waved in acknowledgement. With his handsome face and a little persistent pleading, Tian finally managed to convince his mother, helped by Tay's reassurance. The following day, Tian left the house for the first time in 2 months. He wore fitted biker jeans, an oversized printed t-shirt, and had his short brown hair carefully styled. His mood couldn't have been better. Healthy color had finally returned to his handsome face. Looking at himself in the mirror, Tian smiled. His new life had begun unexpectedly. A knock on the door announced that his ride had arrived. Slinging his backpack over one shoulder, he headed outside. Tay opened the door and urged him on. Ready? Hurry up, or your mum might change her mind. Ready. Let's go. Tian grabbed Tay by the arm and hurried him away before his mother had a chance to imprison him again. Finally escaping the house, he climbed into the car, delighted simply to be out. They had lunch at an upscale shopping center in the city center. Afterwards, Tian wandered through clothing boutiques and designer shoe stores, swiping his credit card without hesitation. The white and red leather trainers were amazing. He also wanted the limited edition Armani belt that was available only that spring. Tay followed behind carrying a growing mountain of expensive shopping bags, shaking his head helplessly. Soon, Tian rushed into another Ferragamo boutique. He tried on a pair of light-colored sunglasses that suited his face perfectly before turning towards Tay. How do they look, Phi Tay? Tay felt like a father accompanying a beautiful daughter on a shopping trip. The only difference was that this beautiful girl happened to be unbelievably rich. They look great. He gave Tian a thumbs up without hesitation. Excuse me, I'll take them. Tian turned towards the sales assistant before looking back at Tay. Phi Tay, are you sure you don't want anything? You worked so hard helping me escape from home. He laughed jokingly. Tay chuckled. I don't need anything. If you really want to buy me something, get it from a flea market. Are you mocking me? Tian shrugged. Fine. I don't care. All I have is money. I know you do. Tay lifted the countless shopping bags in both hands. But stop throwing money at luxury brands. One day I'll take you somewhere you can do some good for underprivileged children. I'd rather just donate the money. It's unbearably hot there. Who wants to go? Tian casually signed the 20,000 credit card receipt. Tay looked at the son of the retired army officer standing before him and chose not to criticize him. After all, that was simply how Tian had been raised. Isn't doing good deeds worth more than buying all this? I don't want to talk about it anymore. Tian lifted his chin proudly. Phi Tay, drop it. No matter what you say, I don't believe in that sort of thing anymore. After everything I've done before, what did I ever get in return? Tay raised both hands in surrender and immediately changed the subject. Are you hungry? Want something to eat? Japanese food. All right. Let's go to our usual place. This meal's on me. But first I need to stop by the bookstore on the 4th floor to pick up the books I ordered. Tian nodded readily. Just talking about food had made him hungry. When they arrived at the large bookstore, Tian carried his own shopping bags and set them neatly in a corner before wandering over to the magazine shelves while waiting for Tay. He casually flipped through magazine after magazine until one gossip magazine featuring wealthy families and celebrities caught his eye. A bold headline covered the front page. It reported that the son of the owner of a famous nationwide gold shop chain had died in a car accident 2 months earlier. According to the article, the incident had been quietly covered up using money and influence. The accident photographs were blurred, making it impossible to identify the victim's face. But when Tian saw that the victim had donated his heart after his death, he quickly grabbed the magazine and opened it. The further he read, the paler his face became. Cold sweat covered his forehead. His heart pounded violently with anxiety. A gentle tap landed on his shoulder. When Tay saw Tian's face, now as white as paper, his expression immediately changed. Are you feeling unwell? Or are you tired from walking so much? You didn't forget your medication, did you? The future doctor fired off one worried question after another. After standing frozen for several moments, Tian finally managed to speak. I'm going to the bathroom. Without waiting for Tay to respond, he shoved the magazine into Tay's hands and hurried away. Tian rushed into the nearest restroom and quickly locked himself inside a cubicle. He pulled out his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and called the closest friend from his old group. A moment later, a familiar hoarse voice answered. Asshole. Yeah, how've you been? Sorry I couldn't visit you. My dad kept me under house arrest and sent me abroad. I only got back to Thailand 3 days ago. I'm fine now. Tian fell silent before asking the question that had been weighing heavily on his mind. Do you know about Wisanu's car accident? I do. I was racing with him that night, but I wasn't the unlucky one. A brief silence followed. He hit someone. The memories of that night resurfaced. I remember you had to go home early, so Wisanu took your place. You should thank him. If you'd stayed, you might have been the one who ran someone over instead. Tull laughed, completely unaware that Tian felt as though he had been struck by lightning and was on the verge of collapsing inside the restroom. The scattered pieces of the puzzle suddenly began fitting together. Tian pressed both hands against his temples, which throbbed as though they were about to split apart. Where can I find out more about what happened? Huh? Tull sounded confused. Why are you suddenly interested in that? I need to know. Can you help me? Tian knew Tull could. His family had countless connections in the underworld through their nightclub and gambling businesses. All right. You've covered for me with my parents plenty of times before. I'll return the favor. At last, Tull agreed. I'll get you the information by tomorrow at the latest. Thank you. After hanging up, Tian slowly lowered the phone and pressed a hand against his chest. He was furious at how recklessly he had acted. If the truth really came to light, what would happen then? The silent air offered no answer. Only the heavy pounding of his heart echoed in his ears. Too impulsive. Chapter 3. Tull was as efficient as ever. After anxiously waiting all night for an email from Tull, Tian grabbed his phone and eagerly opened it. The message wasn't very detailed, but it contained all the key information about the day of the accident. A silver Porsche Boxster had struck a young woman walking along the pavement at the corner of Ratchadapisek Road, in front of the criminal court, killing her instantly. The driver's name was Wisanu Phongruangrong, the youngest son of Sia Chanchai, the owner of the famous Golden Shopping Center in Yaourt. The deceased was 23-year-old Torfun Phan. The moment Tian read the email, his heart clenched with such force that he had to double over in pain. He reached for the medicine on the bedside table, quickly swallowed the pills with a mouthful of water, then collapsed back onto the bed, drenched in sweat. He had been so consumed by his thoughts that he'd forgotten to take his medication. The rejection symptoms from his transplanted heart had flared up again. Only when the pain finally eased did he let out a shaky sigh of relief. Staring into the darkness, he thought to himself that he needed one final piece of proof. If it turned out he was wrong, he would never mention his suspicions again. He would stop searching for the truth. Once he made up his mind, Tian quietly slipped out of his room and headed downstairs. He carefully opened the door to his father's study and hurried inside. Switching on the flashlight on his phone, he swept the beam around the room. He knew his father kept important documents inside a locked drawer, and the key was always hidden somewhere in the office. Fortunately, that wasn't a problem. As a child, he'd often sneaked into the room to rummage through things, so he knew exactly where to look. He lifted the tray of ceremonial flower garlands from the shelf and found several keys hidden underneath, just as he'd expected. Kneeling in front of the drawer, he tried them one by one until, click, the lock opened. Looking at the unlocked drawer, Tian couldn't help smiling like a thief who had successfully completed a heist. He pulled out the envelope that should have contained the documents he was looking for, but it was empty. His smile vanished. Had his father moved them somewhere else? He couldn't exactly tear the whole room apart searching for them. By the time he found anything, dawn would probably have arrived. He sat there in frustration for quite some time. Maybe his suspicions really were unfounded. Just as he was about to stand up, another sharp pain shot through his chest. His phone slipped from his hand and crashed onto the desk, scattering a stack of papers across its surface. The flashlight beam landed on one particular document. Across it, a large red stamp read, "Confidential." Tian didn't know whether his father had simply forgotten to lock it away or hadn't considered it important. Either way, luck was on his side. Swallowing hard, he picked up the document and began reading. There it was, a list of registered organ donors. Among the names, Torfun and Phan. Tian clapped a hand over his mouth, nausea surging through him. His hands trembled as he hurriedly photographed every page before quickly putting everything back where it had been. Then he stumbled out of his father's office. He had told himself that if everything proved different from what he'd imagined, he would let it go. But if his suspicions were true, what was he supposed to do now? For the past several days, Tian, the son of the former deputy army commander, had seemed unusually quiet, even miserable. The gloomy atmosphere was obvious enough that Lolita, despite rarely being home, noticed immediately. She watched her son absent-mindedly poking at the shrimp and rice in his bowl. "Isn't it good?" she asked gently. "Do you not like it? Should Mom make you an American breakfast instead?" Startled, Tian looked up and quickly shook his head. "No, it's good. If it's good, then eat. You're just sitting there playing with your food. It'll get cold." He nodded obediently and began forcing spoonful after spoonful into his mouth like a machine. Lolita sighed. She knew her son well. After being confined to the house for months, he'd clearly reached the limit of his patience. "Do you want to go outside?" Tian looked up in surprise. His mother had always worried about his health more than anything. "Can I?" "You can," she said slowly. "But I really don't want you going out. If something happens to you, what am I supposed to do?" His brief excitement immediately faded. Okay, he couldn't blame her. After spending 2 years fighting illness, he understood why she was so protective. "But," she continued with a smile, "if you really want to go, I have one condition." Tian's eyes brightened again. "Thad has to go with you." She meant Uncle Thad, the family's driver. A huge smile spread across Tian's face. He rushed over and hugged his mother tightly before she could change her mind. "Thank you, Mom." She laughed and hugged him back. "Now that's more like it. I'm going to take a shower." He practically sprinted upstairs. "Don't run," Lolita called after him. "And don't forget to take your medicine after dinner." Ignoring the warning, Tian hurried into his room, his heart pounding with excitement. He picked up his phone and reopened Tull's email. Torfun and Phan. 77/XX, Soiram Sai, Pracha Sandias. He drew in a deep breath. Almost unconsciously, his hand rested over the left side of his chest. He knew how absurd this was. Ridiculous, even. But now that he carried Torfun's heart inside his own body, didn't he at least have the right to know who she had been? Tian deliberately chose one of the luxury shopping malls in the city center. It was somewhere he often visited. The only difference today was that instead of being followed by one of his friends, he had Uncle Thad trailing faithfully behind him. After wandering through several designer boutiques, Tian stretched lazily, making sure his escort remained convinced he was simply enjoying a shopping trip. Eventually, he entered a coffee shop. "Uncle Thad," he said with a smile, "could you queue up and buy me a caramel chocoholic?" Of course. While the older man joined the line, Tian lounged on the sofa with his legs crossed. Every few seconds, Uncle Thad glanced back to check on him. Tian noticed. Smiling to himself, He placed the large designer shopping bag on the table, blocking his body from view. A few moments later, he disappeared. By the time Uncle Thad returned carrying Tian's favorite drink, the seat was empty. Tian ran out onto the road, quickly hailed a passing pink taxi, and climbed inside. As soon as he gave the driver the address, his phone began ringing nonstop. Home. His uncle. His mother. Phi Te, who had just returned to Bangkok. They had discovered he was missing astonishingly quickly. Sweat beaded across Tian's forehead. He simply switched off his phone. That way, no one could track his location. Bangkok traffic trapped the taxi for nearly an hour before they finally entered Nonthaburi. The neighborhood consisted of tightly packed housing developments. Eventually, the driver turned into a narrow alley lined with modest homes. After searching house numbers one by one, they finally stopped in front of a small two-story house built of concrete and wood, enclosed by cracked cement walls. Tian paid the driver 1,000 baht, including compensation for the long wait, then stood before the rusty metal gate. House number 77/XX. Peering inside, he swallowed nervously. The old house looked so quiet and neglected that it seemed abandoned. A few moments later, a dog began barking furiously. Its owner came running from the back of the house. Stop barking. You're so annoying. Suddenly, a plastic wash basin flew out from inside. It narrowly missed the dog and slammed into the metal gate with a loud clang. Tian froze. This world was completely different from his own. Just as he considered leaving, a middle-aged woman wearing a loose shirt and an apron stepped outside. Who are you looking for? Tian opened his mouth several times before words finally came. If you're here to sell water filters, you've got the wrong house. Go somewhere else. I don't have any money. No. Thinking quickly, Tian blurted out the first excuse that came to mind. I'm Torfun's classmate. The woman fell silent. She looked him up and down. His clothes, his shoes, even his watch. Everything about him screamed wealth. What do you want? She's been cremated for a long time. If you're looking for her, go to the temple. The casual way she spoke about the dead made Tian uncomfortable. Are you Torfun's relative? I'm her aunt. Her father never cared about her. If I hadn't taken her in, she'd have had nowhere to go. The more she talked, the more bitter she became. But the debts were enormous. I couldn't pay them back. Torfun went to the mountains as a volunteer teacher. Not long after she came home, she got hit by a car and died. She shrugged. Still, the man who hit her was generous. He gave me a lot of money. Tian frowned. He hadn't intended to reveal any connection to the driver's side of the case, but he couldn't stop himself from asking. So, because your compensation was so large, you decided not to pursue legal action? The woman glared at him. I have to eat. I have to live. Fighting rich people? That's just asking to lose. Better to take the money. You don't love your niece at all. The thought slipped through Tian's mind before he could stop it. You Foundation people are all the same, the woman snapped. Talking about justice because you've never been poor. The rich stay rich. The poor stay poor. Give me the money instead. If you want to lecture someone, go somewhere else. I'm not afraid of going to hell. She laughed bitterly. I'm afraid of having no money. No food. That's what scares me. Tian finally understood. Torfun's death had become little more than a financial transaction. Realizing he hadn't come here to argue, he forced himself to calm down. I'm not from any foundation, he said quietly. I'm her senior. Senior from where? She never went to university. Tian immediately realized his mistake. I meant vocational college. Fortunately, the woman didn't question it. So why are you here? Well, he made up another excuse. Torfun borrowed one of my books. Oh, the woman curled her lip. So you've come to get it back? It's just a book. Take it if you want. I was planning to sell everything by weight anyway. Relieved, Tian followed her inside. A large Thai dog crouched behind several flower pots, watching him suspiciously. The woman led him to a cluttered storage room. Everything's in that box. Find your stuff and leave. Her old mobile phone rang, and she immediately answered it, sounding very much like a bookmaker taking bets. Tian finally turned his attention to the reason he'd come. Kneeling on the dusty concrete floor, unconcerned about dirtying his expensive clothes, he carefully sorted through piles of clothing until he found a paper album containing Torfun's belongings. He opened it slowly. Inside was a photograph. A beautiful young woman smiled brightly among blooming flowers beneath the morning sun, mist softening the background. Tian frowned as a dull ache spread through his chest. It felt as though someone had struck him in the heart. So, this is you. He waited until the strange feeling subsided before continuing to search through her belongings. Among them, he found her staff identification card. Dried blood still stained its surface. No one had even bothered to wipe it clean. Across the front were the words, Sengthong Foundation. You still haven't found your book? The woman's voice startled him. Almost, Tian replied. He looked through the remaining items one last time before deciding to take several textbooks and a small notebook with him. As he stepped out of the storage room, the woman immediately blocked his path. Hey, what are you taking? Her suspicious tone made him feel like a thief. It's just these books, Tian said. They're practically junk. Who would steal them? Junk to you, she scoffed. Everything can be sold. Everything has value. She waved him away impatiently. Go. I want to sleep. The gate slammed shut behind him. For a long moment, Tian simply stood there in silence. Only a few months ago, no one would have dared treat him like this. He sighed. There was nothing he could do. He rubbed his nose and kicked at the empty air in frustration. Originally, he'd thought today's investigation would finally bring closure. Instead, all he'd learned from Tull's information and today's visit was that Torfun had come from a poor family and had relatives who were crude, selfish, and difficult. Growing up in such an environment, what had driven her to become a volunteer teacher? It certainly hadn't been for the money. Tian suddenly stopped walking. He shook his head, trying to push the thought away. Too late. He realized he couldn't stop thinking about her anymore. Sweat soaked his forehead as he walked nearly a kilometer through the blazing afternoon heat toward the main road, hoping to find a taxi. He had been missing for far too long. By now, his mother was probably so worried that she might even persuade his father to use every bit of his remaining influence to send people searching all over Bangkok. Chapter 4. In a wooden octagonal pavilion in the middle of a beautiful garden, Tian lay on a trampoline, playing games on his iPad. His mobile phone had broken the other day, and to avoid Uncle Thad, whom his mother had sent to keep an eye on him, he spent the taxi ride home desperately trying to come up with a believable excuse. I ran into a friend. He wanted to show me his new car, so I went with him. Mrs. Lolita glared at her son, clearly wanting to give him a good scolding. Before she could say anything, Tian quickly added, I tried to call you when we stopped at a petrol station, but my phone fell onto the ground. He held out the phone for her to see. The screen of the latest smartphone was badly cracked, and there was even a little moisture trapped beneath the glass. In truth, his mother did not completely believe him. Still, seeing that he had returned home safely and unharmed, she chose not to question him any further. Instead, she lectured him endlessly, declaring that he would never be allowed to go anywhere alone again. Tian endured the non-stop complaints until it felt as though his eardrums were about to burst. He stretched lazily, closed the game on his tablet, opened the browser, and typed with his slender fingers. Sengthong Foundation. He skimmed through the information at first. It seemed ordinary, but the more he read, the more surprised he became. It was a world completely unfamiliar to people born with a golden spoon in their mouths. A world where young people willingly devoted themselves to helping others without expecting anything in return. And they even take photos to promote it. As cynical as the words sounded, Tian genuinely believed they were true. Just then, a maid hurried over and handed him the cordless home phone. It's Kun Tae. There was no need to wonder why Tae was calling the house. Since the incident, Tian had not been allowed to leave home, and he still hadn't replaced his broken phone. Hello, Phi Tae, Tian answered, sounding irritated. Calling just to hear you complain. Tae teased with a laugh. Tian immediately swore back. Is that all you called for? When Tae didn't answer immediately, Tian pretended he was about to hang up. Wait, I wanted to tell you I'll have several days off next week. I'll take you to buy a new phone. Really? You're coming? That's great. I'm dying of boredom. Only Tae, the doctor, could persuade his mother to let him leave the house. But first, don't you have something to confess to me? The sudden change in topic caught Tian off guard. Even though Mrs. Lolita had already explained where Tian had supposedly been, complete with evidence, Tae still found it hard to believe that someone as clever as Tian had simply become unreachable because of a broken phone. And no, nothing. You don't have any secrets, do you? I hope you're not planning to do anything foolish. Tian bit down so hard on his lower lip that it nearly bled. It was incredibly frustrating that Tay understood him so well. I really didn't do anything. Phi Tay? Believe me. Or don't. You're so stubborn. We'll talk when I get back to Bangkok. Then Tay suddenly fell silent, as though someone had interrupted him. A moment later, he spoke hurriedly. A nurse just came to tell me I have a meeting with one of my professors. Then go get ready. Tian was about to end the call when his eyes landed on the web page still open on his iPad. A question that had been lingering in his mind slipped out. Phi, does helping other people without expecting anything in return really make you happy? If Tian could have seen Tay's face on the other end of the line, he would have laughed. Tay's eyes had widened in disbelief, as though he'd just heard the most terrifying ghost story imaginable. After several moments of stunned silence, he finally recovered. He had no idea what Tian was thinking, but he knew this was not the time to joke. It's like when I asked you to volunteer at the orphanage, Tay said. You told me you could just donate money instead, because there was no need to go yourself. He paused, carefully choosing his words. What I mean is, if you never try it yourself, how will you know whether helping other people can truly make you happy? Tian pressed his lips together. So, does that mean I'm an unhappy person? Just because he had never done anything for anyone else? Tay smiled gently. Of course not. It's just that we don't know what life is like on the other side of the world. Before Tian could ask another question, Tay apologized and ended the call so he could attend his meeting. Tian lay back on the trampoline, staring absent-mindedly into the sky. What was his world? And what was the other side of the world? Tay always said things that were difficult to understand. Medical students really did think in complicated ways. His handsome face became unusually thoughtful. He wasn't a selfish person. He simply believed that money could buy physical comfort and happiness. But what about happiness of the heart? His light brown eyes wandered around the luxurious villa. Servants stood ready to attend to his every need. Anyone entering the estate would think it was a castle on earth. His parents and his high society siblings constantly appeared in the news. Yet, somehow, Tian always felt different from all of them. Status and admiration from other people were not what he truly wanted. Looking back, he realized that somewhere along the way, he had lost his happiness. When he was 11 years old, he had managed to repair a broken radio by himself. His older brother had simply praised him once. That single compliment had made him happier than receiving an entire collection of Gundam models from his father. I'm going crazy, Tian muttered as he pressed a hand to his forehead. Suddenly, he jumped up, rushed inside to change his clothes, and went out for a run, hoping to clear the confusing thoughts from his mind before they drove him insane. Now that he had recovered enough to walk without assistance, Tian had moved back into his first-floor bedroom. The spacious room featured a fully equipped home cinema in one corner, complete with special glasses for watching three-dimensional films, as well as the latest Xbox console. Fresh from his run, Tian sat comfortably on the soft sofa with his legs stretched out while drying his damp hair with a towel. The large television played a random cable channel. He smiled faintly. The program was covering a high society charity gala. Elegant ladies admired one another's jewelry, while performers sang painfully loud songs on stage. Tian picked up a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice instead of his usual bottled beer. But as soon as he heard the host announce someone's name, he nearly spat out the drink. A middle-aged woman wearing a sweet pink silk dress and a Siamese ruby necklace surrounded by diamonds gracefully walked onto the stage. Watching from home, Tian scratched his head in disbelief. Although it was disrespectful to laugh at his own mother, how much had she donated to be allowed to sing 5 songs in a row? Speechless, Tian reached for the remote control on the glass table in front of him and switched off the television. As he did, his hand bumped into a stack of old books. They were the belongings he had brought back from Torfun's dilapidated house. One notebook slid off the pile and landed on the floor. People often said it was unlucky to bring a dead person's belongings into your home. Tian didn't believe that. Torfun wasn't truly dead. Her heart was still beating inside his chest. For a while, he considered throwing everything away since he had no use for any of it. Then one notebook caught his attention. It was wrapped in mulberry paper and beautifully decorated with colorful stars of different sizes. Across the cover were the words, "The Legend of 1,000 Stars." A legend? He frowned. Is this some kind of fairy tale meant to put children to sleep? His hazel eyes shifted back and forth in curiosity. Opening the notebook, he found Torfun's handwriting. It was neat, round, youthful, and surprisingly easy to read. Once upon a time, my life began. After reading the first line, Tian realized it wasn't a story at all. It was about her life. Feeling that he shouldn't read someone else's diary, he started to close the notebook. Just then, a piece of paper slipped out. No, it was a photograph. An old, faded photograph. The man in the picture was tall and lean, dressed in green camouflage with a rifle in his hand as he steadily climbed a steep hillside. His crescent-shaped eyes, half hidden beneath the shadows, gazed toward the first rays of sunlight rising above the dense forest canopy, as though he were looking at a long-awaited beacon of hope. At that very moment, Tian felt his heart begin to pound violently, as though someone were striking it with a hammer. A sharp pain shot through his chest. He collapsed back onto the sofa. Struggling to steady himself, he took slow, rhythmic breaths. His slender body relaxed against the cushions as he stared blankly at the ceiling, still clutching the photograph tightly in his hand. Was this the man whom the heart inside his chest had never forgotten? Chapter 5. The next morning, Tian slowly made his way downstairs to the living room. Dark circles hung beneath his eyes as he went to meet his guests, and one person who was definitely not invited. Two young men with completely different styles were sitting on the plush sofa. One was dressed in a sharp suit, looking every bit the polished gentleman. Tae smiled when he saw Tian, who yawned like a sleepy younger brother. "Did you stay up all night?" Tae asked gently. "Hi, Tae." Tian raised a hand in greeting, but avoided answering. He had spent the entire night reading Miss Torfun's diary. It was as captivating as a novel, and he hadn't fallen asleep until dawn. Tian turned to the other man, who was dressed in trendy streetwear with piercings in both his nose and lips. "What are you doing here?" Tull grinned. "I drove over in my Hummer. My dad just bought it." Tian felt a headache coming on. He sat beside Tae and sighed. "You're coming over this early, and you didn't even call first?" Tull glanced at the doctor before smiling mischievously. "If I hadn't snuck over, I would have never known you've changed your taste. So I came to check it out myself." "What the hell are you talking about?" Although he was still recovering, Tian immediately lifted a foot as if to kick him. Tae shook his head and stopped him. "Forget it, Tian. I don't mind. But I do. If I ever change my taste, you'll be the first person I sleep with, Tull." Tull burst into laughter, his shoulders shaking. They had known each other for quite a while. They were racing friends, nothing more, and never interfered in each other's personal lives. This was actually the first time Tull had ever come to Tian's house. "I'm sorry." Tull raised both hands in surrender. "I didn't mean to wear you out after your heart surgery. I just wanted to check on you. If you've got company, I'll leave." "Wait." Tian stood and called after Tae, who had already started walking toward the door. Rolling his eyes as he thought of something, he turned back. "Do me a favor. Wait for me outside." Then he faced the person he'd intended to ask from the beginning. "Phi Tae." There was a hint of hesitation in his voice. "Want to go out with a friend?" Tae laughed, already knowing the answer. "I can allow it. But you won't do anything that would make your mother worry, right? We're just going out to eat." He deliberately avoided answering anything else. "Then promise you won't come home late. And if your mother calls, don't lie to her." Tian hurriedly grabbed Tae's hand. "I promise, Phi. I'll be back this evening. Please come pick me up then." For a moment, it felt as though the familiar Tian had finally returned. Tae gently ruffled his hair until it became a complete mess. "Come back early. I'll take you home whenever you want. Even if your mother gets home first, don't make excuses." Tian nodded eagerly before hurrying outside. Tull was already leaning against the large imported pickup truck, waiting. Without saying a word, Tian climbed in and turned on the music. Only then did the owner of the vehicle protest. "What are you doing? Where exactly am I taking you?" Grumbling, Tull climbed into the driver's seat and started the engine. "Take me to Colliery Beach near Rama 2. "Why Rama 2? Can't we just go somewhere around Sukhumvit? There are plenty of good places there." "You ask too many questions. Just drive." The massive pickup rolled out through the gates of the luxurious villa. If anyone else had driven him, Tian knew he would have been forced to answer countless questions. He still didn't know how to explain himself. Fortunately, Tull wasn't usually the chatty type. Or so Tian thought. After crossing the traffic-clogged suspension bridge, Tull noticed Tian staring intently at Google Maps on his phone, occasionally giving directions. Although he had no idea what Tian was planning, he was certain they weren't simply going out for lunch. "Turn left at the next intersection." Tian instructed. The traffic light turned red. Tull followed his directions and drove into a quiet alley lined with single-family houses shaded by trees of every size. Tian kept looking around, searching for something. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Tull finally asked, "Whose house are you looking for?" Tian stiffened slightly. "A restaurant." "I'm not an idiot." Tull's expression became increasingly suspicious. Suddenly Tian spotted something. "Hey, Tull, stop." By the time the Hummer came to a halt, they had already driven several meters past the place. "You want me to back up?" "Which house?" Tian stared silently at the weathered green iron fence hidden beneath large trees. Behind the brick wall, the roof of a two-story house peeked through the leaves. He slowly lowered his head. His eyes were filled with confusion. He only wanted to see it. He had no intention of interfering with anyone else's life. "What are you planning to do?" Tull asked. "You don't need to know." Tian looked away. "Just keep driving. You're impossible to satisfy. What the hell do you actually want?" Frowning, Tull stepped on the accelerator. Eventually, they gave up searching and stopped at a roadside restaurant to eat. The huge Hummer parked outside while Tull grabbed a bottle of Coke, took a long drink, then slammed it onto the stainless steel table with a loud clang. "I'm done asking nicely." He looked directly at Tian. "So tell me, why the hell did you make me drive all the way out here?" "Don't be angry. I'll buy you dinner later if you're still hungry." He deliberately changed the subject. Unfortunately, Tull wasn't someone who could be fooled that easily. "You still haven't answered me. What's wrong with you today?" Tian pretended to be annoyed. "Fine." Tull turned toward one of the restaurant staff. "Pack another 20 dishes for me to take home." Tian breathed a sigh of relief. If ordering more food would stop the interrogation, he'd gladly buy 100 dishes. Soon, steaming plates filled the table. The two hungry men immediately began eating. "Big brothers, would you like to buy a keychain?" A timid voice interrupted them. Tian looked up. A thin little boy with a dirty face stood beside the table. His cracked black lips forced a smile, revealing his teeth, while his rough little hands held several knitted doll keychains. "They're 20 baht each, or 50 for 3. Please buy some." The child's eyes were dry and hopeless. No child under 10 should have eyes like that. "No thanks. Go ask another table." Tull waved him away as though it were nothing. "Please, just help me buy one." "I said no." Tull snapped. "Don't ask again." Tian glanced at his friend's cold expression before watching the ragged child hurry to another table. Once again, he was chased away. The boy slowly walked out of the restaurant. Tian felt something strange stirring inside him. He wanted to help. He wanted to buy every keychain the child had. But he was afraid Tull would think he was acting strangely. The old Tian would have shouted at someone like that boy, just like everyone else did. Now, he could only remain silent. Tian quietly set down his spoon and fork even though half his meal remained untouched. He sipped his drink through a straw while waiting for Tull to finish eating. Then something outside caught his eye. The little boy selling keychains was being dragged by a heavy-set woman. Her large hands repeatedly struck the child's frail body. When I did something that displeased my aunt, she would beat me with a clothes hanger. That became my new hell. After my drunken father slapped my mother, she left home when I was 7 years old, leaving me alone to face that cruel fate. Miss Torfun's words from her diary suddenly echoed inside Tian's mind. Without another thought, he shot to his feet. The legs of the stainless steel chair screeched loudly against the concrete floor. He rushed toward the crowd. "Ai Tian." Startled, Tull hurried after him. He threw several banknotes onto the table before chasing him outside. "What the hell are you doing?" Child abuse had become such a common sight that no one around them stepped in. Only someone like Tian, someone who seemed to be living in a completely different world, ran forward without hesitation. "Miss, that's enough. You're hurting him." He reached out, trying to separate the woman from the child. The young woman, who wasn't much older than Tian, glared at him. "What business is it of yours? He's my son. I can beat him to death if I want." The little boy burst into tears. The woman reached for his bruised arm again. No one else had intended to interfere. "What did he do that makes you treat him like this?" Tian asked, struggling to endure the blows she directed at him instead. "He didn't sell anything all day," she screamed. "How's he supposed to eat? I still have to buy milk powder for his younger brother. The whole family is starving." She pounded her fists against Tian's chest. Pain shot through him. His face turned pale. Sweat trickled down his forehead as his breathing became ragged. "Hey, What are you doing? Tull finally caught up and immediately pulled Tian back by the shoulders. Tian, are you okay? I'm fine. Tian gently slipped free from Tull's grasp before walking toward the woman and her son again. This time, she instinctively stepped backward. Tian looked straight into her frightened eyes. All you want is money, isn't it? Yes, you're giving me money, aren't you? If I give you money, will you stop beating him? If he can earn money, then I'll stop, she replied, jabbing the child's thin shoulder as though he were nothing more than a piece of baggage. The boy whimpered in pain. If I pay you today, you'll stop beating him today. But what about tomorrow? When would this vicious cycle ever end? Tian took a deep breath. He pulled several thousand-baht notes from his expensive wallet, crumpled them in his slender hand, and tossed them onto the ground in front of the mother and child as though they were worthless. Take it. If you know how to use it properly, you won't have to send your child out to sell things on the street anymore. If you spend it wisely, it can become many more thousands. But that thought never crossed her mind. The woman immediately scrambled to pick up the money, afraid someone else might take it first. In her eyes, Tian was nothing more than a fool with too much money. She didn't even think to thank him. Instead, another thought entered her mind. The poorer and more pitiful the child looked, the easier it would be to earn money. She smiled greedily. The sight made Tian feel sick. The woman dragged the child away while continuing to scold him. The boy stubbornly resisted, repeatedly looking back at Tian, unable even to thank the person who had helped him. Tull watched the entire scene in stunned silence. Slowly, he turned toward Tian. Tian stood frozen, his fists tightly clenched and his jaw rigid, looking as though he might explode at any second. Just as Tull was about to speak, Tian interrupted him. Is money really that important? Well, Tull scratched his head, ruffling his already messy hair before answering honestly. Of course it is. If money wasn't important, we wouldn't be living this comfortably. Without it, we'd probably be just like that little boy. I see, Tian replied softly. People don't get to choose the family they're born into. They're always told they can choose their own path in life. But now he realized, some people weren't even given that chance. Wasn't that what people meant by a lack of opportunity? Fortunately, Torfun had eventually been able to attend a public school in another province. Living cheaply near a temple school had allowed her to experience a much larger world through education. That was probably why she had devoted herself to giving the same small opportunity to children in remote villages, places where some families didn't even have electricity. Tian remained silent for a long time, as though making a final decision. His determined brown eyes fixed themselves on Tull. It was strangely intimidating. Take me back. Tull blinked. Huh. Go back to the alley we drove through. I know where I want to go now. The Hummer turned back into the same alley. This time, however, they had a destination. Tull switched off the engine and stopped in front of the old house with the weathered green fence. It looked completely ordinary. The only thing that stood out was a wooden sign at the entrance. Sengthong Foundation. Tull slowly turned toward Tian. A foundation? It was the last place someone from their racing crowd should ever have anything to do with. For the first time, he genuinely wondered whether the doctor had performed a heart transplant or a brain transplant. You should head home, Tian said. I've got something I need to do. He didn't want anyone becoming suspicious. Just as Tian reached for the gate, Tull spoke again. Miss Torfun is a volunteer teacher at the Sengthong Foundation, isn't she? Tian froze. Slowly, he turned around. His expression had become unusually serious. You've heard of it? I couldn't help myself. You were looking into the woman who was killed by Wasanu's car, so I did a little digging. I couldn't figure out what she had to do with you unless. Tull grinned like a fox and leaned close to Tian. Miss Torfun is your girlfriend. Tian frowned, staring at him without blinking. His expression darkened. He reached out and pressed a hand firmly against the left side of his chest. She is my life. He didn't care whether Tull understood what he meant. Without another word, Tian pushed open the old iron gate and walked into the foundation, leaving Tull standing there, completely stunned. As Tian walked along the concrete path lined with trees, he noticed ornaments woven from cut-up plastic bottles hanging from the branches. Whenever the breeze blew through them, they chimed softly, creating a peaceful melody. Although it hardly looked like a charitable foundation from the outside, the back of the old house served as its office. The space beneath the house had been converted into a simple workplace, and one room displayed children's crayon drawings created over the years by volunteer teachers and students. The walls were also covered with photographs documenting the foundation's activities with various organizations. Tian stepped inside and looked around. Strangely, no one was there. Yet the door had been left unlocked. "Excuse me, is anyone here?" "Normally, yes. But today's a public holiday, so everyone's off." The deep, authoritative voice startled Tian. "Looks like I came on the wrong day." He laughed awkwardly, trying to hide his embarrassment. "I'll come back another time." He turned to leave. Damn, he had spent so much time recovering that he'd completely lost track of the days. No wonder Pha had said everyone was taking a break because of the public holiday. A plump, middle-aged man wearing a faded navy blue shirt looked at the well-dressed young man before him. "What brings you to the foundation?" Seeing the confusion in the man's eyes, Tian swallowed hard before making up his mind. "I want to apply to be a volunteer teacher." The older man raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Come with me." He led Tian into an office with a sign that read, "Mr. Winai Sangthong, Director." Tian sat down opposite Mr. Winai's desk, while the older man quietly studied him for a moment. "Do I need to fill out an application first?" Tian asked politely. Mr. Winai sighed and leaned back in his chair. "Before that, I want to explain something. I'm not sure you truly understand what it means to be a volunteer teacher." Tian pressed his lips together. He knew the man probably thought he was just acting on a whim. Before Tian could defend himself, Mr. Winai raised a hand. "Answer one question first. If you believe you understand volunteering, tell me, what does a volunteer teacher bring?" Tian hesitated. It felt more like a job interview than anything else. "I can teach English," he answered. "I'm also good at mathematics and physics because I studied engineering." Mr. Winai smiled. "I wasn't asking what you can teach. I was asking what you bring." Tian fell silent. Seeing his troubled expression, Mr. Winai spoke gently. "The word volunteer means making sacrifices for others. At first, you'll be excited about visiting a new place, meeting new people, and experiencing unfamiliar food and culture. But eventually, you'll grow tired. You'll become exhausted. And one day you'll pack your bags and leave, without accomplishing anything. So tell me, what do you hope to gain from all of this?" Tian lowered his head. Countless thoughts flooded through his mind until tears filled his eyes. Yet he couldn't find the words. Finally, in a hoarse voice, he admitted, "I don't know." He steadied his breathing before lifting his reddened eyes to meet Mr. Winai's. "I don't really understand what sacrifice means. But if making sacrifices can show me what happiness truly is, I'm willing to try." Mr. Winai looked at him thoughtfully. "Couldn't you search for happiness another way? Volunteer teachers make tremendous sacrifices. They aren't ordinary teachers. The work is difficult. You don't even know what you want to do for other people yet. How can I feel comfortable sending you into the mountains?" "But I have faith," Tian answered immediately. "If I go there, I'll find the answer. And when I come back, I'll answer your question." Mr. Winai rubbed his forehead tiredly. "What did you say your name was?" "Tian." "Tian." He smiled faintly. "A name that means wisdom. It doesn't seem to suit such an impulsive young man." He paused before asking, "So tell me, where do you want to go?" "Pha Pun Dao." The answer came without a moment's hesitation. Mr. Winai looked even more suspicious. "The border area in Chiang Rai?" He chuckled. "There's almost nothing there. No electricity. No running water. Even grown men who've lived hard lives struggle to stay. If you only want to experience teaching, why not choose a town with better facilities?" Tian immediately objected. "If it's really that difficult, then how did Torfun survive there?" Mr. Winai stared at him. "You?" He narrowed his eyes. "Do you know Torfun?" Realizing he'd slipped up, Tian hurriedly tried to explain. "I'm a friend of one of her relatives." The more he spoke, the more ridiculous it sounded. It was obvious Mr. Winai didn't believe a single word. "Torfun had extraordinary determination," Mr. Winai said quietly. "She went there because she was searching for something. But even she couldn't endure it forever. She returned after only a few weeks. After Torfun died in the accident, another volunteer teacher had been sent to Pha Pun Dao. That person hadn't lasted 3 months. I don't know how to convince you," Tian said desperately, "but I truly want to go there. You say you want to become a volunteer teacher. Then you must be prepared to teach students of every age. That's no easy task. And our teachers stay until the end of the school term. Aren't you still in university? How are you planning to manage that? This was the most important condition of all. Embarrassed, Tian finally decided to tell the truth. I've taken a leave of absence from university because of family matters. So time isn't a problem. Mr. Wenai studied the handsome young man for a long moment. No matter how hard he tried to discourage him, Tian never backed down. Finally, he sighed. All right, I'll let you go. We happen to need someone. I hope that even if you don't find the answer you're looking for, you'll at least learn something. Teach them what we have that they don't, and learn from them what they have that we don't. Seeing Tian's confused expression, Mr. Wenai smiled reassuringly. Don't think too hard about it. You'll understand once you get there. Tian nodded eagerly. As long as he was allowed to go, nothing else mattered. So, what do I do next? Mr. Wenai handed him an application form. Fill this out. When the paperwork is complete, our administrative staff will contact you. There's a military camp near Pha Pun Dao to help protect the area. Thank you. Afraid the older man might change his mind, Tian immediately grabbed a pen and began filling out the forms. When he left the Sengthong Foundation, his heart was lighter than it had been in a long time. He had finally accomplished what he had set out to do. But was this decision truly his own? Or was he simply chasing someone else's dream? Tian suddenly stopped walking. Confusion filled his eyes. He slowly raised his long, slender hands, opening and closing them as he stared. He had already made his choice. Maybe he really had gone crazy, trying to become someone who helped other people. These hands that had only ever hurt himself and the people around him. Could they really help anyone? He shook the doubts from his head. A promise was a promise. He refused to be a coward anymore. As he stepped through the old green gate, Tian was surprised to see the large Hummer still parked outside. He looked toward the driver's seat. The engine was still running. Tull was lounging inside, casually playing on his phone. Tian walked over and tapped on the tinted window. Startled, Tull lowered the window. Took you long enough. You haven't gone home yet? Tull shrugged. Well, you gave all your money to that mother and son. So how are you planning to get home? Tian raised an eyebrow in surprise. Since when did you become so thoughtful? Then he remembered. He still had a phone. He could have simply called a taxi or asked someone from home to pick him up. Stop talking. Tull jerked his head toward the passenger seat. Get in. Tian shrugged and climbed into the Hummer. As they drove away, silence filled the car except for the soft rock music playing on the radio. After a while, Tull finally spoke. So, are you finished? The question made Tian frown. What kind of stupid question is that? If I weren't finished, why would I be leaving? Just ask whatever you really want to ask. Fine. Tull let out a long sigh. I'll get straight to the point. Miss Torfun donated her organs. And you received her heart. If she hadn't died, you probably would have. What kind of unbelievable coincidence is that? Tian's eyes widened. He stared at Tull in disbelief. So while you were waiting for me, you were investigating all of this? And now you're confronting me about it. Hey. Tull raised both hands. Calm down. I know I shouldn't interfere in your personal life. But you've almost gone crazy. You only received her heart, not her brain. A heart doesn't carry memories. You don't have to live Torfun's life. That's not true. Tian wanted to argue. He bit his lip, forcing the words back several times. If the heart truly held no memories, then why had it pounded so violently the moment he saw the photograph of that soldier? He closed his eyes. After calming himself, he finally spoke in an even voice. I've already made my decision. So even if you know everything now, please don't interfere with my plans. Tull looked thoroughly exasperated. If I'm not mistaken, you came here to apply as a volunteer teacher in the mountains because you're trying to follow in Torfun's footsteps. Tian couldn't deny it. He lowered his head and silently nodded. Tull let out a long, frustrated groan. Then why don't you just buy a lottery ticket, win a fortune, and donate the money instead? Why do you have to follow her? You're nothing alike. He shook his head in disbelief. I honestly can't understand why someone like you would choose to sleep outdoors, eat simple food, and teach children in the mountains. At least I've been through military training. And you're still arguing? Tull glared at him. What the hell? Do you honestly think your mother will let you go? Or are you planning to leave a letter behind and run away from home? Tian turned to him, his eyes suddenly lighting up. That's actually a good idea. He grinned. My mother definitely won't agree, so maybe running away is the only option. Oh, come on. Tull raised a hand as though to smack him before giving up and rubbing his forehead instead. If you pull something like that, your father will have the army searching for you. He'd dig up the entire country if he had to. Then you can help me. Tian laughed, rubbing the spot on his head that still hurt. In your dreams. Tull snorted. I'm not helping the enemy. If you really want to go, figure it out yourself. I won't interfere. If you're not going to help, then fine. Tian smiled anyway. But whatever you do, don't tell anyone. He was relieved that Tull had reluctantly agreed. At the very least, Tull always kept his word. If he promised not to tell anyone, no one would be able to get the truth out of him. The Hummer merged back onto the highway, disappearing once more into the city's heavy traffic. They stopped at a shopping mall and wandered around until evening. When it was time to go home, Tian called Tae, who was busy with his medical studies, and asked him to come pick him up. Not once did he mention anything that had happened that day. Chapter 6. One evening, the sound of children's laughter echoed from the leftmost room of the luxury villa. Not far away, Tian stepped out of his room after a bath, frowning. 10 years ago, that room had been transformed into a wonderful playroom, filled with toys from around the world for the young son of a former senior army officer. Now, it had become Mrs. Lolita's jewelry room. Noticing that the door was slightly open, Tian glanced inside and saw 3 children moving around. They were his nephew and nieces, the children of his second sister and her third husband. Tam, Tian shouted as he stepped through the mess they had created. Who let you in here? You've ruined Granny's things. Mom told us to find somewhere to play and not go outside, replied Tum, the 9-year-old, without hesitation. Go downstairs and play. Uncle will play with you later, Tian said, trying to stay calm. But the moment he saw the other 2 children handling the model robots displayed inside the glass cabinet, he completely lost his patience. Tun, put the robot back where it belongs, Tian ordered, gesturing sharply. His handsome face twisted with frustration. The children, spoiled and fearless, ignored him. They laughed, jumped around with the robot in their hands, and ran wildly through the room. Tian glared at the little troublemakers. He knew he had been just as mischievous when he was their age, but after experiencing karma firsthand, he suddenly felt like apologizing to every nanny who had ever looked after him. After enduring as much as he could, Tian finally decided to catch them himself. Chaos erupted. As Tian managed to catch his youngest niece and take the toy back, Tum, the eldest, exchanged a glance with Tun. Tian was bent over, and the difference in size between adults and children worked against him. The 2 boys suddenly leapt onto his back and wrapped their arms around his neck. The unexpected weight forced Tian to his knees. He struggled to shake off the 2 little leeches clinging to him, but in the process, the limited edition Gundam model slipped from his hands. It hit the tiled floor. It shattered into pieces. For a moment, Tian's mind went completely blank. Shit! The curse exploded from his mouth without a second thought. Furious, he grabbed Tun by the shoulder, but the boy continued kicking at the broken pieces without even realizing it. I told you to put it back. Look what you've done. It's completely broken now. Why won't you listen? In his anger, Tian accidentally scratched the boy's arm. Tun immediately burst into tears and cried for his mother. The other 2 children began crying as well, and their wails echoed downstairs. Mrs. Lolita and Pim, who had been chatting in the living room, rushed upstairs. Pim, the second daughter of the Sopazitsikal family and the children's mother, froze when she saw her brother standing over her crying children. Rage surged through her chest. She shoved Tian hard in the chest, forcing him back several steps. Ai Tian, why are you hurting them? Pim knelt to comfort the frightened children. They broke my things. I told them to put everything back, but they wouldn't listen. They just kept running around the room. Tian shot back as he crouched to gather the shattered remains of his treasured model. You're so immature. If a stupid toy breaks, you can buy another one. But I can't replace my son and daughter. Tian clenched his fists. If you can't replace them, then have another child. Is that what you're saying? Before Pim could explode again, Tian continued. They don't make this model anymore. Even if you searched your entire life, you wouldn't find another one. So that's why you hit my child? You brat. The argument grew louder until Mrs. Lolita stepped between them. Enough. Pim, take the children downstairs and get them some snacks. Then she turned to her youngest son. Tian, come talk to Mom. Still fuming, Tian stomped after her, while Pim glared at him as they entered his father's study. Once inside, Tian slumped into a chair. I didn't hit anyone, Mom. Pim's exaggerating. She spoils those kids so much they'll drive everyone gray. Mrs. Lolita sighed. I've probably gone gray because of you too. You loved causing trouble when you were little. You even made your nanny quit. Tian had no reply to that. At least my mom never took my side. Mrs. Lolita shook her head helplessly before speaking gently. Enough about the past. You're an adult now. My grandchildren are still little. You need to be more mature, Tian. Learn to stay calm. Calm? How am I supposed to stay calm when they destroy my favorite things? That robot was. It had been the family's very first birthday gift to him. Tian stopped himself. Never mind, Mom. He sighed. I shouldn't have yelled at them. I shouldn't have done that. Hearing her son's reluctant admission, Mrs. Lolita let out a long breath. She walked over and gently rubbed his head with both hands. At least I'm glad you understand that violence isn't the answer. Tian remained silent. His light brown eyes filled with regret. If he hadn't survived that life-threatening accident, he would still have been living the same reckless life that constantly broke his mother's heart. Instead, he had chosen to leave his comfortable world behind and face a completely different one. Was it really the right decision? Tian reached up and gently held his mother's soft hand against his head. I don't want to make you sad anymore. Mrs. Lolita blinked. Her son's words sounded unusually serious, giving her an uneasy feeling. Still, she laughed it off. What is this? Have you been watching too many Chinese dramas? You sound like you're saying goodbye before heading off to cultivate on some mountain. Without warning, Tian wrapped his arms around her waist and buried his face against her. Who knows, he murmured quietly. Maybe I really do want to go. As long as you stop racing cars and staying at pubs until morning, Mum will already be happy. I know. He made a face. There you go again. Then he added, Can someone bring dinner to my room? I don't want to go downstairs and argue with Pin again. Of course. Would you like some fruit too? Mum bought some big Fuji apples today. Tian nodded. I'll probably stay up late playing games tonight. Don't have anyone wake me up tomorrow. I'll take care of it. Your father and I have to attend an army event early in the morning. Mrs. Lolita leaned down and kissed his smooth forehead. Don't stay up too late, sweetheart. Go to bed. Late that night, every light in the villa was switched off. Only one room on the first floor remained lit. Inside, Tian quietly packed both the essentials and a surprising amount of unnecessary things into the branded backpack he had secretly ordered online. After rummaging through his wardrobe, he settled on a dark windproof jacket that wasn't too thick, along with a hat and a silk scarf. The rainy season had only just ended, and according to the staff from the Singthong Foundation, Pha Pun Dao would already be quite cold. His eyes drifted toward his fully charged laptop. There's no electricity on the mountain, and probably no mobile signal either. He sighed. No point bringing it. I can't even play games without the internet. I'll die of boredom. He flopped onto the bed, hands behind his head, tossing and turning restlessly. Then something suddenly occurred to him. He sat up immediately and retrieved Torfun's notebook from its hiding place inside the bedside table. Opening it to the final page, he read the faint blue handwriting. The story would never end as long as Torfun's bright dreams continued beating in his heart. They would never die? He read the sentence again and again until he could recite every word from memory. His light brown eyes slowly shifted to the photograph tucked inside. His emotions became complicated. Is it really possible to meet him in Pha Pun Dao? The next morning, the luxurious Sopazitzical mansion descended into chaos. Tian's parents rushed home immediately after receiving the news. Mrs. Lolita fainted the moment she finished reading the letter Tian had left behind. Mr. Tirayat quickly called for the housekeeper to fetch smelling salts for his wife. Not long afterward, one of the security guards entered the room. I've checked the CCTV, sir. Since midnight, every camera in and around the house stopped recording. It looks like someone deliberately jammed the signal. That wasn't difficult for Tian. After all, he had studied mechanical engineering. As Mr. Tirayat rubbed his temples in concern, his wife slowly regained consciousness and immediately burst into tears. Tian, why would you do this? Why didn't you tell Mom and Dad what you wanted? Is there anything in this world we wouldn't give you? Tears streamed down her face. Only yesterday, Tian had promised he would never break her heart. Yet only one day later, it felt as though it had been torn apart. Calm down, Mr. Tirayat said softly. It may not be as bad as you think. Our son has grown up. Grown up? Grown-up children don't run away. He should have talked to us first. Mrs. Lolita glared at her husband. Do I really seem that unreasonable? About everything except Tian, you're very reasonable, the retired general replied calmly. You know he has a heart condition. Ever since his surgery, you've protected him more and more. You treat him like he's made of glass. Before the operation, he rebelled, acted out, and caused trouble. Afterward, you wouldn't let him leave the house or go anywhere without permission. My son is recovering from an illness, not a prisoner. As soon as she said the words, Mrs. Lolita began crying again. Am I wrong for worrying about my child? No, Mr. Tirayat answered gently. You're not wrong. But anything taken too far can have the opposite effect. The Buddha taught that everything has its proper measure. Problems arise when we lose that balance. Only moderation brings harmony. Mrs. Lolita lowered her head. Tian said he wanted to go find happiness. I don't understand. He has a beautiful home, a car, and more money than he'll ever need. What else could he possibly want? Mr. Tirayat smiled faintly. That's what we think happiness is. It may not be what Tian thinks. Deep down, Mr. Tirayat was pleased that his son had finally decided to step out into the world and face life's hardships. But his greatest concern now was where Tian had gone, and whether he was safe. He immediately contacted a close friend who still served in the military and asked him to organize a discreet search. If he could confirm Tian's destination and make sure there was no danger, he intended to send people to protect him from a distance while allowing him to discover whatever he needed to discover. After calming his wife and persuading her to rest upstairs, Mr. Tirayat picked up Tian's farewell letter once more. He quietly read it again. Mom and Dad, I've struggled with this decision for a long time before finally writing this letter. Please believe that I never truly wanted to leave home. Ever since I miraculously survived, it's as though my whole world has been turned upside down. I feel strangely disconnected from the life I used to live, and I no longer know what I truly want. I just want to go and see something that everyone talks about, but that I've never understood for myself. One last thing. Please don't think I've gone somewhere bad, and please don't come looking for me yet. I'll come home when the time is right. Don't worry about me. I love you all. Tian. General Tirayat quietly folded the letter. All he could do now was hope that his youngest son would soon find the answers he had set out to seek. The violent jolting of the bus as it crossed the railway tracks woke Tian from his sleep. Leaning against the window, he blinked as sunlight streamed through the gaps in the thick blackout curtains. Yawning, he checked his watch. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. As usual, he pulled his phone from his pocket and looked at the screen. There were no missed calls. Not that he expected any. He had disabled every tracking app, bought a new SIM card, and changed his number. There was no way anyone could reach him. His ankle still ached slightly. He had twisted it when he jumped over the wall during his escape. Finding a taxi at 3 in the morning had been nearly impossible, and by the time he finally reached the bus terminal, he had almost missed the bus. Unscrewing the bottle cap, Tian took a sip of water while gazing out at the countryside through the half-open curtain. He wondered if his family had discovered he was gone by now. If they had, he hoped they would respect the request he had left in his letter. The air-conditioned bus pulled into a petrol station so the passengers could stretch their legs and use the toilets. Traveling by bus took far longer than flying, but it was also much harder for anyone to track him this way. He doubted anyone would imagine that someone as pampered as he was could tolerate such a long journey. In just a few more hours, he would arrive at Chiang Rai bus terminal. The thought alone filled him with excitement. According to the information he had received, the village he was heading to lay within a military security zone near the border. The only way in was along a narrow mountain road winding through steep valleys, and everyone entering had to pass a military checkpoint. The driver sounded the horn, calling the passengers back aboard. Within minutes, everyone had returned, and the bus pulled back onto the highway, continuing toward its destination. At exactly 4:30, the bus arrived at Chiang Rai bus terminal. Tian slung his backpack over one shoulder and stepped off the bus. He looked around in confusion. Everything was unfamiliar, so he simply decided to follow the flow of the other passengers. The terminal had a high, open roof covering a wide waiting area. Every bench was occupied. Suitcases, woven baskets filled with fruit, and bundles of luggage were scattered everywhere. Parked out front was an old military jeep with official license plates. Tian wondered whether it had come to pick him up, but he couldn't see the driver anywhere. He set his heavy backpack beside a telephone pole and pulled out his phone to find the Sengthong Foundation's emergency contact number. Before he could dial, someone called out from behind him. "You're the teacher from the Sengthong Foundation, aren't you?" Tian smiled awkwardly. Being called teacher made him feel embarrassed. He wasn't really one. "Just call me Tian." He greeted the man politely with a Y. The man, dressed in a turquoise military shirt and camouflage trousers, looked about the same age as Tian's father. "Yes, Tian." He scratched his head. "I'm Sergeant Yad Chai Chafio. Just call me Yad." "Teacher." His northeastern accent sounded warm and friendly. "Is this your only bag? Come on, I'll put it in the Jeep." Tian didn't stop him. After all, he had spent his whole life being waited on. He climbed into the old Jeep, whose doors and windows were wide open. With a loud roar, the engine came to life. The military vehicle had only a canvas roof, leaving the sides completely open. The wind offered little relief from the heat. Tian wiped the sweat from his forehead. Seeing this, Sergeant Yod laughed. "It's hot now, teacher, but once we get up the mountain tonight, you'll be looking for a blanket. I won't be staying in the barracks, will I?" The Foundation had only mentioned accommodation, never exactly where he would be living. "No, your house is in the village. The barracks are about 3 kilometers away." Tian nodded. During the 2-hour drive, Yod enthusiastically introduced the village. Pha Pun Dao is a small Aka village. The Aka people have lived in this part of Thailand for generations, and their descendants are now Thai citizens. In the past, they grew opium. But after the government eradicated the crops, His Majesty sent officials here to teach them how to farm instead. Now they grow tea, coffee, and flowers. When we drive past later, you'll see beautiful terraced fields stretching across the mountains. About an hour later, the Jeep left the paved road and climbed onto a narrow dirt track surrounded by dense forest. Yod explained that years earlier, the villagers and soldiers had worked together to reinforce the road with crushed stone, making travel up and down the mountain much easier. As the sun dipped lower, the temperature gradually cooled. Wrapped in an old cushion against the evening breeze, Tian listened with interest as Yod hummed a traditional northeastern folk song while driving. Eventually, the Jeep stopped in a small clearing beside the road. "Teacher Tian," Yod said with a smile, "we'll have to walk from here." "Walk?" Tian forced a smile. "Is it far?" "Not really. We'll enter from the back of the village because your house is nearby. If we went by the main road, it'd be about 5 kilometers. This shortcut is only 2. Only 2. Tian stared at him in disbelief. They had already spent nearly 5 hours on the road. And now he had to hike another 2 kilometers uphill carrying a backpack? Comfortable, my foot. I'm going to die. Seeing Tian's expression, Yod quickly explained. It's just a small hill. Then he cheerfully hoisted Tian's backpack onto his own shoulder. You carry the torch. Darkness had already fallen. Yod hurried ahead before any snakes or other creatures decided to greet their new visitor. The beam of the flashlight illuminated the narrow mountain path. Fortunately, after his surgery, Tian had faithfully followed his doctor's advice to exercise regularly. Otherwise, there was no way he would have made it this far. Finally, Yod pointed toward a cluster of houses ahead. We're almost there, Tian. Just a little farther. He called back to Tian, who had fallen well behind despite being much younger. Panting heavily, Tian raised his head. The cool mountain air filled his lungs. Then, he caught the scent of burning wood. Ahead, white smoke drifted upward from a campfire surrounded by stones. The flames flickered brightly in front of an old bamboo hut. Following the firelight, Tian noticed a tall man standing with his arms folded across his chest. The man had his back turned. He wasn't carrying a rifle, nor was he wearing camouflage. Yet, Tian recognized that broad back instantly. His fingers loosened. The flashlight slipped from his hand and struck the ground with a loud thud. The sudden noise made the man turn around. Time seemed to stop. Everything around Tian fell silent. Everything except his heart. It pounded so violently that his chest ached, as though pierced by countless needles. His knees suddenly gave way. Before he could hit the ground, someone stepped forward and caught him by the waist. His cheek pressed against a broad, solid chest that felt even stronger than he had imagined. Realizing he was being held in another man's arms, Tian's face instantly turned scarlet. His heart threatened to burst from his chest. Are you all right? The deep voice murmured beside his ear. Startled, Tian shoved the man away. Unfortunately, he shoved a little too hard. Losing his balance, he promptly fell flat on his face. Teacher! Yod rushed over in alarm. Even so, he still remembered to salute the officer before helping Tian to his feet. Dusting the dirt from his jeans, Tian shot the taller man an irritated glare. You bastard! How could you just let go? I'm fine. He turned toward Yod, who still looked worried. Teacher, Yod said, introducing him. This is Captain Phupha, commander of the 337 Infantry Unit stationed at Pha Pun Operations Base. Tian pursed his lips. Captain Phupha studied him with sharp, bronze-colored eyes, as though evaluating a troublesome recruit. So, Tian asked, do I have to salute you too? His stomach twisted nervously. Nevertheless, he clicked his heels together. Captain Phupha remained expressionless. A salute will do. Tian was momentarily speechless. He reluctantly raised his hand in salute. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Yod quickly changed the subject. Captain, Mr. Tian is here to replace Mr. Aodi. The previous volunteer had lasted only 3 weeks before giving up and leaving the mountain. Captain Phupha nodded toward the bamboo hut. Go put your things away. I've already had the basic necessities prepared. After a brief pause, he added, I hope you'll know how to use them, Teacher Tian. Tian blinked. Is there an instruction manual? If you can't figure it out, I'll have someone write one for you tomorrow. His voice was so serious that Tian couldn't tell whether he was joking or mocking him. Thank you. Too tired to argue, Tian accepted his backpack from Yod and climbed the creaking wooden stairs toward the bamboo hut with its thatched roof. Watching him leave, Yod turned to Phupha. Captain, haven't you asked the engineers to repair those stairs yet? We've been too busy dealing with illegal loggers. Phupha answered casually. I forgot. After a moment, he added, there's no rush. He won't be staying long. Captain, you shouldn't judge people by appearances. Yod hesitated before continuing. Pot got along well with everyone in the village too, but he still left. Phupha sighed. A trace of concern flickered across his sharp features. Look at him. Every single thing he's wearing is expensive. Do you really think someone like that can survive here? 3 months. At most. Yod wisely chose not to argue. So, how did you get here, Captain? I saw my jeep parked at the entrance. I borrowed a motorcycle from the base. The rough mountain road posed no challenge after 4 years stationed here. Want to ride back together? It's dangerous at night. I'm fine. I'm used to it. See you back at the base. Phupha walked over to the motorcycle parked nearby, started the engine, and disappeared into the cold night. A short distance away, he suddenly braked. He had forgotten to tell the new teacher about tomorrow's schedule. Forget it. Judging by the way he looked, the new arrival probably wouldn't wake up early anyway. There would still be plenty of time to show him around tomorrow. With that thought, Phupha accelerated toward the operations base 3 kilometers away. The bamboo hut had a narrow front porch and a single open room inside. Standing in the darkness, Tian instinctively searched for a light switch. Only then did he realize. There wasn't one. No electricity. No running water. How did people actually live here? He set his backpack in the corner and immediately noticed a large pressure lantern. Picking it up, he examined it under the moonlight streaming through the window. At last, he spotted the brand name engraved on the base, along with a neatly printed set of instructions in English. He reached for his flashlight, then remembered he had dropped it outside. With no signal on his phone anyway, he switched on its flashlight instead. Squinting at the tiny print until his eyes hurt, Tian carefully followed the instructions. Although he had never used a lantern like this before, he wasn't incapable of reading directions. He set the lantern on the bamboo floor. First, he turned the base until the pump emerged. Then he pumped it dozens of times. Next, he turned the ignition knob and opened the fuel valve all the way. Whoosh! A massive flame burst from the lantern. Tian nearly jumped backwards in terror. He waited. The flames showed no sign of shrinking. Panic flashed across his face. The whole hut was about to burn down. Gathering his courage, he reached forward and quickly turned the fuel valve back. The flames finally subsided. His life was saved. Clutching his chest, Tian let out a long, shaky sigh of relief. He carefully placed the lantern on the window ledge to avoid setting anything else on fire. Only then did he properly examine his room. There was a low writing table, an old mattress, a faded quilt, a square kapok pillow full of holes that had clearly seen many years of use. Fortunately, both the bamboo floor and walls had been swept clean. Someone had obviously prepared the room for him. After sitting there in silence for a while, Tian decided to hang the mosquito net. He had camped before, but he had always slept in a tent, never under a mosquito net. Awkwardly, he unfolded the off-white netting. Each corner had a string attached. Looking up, he discovered 4 nails already driven into the walls. One by one, he tied each string into place. Finally, the mosquito net hung perfectly. Tian let out a long sigh of satisfaction before collapsing onto the floor. At that exact moment, his stomach growled loudly. Only then did he realize he hadn't eaten since noon. Frowning, he silently blamed the tall captain. Why bother coming to meet me if you're not even bringing food? Not even a packet of rice. Nothing. Dragging himself over to his backpack, Tian remembered he had packed emergency rations. Then he froze. Sitting quietly beside the doorway was a 3-tiered stainless steel lunch carrier and a bottle of drinking water. Tian swallowed. He had been cursing Captain Phupha in his head. Maybe the man wasn't bad after all. He just wasn't very good at expressing himself. Hungry beyond caring, Tian hurried over and opened the lunch carrier. Inside were scrambled eggs, tofu soup, and freshly cooked rice. How did Phupha know I don't eat spicy food? Maybe it was just luck. At this point, Tian was so hungry he wouldn't have complained even if the food had been covered in chilies. Anyone who knew Tian Sopazitsical, the young master who only ate at expensive restaurants, would have been stunned to see him happily devouring plain rice with tofu soup. When you're starving, even scrambled eggs taste like a feast. He cleaned every last grain of rice from the lunchbox before taking a long drink of water. I'm full, he murmured softly to no one in particular. Then he reached into his backpack for his toiletries. He wanted to take a shower and brush his teeth before bed. But where exactly was he supposed to wash? Neither Phupha nor Yod had mentioned it. It was already late. Outside was nothing but forest. Forget it. He would deal with it tomorrow. Determined, Tian spread out the mattress instead. The musty smell almost drove him away. It was barely fit to sleep on. Still, staying awake all night wasn't an option either. Closing his eyes, he forced himself to lie down on the hard kapok pillow. The lantern cast flickering shadows across the bamboo roof. Out of habit, Tian reached for his phone, intending to play a game. Only then did he remember. There was no signal, no internet. With a heavy sigh, he tossed the expensive phone aside. Outside, the cries of nocturnal animals echoed through the mountain forest. The cold night wind slipped through the bamboo walls. The overwhelming loneliness brought tears to his eyes. What are you doing here, Tian? Chapter 7. The sun already shone over the towering, rugged mountains. Tian, still wearing the same clothes as the day before, remained curled up beneath a slightly misshapen mosquito net. A tall man in a khaki-collared shirt embroidered with the Rama for insignia on the left chest and camouflage trousers stood with his arms crossed, watching the new teacher with obvious boredom as there was no sign of him waking. Captain Phupha picked up the torch Tian had dropped on the floor the night before. His gaze shifted to the extinguished lamp and the half-open fuel valve. There was no need to guess what had happened. It had clearly been left burning until it ran out of fuel, so he wasn't completely hopeless. He knew how to use it and take care of himself, but he still hadn't bothered to turn it off before going to sleep. Had he been waiting for the hut to burn down? Fortunately, the lamp ran on petrol instead of batteries. Phupha took a deep breath, silently recited a Buddhist prayer to calm himself, then folded the mosquito net back and tied it up. Sitting beside Tian, he gave the sleeping man a firm shake. Tian, wake up. He frowned before leaning down to speak beside Tian's ear in a voice that wasn't particularly gentle. If you enjoy sleeping in comfort this much, why volunteer to become a teacher? Wouldn't it have been better to stay home and sleep in your soft bed? Tian groggily sat upright until the tip of his nose nearly brushed Phupha's firm cheek. Only then did he remember he was no longer in his bedroom in Bangkok. Did we just touch? Tian's handsome face instantly flushed crimson. Phupha remained completely unmoved. He slowly stood and ordered in a low, commanding voice, "Get up and take a bath." Tian scrubbed both hands over his face, trying to hide his embarrassment before quickly changing the subject. "Do you even know where the bathroom is? You didn't tell me anything yesterday. I had to sleep all night wearing these filthy clothes." It's not far, Phupha replied. But it's not safe to go there after dark. If you only need the toilet, there's a pit behind the house. Tian couldn't quite imagine what kind of toilet involved a pit, but he didn't want to think about it. He picked up the toiletries he'd bought the night before. Seeing the clothes, soap, shampoo, and toothbrush in Tian's arms, Phupha simply said, "Follow me." He turned and walked away immediately without waiting. Tian barely managed to catch up. Outside, the morning sun blazed brightly, finally allowing Tian to see Pha Pun Dao village clearly. The villagers lived only a few dozen meters from his hut. Most of the houses looked much the same, differing only in size. The villagers and children wore colorful traditional woven clothing, while Tian remained dressed in ordinary modern clothes. It made him think this village must be more open to outside influences than many remote ethnic communities, allowing education to spread here more easily. Still, Tian felt nervous. Wherever he walked, people stared at him as though they had never seen anyone like him before. Whenever he looked back, they smiled shyly before lowering their heads. Eventually, Captain Phupha stopped in front of a house noticeably larger than all the others. "Can I use the bathroom here?" Tian asked hopefully. "No." As always, Phupha answered briefly. "Wait here. I'll be back in a minute." He climbed the wooden steps and disappeared inside, leaving Tian standing alone beneath the hot morning sun. A short while later, Phupha returned with a kind-looking elderly man. "Tian, this is the village chief, Uncle Byangli. You can also call him Kama." Tian greeted him politely with a Y. "Hello. Hello." The village chief replied warmly. "Did you sleep well last night, teacher?" His Thai carried a distinctive local accent. "I slept well, but there were a lot of mosquitoes." Tian absent-mindedly scratched the red bumps covering his hand. "That's because you didn't put up the mosquito net properly," Phupha interrupted. Tian shot him an annoyed look. "I didn't know how. Weren't you supposed to teach me?" Phupha paused before answering seriously. "I'm sorry. I didn't realize you genuinely didn't know how." Tian smiled mischievously. "You don't need to write an instruction manual. Just take a little time to teach me." "I will." Phupha nodded solemnly. "I'll come by tonight." Tian was momentarily speechless. What kind of person answered like that? Before the conversation could become another argument, Uncle Byangli handed Tian a plastic bag. "Go bathe now, teacher. It'll be much hotter around noon." Tian accepted it in confusion. Inside was a lump of black soap and a plastic bottle filled with brown liquid. "What are these?" "Bamboo charcoal soap and herbal shampoo." Tian frowned. He had already bought his own toiletries. "You'll understand once you get there," Phupha said. If someone looked carefully, they might even notice the faintest hint of a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, as though he were anticipating something amusing. After thanking the village chief, the two men continued walking. The blazing sun scorched Tian's skin. Sweat trickled continuously down his forehead and neck as he stared resentfully at Phupha's broad back. The captain continued striding ahead without showing the slightest sign of fatigue. "Why is the bathroom so far away?" Tian complained. "Won't everyone be sweating again by the time they walk home?" Phupha didn't answer. He simply pointed toward a clearing beside the sparse forest. Panting, Tian hurried ahead to look. Then he froze. A magnificent waterfall cascaded from the towering cliffs into a broad natural pool below. The crystal-clear water flowed over smooth rocks so transparently that fallen leaves could be seen covering the bottom. Tian slowly turned back toward Phupha, his face pale. "Where's the bathroom?" He already knew the answer. "This is the bathroom," Phupha said matter-of-factly. "You expect me to bathe naked here?" "No way." "Then borrow a bucket from one of the villagers," Phupha replied. "Carry water back yourself and bathe behind the house." Tian stared into those sharp eyes. "Please tell me you're joking." "I'm serious." Phupha nodded. "Everyone here carries their own water. Then why not drill wells?" "It isn't that simple." Phupha answered calmly. "The military base has government funding. We have groundwater wells and electricity from generators. The villagers don't." Tian pouted. "That's not fair." "So?" Phupha asked impatiently. "What are you going to do?" "I don't have all day." Tian grimaced. Choosing between bathing here or hauling buckets suddenly felt harder than choosing between Gucci glasses and Todd shoes. After a long internal struggle, he finally gritted his teeth. "Fine. I'll bathe here." "Good." Phupha nodded. And use the charcoal soap and herbal shampoo Uncle Byangly gave you. Pha Mok Waterfall supplies water for the entire village. If everyone uses chemical shampoos from outside, it'll affect the water. Tian looked down at the unfamiliar products with obvious disgust. Black soap? Brown shampoo? Who even knew what they were made of? Phupha frowned. Don't underestimate traditional wisdom. Just because something is old doesn't mean it's inferior. I know. Tian waved dismissively before suddenly remembering something. I'm about to get undressed. You're not planning to stay here and watch, are you? After thinking for a moment, Phupha answered honestly. You haven't officially been accepted by the village yet. You're still considered an outsider. If you were a woman, I could. He stopped himself. Tian wasn't impressed. Captain, I'm still a person. Even if I'm a man, we're not friends or relatives. How can I strip in front of you? You may not be embarrassed, but I am. Phupha tried to understand Tian's strange sense of modesty. Finally, he relented. Fine. I'll turn around. Get changed. How generous. Tian replied sarcastically. Phupha walked a short distance away and sat beneath the shade of a tree with his back turned. Tian sighed heavily. His clothes smelled terrible. Without hesitation, he peeled off his colorful t-shirt and jeans. In the end, he kept only his underwear. He still wasn't brave enough to be completely naked. Slowly, he stepped into the stream until the cool water surrounded him. He picked up the black soap. The scent of jasmine drifted into the air. Curious, Tian sniffed it again. It actually smelled nice. He squeezed some of the dark brown shampoo into his palm. At least it wasn't made from cow dung like he'd imagined. Laughing at himself, he vigorously scrubbed his hair until thick bubbles covered his head and ran into his eyes. The icy water flowed over his body, making him want to lie there forever. Eventually, he swam farther into the deeper water. The floating bubbles drifted across the surface like tiny clouds. Perhaps these unfamiliar village products weren't so bad after all. Meanwhile, Phupha waited beneath the tree with his back still turned. He checked his watch. The shower was taking far too long. Standing up, he brushed the dirt from his camouflage trousers and walked back toward the stream. The clothes Tian had removed still lay on the rocks. The soap and shampoo were there, but Tian himself had disappeared. Alarmed, Phupha quickly searched the water. Then he spotted Tian swimming toward the waterfall. Tian, he shouted immediately. Don't go over there. There's a whirlpool beneath the falls. The force of the water striking the pool created a dangerous current below. He wasn't sure Tian had heard him. Suddenly, Tian vanished beneath the surface. Without even struggling, Phupha waited only a second. Then he kicked off his boots. Oh, damn it. His curse echoed through the forest before being drowned out by the splash as he dove into the water. Beneath the waterfall, he found Tian lying motionless underwater. As soon as Phupha grabbed him around the waist, Tian suddenly flailed wildly. One swinging arm struck Phupha squarely across the face, forcing him to swallow water. Ignoring the blow, Phupha grabbed Tian's wrists, pulled him close, and wrapped Tian's arms around his own neck. Still furious, he swam toward the shore with Tian clinging to his back. Breaking the surface, Phupha turned his head slightly. Tian's chin rested on his shoulder. The scent of herbal shampoo drifted between them. They were so close their noses nearly touched. Looking into Tian's bright eyes, Phupha forced himself to calm down before speaking. You lied to me. Every word came out low and distinct. Tian smiled weakly, his lips pale. There wasn't a whirlpool. He grinned mischievously. But I really did get a leg cramp. Really? Phupha asked dryly. Tian bit his lip, trying, and failing, to suppress his laughter. Completely satisfied with his prank, he happily let Phupha carry him all the way back to shore like an oversized water frog. Come up here, Phupha ordered, motioning for Tian to come ashore. Instead, Tian grabbed the captain's shirt and tugged him closer, putting on an exaggeratedly pitiful expression. I told you I had a leg cramp. Without another word, Phupha suddenly bent down, slipped one arm beneath Tian's knees and the other behind his back, then lifted him effortlessly into a bridal carry. Tian froze in shock. Nearly naked in nothing but his soaked underwear, he lay stiffly in Phupha's strong arms. His heart pounded wildly. Every drop of blood in his body seemed to rush straight to his face. His dignity was gone. He couldn't decide whether to be furious or mortified. He pounded his fist against Phupha's solid chest. Damn it. Put me down. Aren't you having a cramp? Phupha asked without the slightest hint of teasing. I'll carry you home. What the hell was this idiot thinking? Tian wrapped both arms around Phupha's neck, forcing him to lower his head as he shouted directly into his ear. I'm fine. Let me go. The instant the words left Tian's mouth, Phupha released him. Tian stumbled awkwardly, nearly falling flat on his face. Glowering at the captain, he suddenly noticed the long scar running down the middle of Phupha's chest. Without saying anything, Phupha bent down, picked up a towel, and tossed it toward the flustered Tian. Dry yourself off and get dressed. Seeing Phupha's t-shirt and camouflage trousers completely soaked through, Tian felt a faint pang of guilt. I'll be fine, Phupha said casually. I'll take you back to the village first before returning to base. He urged Tian to hurry. Tian quickly turned away, dried himself, and changed into clean clothes. The cool mountain air had already become chilly enough to make him shiver. As they walked back side by side, Tian secretly stole glance after glance at Phupha's handsome, sharply defined face. He wanted to hand the towel back, but somehow, he couldn't bring himself to do it. What was this strange rhythm pounding inside his chest? Don't misunderstand. Phupha walked in silence, his expression as unreadable as ever. He never once mentioned that Tian wasn't supposed to wander around the village alone. After all, this was an Aka village that still observed many ancient traditions. At the entrance stood a ceremonial gate known as the Lokong, built from hardwood and bamboo. Long wooden beams hung across the top, decorated with carved birds, swords, and spiral figures. According to tradition, strangers were never allowed to enter the village without permission. They had to wait outside until the villagers came to receive them before being welcomed as guests. Tian had slipped into the village from the back the previous night. Had this been a stricter village, he would have spent the night sleeping in the forest. Fortunately, Pha Pun Dao was more open-minded than many Aka villages. That evening, they intended to officially welcome their new volunteer teacher. On the way back from the waterfall, village chief Biangli personally escorted Tian home. Along the way, he explained that since dawn, Phupha had been helping the villagers fetch water and cook meals. But I don't know why he brought you to the waterfall, the chief chuckled. That's where the villagers usually wash their clothes. Tian immediately ground his teeth. So he'd been set up from the very beginning. He probably wanted me to get some exercise, Tian muttered sarcastically. The chief looked surprised. Did you know Captain Phupha before coming here? Tian fell silent. He didn't know why that question made his heart skip a beat. Finally, he shook his head. No. When they reached the hut, Tian thanked the chief. Before leaving, Uncle Biangli handed him freshly steamed sticky rice and salted dried meat to keep him full until the welcoming feast that evening. Once alone, Tian decided to explore his new home. He first walked around the back of the hut. There, he noticed a large earthen water jar covered with a zinc lid. Curiously, he lifted it. Inside was cool, crystal clear water. Tian blinked. Captain Yong really had taken good care of this place. Then he remembered how Phupha had deliberately made him walk all the way to the waterfall just to bathe. Damn it! He slammed the lid shut in frustration before returning inside to take his medicine. His heart was recovering, but if he pushed himself too hard, the old symptoms would still return. His eyes wandered toward a tiny bamboo room attached to one side of the hut. There weren't even any gaps between the woven bamboo walls. Curious, he opened the door. A foul smell hit him immediately. Inside was nothing but a pit dug into the ground. It was the toilet. Tian slammed the door shut in horror. This place was even rougher than he'd imagined. Feeling thoroughly discouraged, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked beneath the raised hut. There he found a charcoal stove, cooking pots, a steamer, bamboo containers, and wooden kitchen utensils neatly arranged on a shelf. Although the bottoms of the pots were blackened with soot, the insides were spotless. Someone had clearly cleaned them carefully. Apparently, he was expected to cook for himself. Tian sat down on the bamboo platform and recalled his childhood scout camp. Back then, he'd been assigned as the group's cook. The rice had been undercooked. The fried eggs had burned. The fried chicken had still been raw inside. After that disaster, nobody had ever let him cook again. I'm going to starve. He buried his face in both hands. For a brief moment, he genuinely wanted to pack his bags and run back down the mountain. Instead, he climbed the rickety stairs back to the hut. Rather than going inside, he sat on the small balcony, leaning against a post with his legs dangling over the edge. The cool breeze mixed with the warm afternoon sunshine. Unexpectedly, it was peaceful. He watched the treetops sway gently until he slowly drifted off to sleep. Teacher, Teacher Tian. A familiar voice startled him awake. Yod stood below, now dressed only in a khaki military t-shirt, clearly already on duty. Still half asleep, Tian greeted him. What's up, Sergeant? It's 5 o'clock, Phi. The villagers have finished preparing the welcoming ceremony in the village square. Come with me before we're late. Tian stretched lazily while slipping on his trainers. Honestly, they didn't have to make such a big ceremony. It's an Aka tradition. Yod smiled warmly. They're showing their kindness. We should accept it. Seeing Tian still rubbing his sleepy eyes, he laughed. Looking at you now, you're more like a child than a teacher. Tian immediately scratched his messy hair in embarrassment. Normally, he carefully styled it with gel and dressed fashionably. Without all that, he was simply an ordinary young man barely out of his teens. His fair face gradually turned pink. To hide his embarrassment, he quickly changed the subject. So, why aren't we entering the village from here? Yud led him around toward the back. You have to enter properly through the front gate for the welcoming ritual. So we need to take the long way. The sun slowly sank below the mountains, bathing the hills in soft orange light. The air grew colder by the minute. Tian zipped up his jacket tightly. As long as he kept moving, he stayed warm. The moment he stopped, his teeth would probably start chattering. Yud led him up a steep rocky path before pointing ahead. Walk straight from here. It's only about half a kilometer. You'll reach the village gate. Call out asking for permission to enter. Aren't you coming with me? I can't. Yod shook his head. From here, you have to go alone. I'll take a shortcut through the forest and meet everyone inside. And don't touch anything. With that, Yod disappeared into the dense forest. If someone unfamiliar with the area followed him, they would almost certainly get lost. Left alone, Tian scratched his head helplessly. After a moment, he slapped both cheeks. All right, I've come this far. Let's do it. He walked through the cold mist as darkness gradually settled over the mountain. The tall grass rustled on both sides of the path. The eerie sounds made him quicken his pace until he was nearly running. At the top of the slope stood a large ceremonial gate built from thick wooden pillars. Heavy crossbeams stretched overhead, decorated with carved wooden birds, swords, and spiral ornaments. On either side stood carved figures of a man and a woman. Tian peered through the darkness. Beyond it stood only another wooden structure. There wasn't a single person waiting. Suddenly, he remembered a documentary he'd once watched about hill tribe beliefs and forest spirits. Goosebumps covered his skin. The cold, the silence, the isolation. His jaw stiffened. He almost felt as though unseen ghosts were watching him. He tried to call out, but his voice stuck in his throat. Closing his eyes tightly, he dug his fingernails into his palm until the sharp pain gave him enough courage. Please. Please let me in. Silence. A crushing silence. A few moments later, unfamiliar voices echoed through the valley. One came from the left. Another answered from the right. Soon voices surrounded him from every direction. Ghosts. Just as Tian was about to scare himself to death, a familiar, deep voice cut through the darkness. That's all you've got. Fear instantly vanished, replaced entirely by irritation. What was this, military training? Tian shouted back without hesitation. Then come get me. It's freezing out here. My balls are turning to ice. Everything went quiet, as though someone were translating his words. Then laughter erupted from the darkness. A moment later, torches flared to life all around him. The warm light chased away both the darkness and his fear. A group of Aka men emerged from the trees, wearing indigo hand-woven jackets embroidered with colorful patterns. All of them smiled warmly. Tian smiled politely in return before hurrying into the village. Among the crowd, he spotted several soldiers. Yod, Captain Phupha, and 4 or 5 others he had never met before. Before anyone spoke, Village Chief Byangli guided him into the spacious village square. A huge bonfire burned brightly at its center. Women and children waited there, all dressed in elaborate traditional clothing. Their pointed headdresses were decorated with silk tassels and silver ornaments that jingled softly whenever they moved. The village's spiritual leader, Mima, stepped forward. His deeply wrinkled face looked so stern that Tian almost forgot how to breathe. Holding a twisted ceremonial staff, the old man circled it around Tian while chanting ancient prayers in a rough, powerful voice. As the chanting ended, the crooked staff swung toward Tian's forehead. Startled, Tian yelped. He instinctively ducked and raised both arms over his head to protect himself. A gentle hand patted him on the back. "Don't be afraid." Village Chief Byangli smiled reassuringly. "Mima is only performing the blessing ritual." Trying not to embarrass himself further, Tian slowly lowered his arms. The staff lightly touched his forehead. It didn't hurt at all. Opening one eye, he saw Mima smiling kindly now. Tian cautiously touched his forehead. Something sticky was smeared there. "It's red ash," Byangli explained. "Mima is blessing you so the forest spirits won't harm you." Tian finally relaxed. Soon, traditional instruments began to play. A strange reed pipe, a three-holed flute, a long drum. Although the gathering welcomed the new volunteer teacher, it was also an opportunity for the village's young people to celebrate together. They danced and sang around the bonfire. The scene reminded Tian of his scout camp days. Afterward, Village Chief Byangli led the village elders forward one by one to tie blessing cords around Tian's wrists. Instead of ordinary white sacred threads, these were beautifully woven colored cords with intricate patterns. Tian felt awkward. He wasn't used to receiving such sincere kindness from strangers. Though they spoke different languages and lived completely different lives, they treated him with genuine warmth. Finally, the last person stepped forward. Captain Phupha. He held a single red silk cord. Still annoyed about being tricked earlier, Tian grimaced. "So whose daughter did you marry to earn the right to tie my wrist like one of the villagers?" Phupha merely glanced at him. As he carefully wrapped the red cord around Tian's slender wrist, he answered calmly. "Plenty of families want me to marry their daughters. I just haven't agreed." Tian nearly choked. What an arrogant mouth. "Be a little more modest, Captain, or no one will want you." Phupha ignored the complaint. He quietly tied the cord into a loose knot. It was so loose it nearly came undone. He patiently adjusted it again and again until Tian's wrist began to ache. "It's fine," Tian finally sighed. "You can tie it tighter." Just then, another unfamiliar voice interrupted over the music. "Are you planning to finish tying it in your next lifetime?" A tall, fair-skinned man wearing silver-rimmed glasses walked over with a mischievous grin. His narrow eyes landed on the red thread around Tian's wrist. "Oh, a red thread." He burst into laughter. "Planning to get engaged already, Phupha?" The moment Phupha finished tying the knot, he turned and glared at his friend. "What nonsense." The newcomer laughed even harder before turning to Tian. "Hello, Nong Tian. My name's Weizen. I'm the doctor stationed at the same base as this giant. You can call me Dr. Nam. Everyone else does." Hearing someone else call Phupha this giant, Tian immediately warmed to the doctor. Something about Dr. Nam reminded him of Phi Te. Friendly, playful, and far cheekier than Phupha. "Hello, Dr. Nam." Tian smiled naturally. Standing nearby with his arms crossed, Phupha watched Tian chatting happily with the doctor. For some reason, it irritated him. When Tian was with him, all the boy ever did was argue. Now he was smiling so brightly. Phupha let out a long sigh. "Come on. Uncle Byangli and everyone else are waiting." He led them toward the long bamboo tables where the village elders were already seated beside the cultural grounds at the center of the village. Chapter 8. Afterward, Village Chief Byangli ordered more bamboo beds to be brought over to expand the seating area, so the other officers, besides Captain Phupha, Dr. Weizen, and Yod, could sit down as well. The other two men were scouts or local volunteers. They were probably from nearby villages, which explained why they seemed so familiar with the locals and spoke the same language. As for Captain Phupha, he had been stationed in Pha Pun for many years. Living alongside the villagers for so long had made him almost one of them. It was no surprise that everyone in the village treated him like an elder and even invited him to take part in important traditions such as the wrist-tying ceremony. As Yod had quietly told Tian, it was thanks to Captain Phupha that the Aka villagers had the opportunity to learn Thai. They could now read and write, making it much harder for city merchants and middlemen to cheat them. When the school was first established 4 years earlier, many villagers attended classes. Once they had gained enough knowledge, however, many of the younger people left to work in the city. Captain Phupha had often wondered whether he had done the right thing. More than once, he had considered shutting the project down, but he could never bring himself to disappoint the children who were so eager to learn. Wouldn't it be better to work in the city? Tian asked in confusion. The more money you earn, the better your life becomes. Yod turned around with the smile of someone who had seen more of the world. If all the young people leave, and only the elderly and children remain, can it still be called a village? The school exists to bring education to people living far from prosperity, so the next generation can develop their own home instead of being cheated by capitalists or middlemen. At the very least, they can communicate in Thai. They might come back someday, Tian said hopefully. It's much easier to make money in the city than by farming. Who would want to come back? The answer didn't come from Yod. It came from Captain Phupha, whose deep voice carried effortlessly through the gathering. The city is beautiful, but it's also frightening. Forest people aren't easily tempted. He looked directly into Tian's long, light brown eyes. And I've never seen a city person who could happily live in the forest without the glamour of money. The simple statement made Tian quickly lower his gaze to the local dishes prepared by the village chief's wife. The bamboo tray held an inviting meal: whole roasted chicken, vegetable soup with chili dipping sauce, rice, sticky rice, and nothing that looked too unusual. My wife prepared this especially for you, Chief Byangli said warmly. The chili sauce isn't very spicy. Please try it. Tian hesitated before picking up a familiar vegetable, dipping it into the reddish sauce that looked almost like pasta sauce. He took a bite and smiled. It's delicious. But how did the village chief know I can't eat spicy food? Byangli was just about to answer when another voice interrupted. Aka food is full of chilies. Can a city person like you really eat it? Captain Phupha turned toward the chief. Isn't that right, comma? Yes, Byangli replied honestly. If you're not used to spicy food, your stomach will have a hard time. Then Nong Tian should have the roasted chicken instead. Dr. Wazin slung an arm around Tian's shoulders before holding up an open can of beer. I had my men buy this in town early this morning. The smell of fermented malt reached Tian's nose, making him swallow instinctively, but he smiled apologetically. I can't drink. You're kidding. Wazin stared at him in disbelief. Tian certainly didn't look like someone who avoided alcohol. I'm serious, Tian laughed. I'm allergic to alcohol. If I drink, I break out in hives and might even stop breathing. As he spoke, he stuffed another mouthful of sticky rice into his mouth, mostly because Captain Phupha was staring at him with the expression of the Grim Reaper. Dr. Wazin, you've had enough, Phupha said. Stop drinking. He shoved his friend's arm off Tian's shoulders. Unfortunately, he pushed a little too hard. The drunken doctor simply leaned his head against Phupha's broad shoulder instead. Why is everything spinning? Wazin mumbled. His cheeks were flushed red under the flickering firelight. Captain Phupha sighed helplessly. There was a faint smile at the corner of his lips, a smile mixed with concern and long-suffering patience. Tian happened to glance up at that exact moment. He nearly choked on his chicken. Oh my God. There. Gay. Brokeback Mountain. He quickly shook the ridiculous thought from his head. Captain Phupha shoved the unconscious doctor's head away before muttering irritably. Who bought him that beer? I'll deal with them later. Dr. Wazin finally lost consciousness completely. With no other choice, Captain Phupha had to drag his drunken friend back to the operations base before the gathering ended. Tian watched the tall man disappear into the darkness. He opened his mouth as though he wanted to say something, but he remained silent. They'd made a promise. Tian pursed his lips. Why did he suddenly feel so irritated? He picked up his bowl and drank the hot soup in one gulp, as if venting his frustration. The gesture made Byangli's wife laugh happily, while the village chief clapped with delight, believing Tian was simply enjoying the food. By the time he finished eating, Tian's stomach felt ready to burst. He glanced at his watch. 9 o'clock. Most of the villagers had already gone home to sleep. They needed to wake before dawn to work in the fields. Only a few elderly men remained, drinking rice wine and chatting. Yod and the other 2 scouts were already sprawled drunkenly on the ground. Since there wasn't much he could do to help, Tian simply said goodbye to Chief Byangli in Thai. The chief understood only part of what he said, but smiled anyway. Tian quietly left the village square. The Aka village wasn't large enough for him to lose his way. Following the torchlit path, he soon spotted the roof of his hut. But as he rounded the final corner, he stopped. There was light inside his house. Someone had gone in without his permission. Without thinking about the danger, Tian hurried up the wooden stairs, shoved the door open, and froze. The intruder, kneeling beside the kerosene lamp, slowly turned around. "See, Captain," Tian stammered. Phupha frowned as though Tian had just seen a ghost. "I filled the lamp with fuel," he said calmly. "You should know how to turn it off when you don't need it." He demonstrated the mechanism without caring whether Tian was actually paying attention. Tian felt the corners of his mouth lifting uncontrollably. He rubbed his face several times before asking softly, "How did you get here?" "Motorbike." The answer was as short as ever. For some reason, though, Tian didn't mind. "Weren't you supposed to go back with Dr. Wazin?" Phupha fell silent for a moment. Then he answered simply, "I promised you." Tian's heart skipped a beat. "What about Dr. Wazin?" "He's drunk." Phupha sounded irritated. "He's in his room, throwing up." Then he looked at Tian. "Are you worried about him?" Tian smiled mischievously. "You're the one who's worried." Phupha studied him for a moment. "You thought I'd break my promise, didn't you?" Tian's face instantly turned bright red. "Hey, I never said that. Even you should know that's impossible." Phupha shook his head. "What a child." Tian wished he could dig a hole and disappear. He hurriedly changed the subject. "You said you'd teach me how to put up the mosquito net." Phupha walked over, grabbed one of the ropes, and demonstrated. "It's easy. Pull the ropes tight and secure all four corners." He stepped back, expecting Tian to try. Tian didn't move. "If I do it myself, I'll just make another mess." "The net's old." Phupha stared at him. "So you want me to do it?" Tian nodded immediately. Phupha sighed deeply. "If you want to sleep without mosquitoes getting inside, you have to tuck the edges under the mattress." "Are you blind?" Tian muttered under his breath. "That hole's big enough for more than mosquitoes." "What did you say?" "Nothing." Tian waved both hands quickly. "So what next?" Phupha eyed him suspiciously, but continued. "When you wake up, lift the net and tie it up so it doesn't get in the way." He demonstrated carefully. "If you tuck the net under the mattress before sleeping, won't the mosquitoes already inside stay trapped with me?" "Then kill them." Phupha picked up the blanket and flicked it through the air. After that, he lowered the mosquito net and tucked in 3 corners. "Leave one corner open until you're ready to sleep. Then tuck in the last side. That way there aren't too many openings." Soldiers really were meticulous. It reminded Tian of his father. Even after retiring, his father's quilt was still folded into a perfectly neat square every morning. Tian couldn't help smiling. "Thank you. You even helped me set up the mosquito net. I'm going to wash up in the back." He deliberately emphasized the last sentence. "I know all about the water." Captain Phupha immediately realized he'd been tricked. This was Tian's revenge for sending him to bathe at the distant waterfall. Meanwhile, Tian happily hummed a tune as he walked away. Phupha's usually handsome face twisted into a terrifying expression. If he hadn't been worried about breaking the fragile wooden floor, he would have punched straight through it. The next morning marked Tian's first official day as a volunteer teacher. At 7 o'clock, Village Chief Byangli arrived carrying breakfast. He found Tian still wearing the same clothes from the night before. Tian smiled awkwardly. It wasn't that he hadn't tried to bathe. The water in the jar had been freezing. Just touching it made his hands and feet go numb. In the end, he'd settled for washing his face and brushing his teeth. "It's really cold here," Tian admitted. "You'll get used to it soon, teacher," Byangli assured him. "Next month will be even colder." "Even colder?" Tian looked horrified. Back home, he couldn't even shower without turning on the water heater. There wasn't even electricity here. How long could he possibly survive? Some years, the temperature drops below 0. The village chief clearly enjoyed watching Tian panic. "What does everyone do? Do they just not bathe?" Byangli laughed. "If we didn't bathe, we'd smell ourselves to death. We boil water. There's a stove underneath the teacher's house. I saw it." Tian admitted sheepishly. "I just don't know how to use it." "Don't worry. I'll ask Captain Phupha to teach you." The moment Tian heard that name, he stiffened. "Why him? You can teach me." Byangli chuckled. "The captain seems to be taking very good care of you. I don't want to steal his job." Tian's fair face immediately turned crimson again. Embarrassed, he buried his face in his food, shoving steaming rice and vegetables into his mouth, without caring that they were hot. Village Chief Byangli then led Tian to the small village school. Children from Pha Pun Dao and several nearby villages attended classes there. Some of them walked more than a kilometer over steep mountain paths every single day just to study. After walking for a while, Tian suddenly heard the Thai national anthem echoing through the mountains. The words were sung with a heavy local accent. Ahead, a faded Thai flag slowly rose above a dense thicket. Tian stopped walking. The old flag fluttered gently at the top of a simple bamboo flagpole operated by nothing more than a rope and pulley. It was such an ordinary sight. Yet few people truly understood what it meant. Our ancestors loved this land very much, teacher. Without Thailand, we would have no home. We would become people without a nation. Without protection. Byangli stood beside him, pride shining in his eyes. It truly was a different world. Back in the city, students complained every morning about standing in the sun to sing the national anthem. Tian himself had never cared much for it. He had even joked with friends about taking the flag down and hiding it. Yet here, in this remote mountain village, people were genuinely happy simply to have the chance to sing that song. Come on. The children are waiting to meet you. A lot of people showed up today. Village Chief Byangli patted Tian lightly on the back and urged him forward. Although it was called a school, it looked nothing like the schools Tian had imagined. The only classroom was a simple wooden hut built from bamboo with a grass roof. 3 sides were made of woven bamboo walls with several openings serving as windows to let in sunlight. The 4th wall held a small blackboard. Straw mats covered the floor, and inside were fewer than 10 rough wooden tables. There were no chairs, so everyone sat cross-legged on the floor. Outside, in front of the flagpole, the children stood in neat rows. The 2 scouts Tian had met the previous night stood beside them. Every pair of eyes was fixed on the new teacher. Seeing those innocent faces filled with hope made Tian so nervous that he almost wanted to run back and hide behind Byangli. Village chief, you said there were lots of children, but I can't even count 20. The village chief chuckled. Teacher, this is already a lot. The children have to help their parents work. Some days, fewer than 5 come to class. Tian nodded and followed him toward the flagpole. Byangli made an announcement in the Aka language. Tian couldn't understand a word, but he guessed it was about introducing him. When he finished speaking, the children hurried into the classroom and sat down neatly. Let's go inside. Byangli led Tian to the front of the room where the blackboard, chalk, and a cabinet full of books were kept. Teacher, please introduce yourself. Tian whispered nervously. I only speak Thai. These children understand Thai. Some speak it fluently, especially the older ones. Byangli pointed toward a boy sitting in the back. He looked no older than 15. Tian rubbed the back of his neck. His throat suddenly felt dry. He had never truly thought of himself as a teacher. Now people were actually calling him one. Hello, he cleared his throat. I'm Teacher Tian. I'm from Bangkok. Hello, teacher. The children's cheerful greeting echoed throughout the classroom. For some reason, Tian felt warmth spreading through his chest. Now introduce yourselves to Teacher Tian. This time Byangli spoke in Thai. One by one, the children stood and introduced themselves, first in Thai and then in their native Aka language. Later, the village chief explained that many parents worked in the city and had registered Thai names for their children on their birth certificates. Teacher Tian, I'll leave the class to you now. School normally ends at 3 o'clock, but if you'd like to organize any special activities afterward, you can arrange them with the children. With an encouraging smile, Byangli waved goodbye and left. Tian was suddenly alone, standing before a dozen curious pairs of eyes. Where should he even begin? Write the Thai consonants on the board? He couldn't even remember all of them himself. Who actually remembered those? As he stood frozen, a little girl's clear voice rang out. Teacher Tian, does your name mean crayon? The Thai word for Tian sounded similar to the word for crayon. Tian blinked. No. He had no idea how to explain it. Turning toward the board, he awkwardly picked up a piece of chalk. It had been years since he'd used one. Slowly, he wrote his name. Tian. It means sage. A small hand shot into the air. What's a sage? It means someone who's wise. He tried to simplify the explanation. Instead, it only created another question. So, why isn't it crayon? Tian nearly surrendered. A crayon is something you write with. Teacher Crayon. The classroom erupted in laughter. Another child asked, What are we going to learn today, teacher? That simple question completely caught Tian off guard. He suddenly remembered what Teacher Wenai from the Singthong Foundation had told him. The students were all different ages. Planning lessons for everyone together was incredibly difficult. What did your previous teachers teach? The children all began talking at once. Tian grew dizzy and quickly raised both hands. How about this? Tomorrow, bring your old exercise books. Bring them to teacher. The children nodded obediently. Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least he'd survived the first crisis. Looking around the classroom, he noticed a cabinet full of picture books, crayons, and drawing paper. An idea came to him. Since today's our first day together, I'd like to get to know everyone better. He handed each child a sheet of paper along with crayons. I want everyone to draw a picture of your family. When you're finished, hand it to me. Whoever finishes first can go home. See you tomorrow. That was it. The confusion was obvious on every child's face. Still, everyone quietly began drawing. Watching them concentrate so seriously, Tian slowly stepped away and sat on the wide bamboo windowsill. A cool mountain breeze drifted through the room, carrying away the sweat on his forehead. His nervousness gradually gave way to panic. Outside, the two scouts continued patrolling around the school as if danger might appear at any moment. Nearly an hour passed. Finally, a boy walked up and gently nudged him. Tian immediately remembered his name. 14 years old. The oldest student in the class. I've come to hand in my homework, teacher. His Thai was remarkably fluent. He had probably studied with volunteer teachers ever since the school was founded. Thank you. Tian accepted the drawing. It showed curved mountains beneath a bright sun. A small house stood in one corner. On the other side, a family held hands. Besides the figures wearing traditional Aka clothing, there was also a soldier in uniform and a young woman wearing flowers behind her ear. Who's this? Tian pointed at the soldier. Captain Phupha. Why is he in your family picture? My father says the captain has helped us so much. He's part of our family. The answer was sincere. And who is this? Tian pointed to the young woman. Torfun. The familiar name stirred something inside him. He remembered reading in Torfun's diary that she had once taken care of the Aka children here. To them, Captain Phupha was dad. Teacher Torfun was mom. Teacher Torfun? Tian asked quietly. For some reason, his chest suddenly felt heavy. Didn't they know that she would never come back? I nodded happily. Yes. She promised she'd come back soon. The innocent answer left the room strangely silent. It was a promise. That could never be fulfilled. Without thinking, Tian placed a hand over the left side of his chest. The heart that might have brought Torfun back was no longer there. Teacher Crayon. The little girl who had invented his nickname came running over. I finished. She proudly handed him her drawing. Tian frowned. It looked almost exactly like Ai's. Who are these people? The girl pointed at each figure. Mizu. She pointed to herself. This is big brother Ai. Then she pointed at the others. Dad, Mom, Captain Phupha, Teacher Torfun. Tian finally understood. Ai and Mizu were siblings. Looking around the village now, everyone seemed so close that he would have believed they were all one big family. Ai, Mizu, you can go home now. See you tomorrow. Mizu beamed. She said something excitedly to her brother in Aka. Ai shyly bowed to Tian before taking his little sister's hand and walking home. One by one, the remaining children handed in their drawings. By the time the last one left, it was already late afternoon. School's over already, teacher. One of the scouts peeked inside the empty classroom. Tian smiled awkwardly. How could he admit he hadn't actually taught anything? The real lessons start tomorrow. Then he asked, does the school always have soldiers guarding it? The young scout fell silent before answering. This is the border. Nowhere here is completely safe. Tian had no response. He gathered the children's drawings and borrowed several textbooks from the cabinet. The two scouts escorted him back to the village before returning to their operations base several kilometers away. Tian pushed open the crude bamboo toilet. No matter how much he disliked it, nature called. He had no choice. When he finally came back out, he took a huge breath of fresh mountain air. He'd practically held his breath the entire time. It had been torture. On the way back to his hut, Tian planned to grab a towel and take advantage of the warm afternoon to bathe using the jars of water behind the house. But halfway there, he stopped. A tall figure wearing camouflage trousers and a khaki shirt was standing outside. Captain Phupha was bending over, picking up a piece of paper that had blown onto the stairs. It was one of the children's drawings. He looked up. Their eyes met. A faint smile appeared on his lips. So, it looks like teacher's first day of teaching. Tian glared at him. Today was just a trial lesson. The real teaching starts tomorrow. Phupha raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. I wonder how teacher Crayon plans to teach the children. Tian spun around immediately. He was certain the scouts had told him about that nickname. They must have been spying on him. Otherwise, how could Phupha have found out so quickly? Are you the principal? Why should I report to you? If you really can't teach, that's fine. We'll just send you back. His tone was calm. Serious. The words hit Tian harder than he expected. Oh, so that's what you wanted to hear. I haven't planned any lessons. Now you finally have an excuse to send me back. Phupha looked straight into Tian's stubborn light brown eyes. Why did you come here? Tian fell silent. Why? He hated the hard mattress. The mosquitoes bit him every night. The food wasn't good. Life here was nothing but hardship. Tull had been right. He should have stayed home instead of rushing here on impulse. This place was nothing but suffering. Biting his lip, Tian strode forward and shoved Phupha hard in the shoulder before storming into the house. Phupha turned and called after him. When you're done packing, I'll arrange a car to take you back to the city. The door slammed shut. Phupha folded his arms. He silently counted from 1 to 100 until the sounds of banging and things being thrown around inside finally stopped. After hesitating for a moment, he climbed the stairs. A crumpled ball of paper rolled to his feet in the breeze. He picked it up. Then his eyes landed on the balcony. Several children's textbooks lay open across the floor. Beside them was a notebook filled with pages of carefully written Thai and English notes. There was no need for words. The evidence of Tian's effort was spread out right before him. Phupha had never regretted speaking so quickly before. Picking up the paper, he quietly walked toward the back of the house. Tian stood there with his back to him. His shoulders trembled, not from the cold, but from something else. His clothes and belongings still lay scattered across the floor instead of being packed away. In his hand was Torfun's handmade diary, decorated with soft, girlish colors that contrasted sharply with his own personality. He gripped it so tightly that the cover had become wrinkled. Every page described Torfun's happiness, her peace, her love for this place. Maybe everything she'd written was true. But he wasn't Torfun. No matter what he did, he would never find peace here the way she had. I shouldn't have come here. His voice barely rose above a whisper. No matter how he looked at it, he simply didn't belong. I didn't mean what I said. Captain Phupha's voice was unusually gentle. But you're right. I don't deserve to be called a teacher. Every time someone calls me that. Do you know how painful it is? Tian could no longer hold back. Even knowing he was saying too much, he couldn't stop. Silence settled between them. After a long moment, Phupha stepped closer. Standing behind Tian, he leaned down and spoke quietly beside his ear. You don't have to be their teacher. You can simply be their older brother. His voice remained calm. Have you accepted the villagers here as your family? But the children need teachers. They need someone like every other volunteer who's come here. You don't have to be like everyone else. Phupha gently took Tian's slender hand and removed the crumpled paper he was clutching. With everything you've learned, I'm sure you have more to teach than just the alphabet. Tian let out a weak laugh. You don't know anything. I can't even remember the order of the Thai alphabet. I've seen many volunteer teachers come here. Phupha smiled faintly. The children probably know the alphabet better than you do. For some reason, every new volunteer starts with the Thai consonants. Before they even finish teaching them, they pack up and leave. So the children end up learning the beginning of the alphabet over and over again. Still holding Tian's hand, he continued. These children don't study because they're preparing for entrance exams. They study because this is their only chance to learn about the outside world. They learn from people like you. So whether you're called teacher or not, it doesn't really matter. Tian slowly withdrew his hand. His heart felt unexpectedly warm. So after saying all that, he smiled shyly. You really don't want me to leave, do you? The question caught Phupha completely off guard. He stood frozen for a moment before clearing his throat awkwardly. Yes. It cost the government money to bring you here. Do you know that? Tian pulled a face. What a stubborn man. Turning to face him, Tian said, I'm not going back. For the sake of your poor military budget. Phupha's serious expression twitched as he fought back a laugh. He looked away from the boy sitting on his backpack. After a moment, he cleared his throat again. Hurry up and pack. I'll take you to the market later. Tian froze. His eyes lit up instantly. It wasn't that he particularly wanted to visit the tiny mountain market. He was simply afraid Phupha might withdraw the invitation. I'm ready. He jumped to his feet and pushed Phupha enthusiastically toward the door. Phupha could only shake his head helplessly. This boy's moods changed faster than the weather. Still, he let Tian push him out of the house. What a child. Chapter 9. The old motorbike, worn from years of use, was parked beneath a large tree in front of Tian's dormitory. Phupha wheeled it out, climbed on, and started the engine with practiced ease. When he noticed the person who was supposed to be coming with him still hadn't gotten on, he slapped the back seat impatiently. Come on. What are you waiting for? Tian looked thoroughly disgusted. The tall officer alone seemed to take up the entire seat, and now he had to squeeze in behind him. At this rate, he was sure he'd end up falling off the back before they even reached town. Will I even make it to the marketplace alive? He muttered. Unfortunately, Phupha heard every word. Stop complaining. There are no limousines in these mountains. Either get on or go home. I'm getting on. Tian couldn't imagine what kind of woman would ever marry someone as vicious as Phupha. Maybe the man would end up marrying one of his own soldiers. Still grumbling to himself, Tian reluctantly climbed onto the back of the motorbike. The moment he settled down, Phupha deliberately twisted the throttle. The bike lurched forward, catching Tian completely off guard. He yelped and instinctively wrapped both arms around Phupha's waist. Amid the rushing wind, he thought he heard someone laughing. Humiliated, Tian dug all 10 fingers into Phupha's hard stomach in retaliation. Ow! Captain Phupha frowned, taking one hand off the handlebars to pry Tian's hands away. The two struggled for control while the bike swerved dangerously toward the roadside grass several times. Are you trying to become another ghost in these woods? I can help make that happen. Tian bristled and leaned forward to shout into the captain's ear. Scared, Captain? Phupha let out a long, exhausted sigh. If this young master really stayed here for 3 whole months, he was certain he'd lose 20 or 30 years off his life. Don't move, Phupha ordered calmly, using one hand to firmly hold both of Tian's hands against his stomach. The rough mountain road soon demanded all of Tian's attention. Resting against Phupha's broad back, surrounded by the warmth radiating from his body, Tian felt an inexplicable sense of security. His long, narrow eyes wandered across the endless green landscape as the scenery rushed past. Terraced fields of winter flowers stretched over the rolling hills like a priceless painting. Villagers working in the fields looked up at the familiar sound of the engine and smiled, waving at the tall officer as he passed. A gentle smile appeared on Tian's lips as he remembered a line from teacher Torfun's diary. We aren't related by blood, but we're one family. Happiness could be found anywhere, whether you belong there or not. The 2-lane road connecting these remote communities carried the vision of His Majesty the King, who wanted the hill tribes living far from prosperity to become self-sufficient. Through the Royal Project, agricultural research stations were established to experiment with winter crops, while experts taught local villagers how to cultivate profitable produce instead of growing narcotics. Government agencies continued supporting the project to ensure its long-term success. Soon they reached a crossroads marked by a wooden sign painted in white. Cad Hui Nam Yen. After another 3 kilometers, they finally arrived. The marketplace resembled the flea markets found throughout the province. Some vendors had proper stalls, while others sold their goods beneath plastic sheets. Hill tribe villagers walked through the market carrying woven baskets filled with fresh vegetables and fruit on their backs. As Tian walked beside Captain Phupha, he suddenly spotted a familiar tall figure waving from the distance. Captain Xiao Shui, dressed in a dark green uniform with 3 stars on his collar, Dr. Weizen had just climbed out of a government jeep after finishing work in Chiang Rai. Tian immediately turned toward Phupha. I thought you were bringing me to see Dr. Nam. Why are we here? Phupha met Tian's suspicious gaze with a helpless expression. I didn't invite him. He just happened to come. I was planning to bring you here today anyway. Tian dug a finger into one ear dramatically. Did I hear that right? A man like you wanted to bring me here. Yes. You should buy food that's easy to cook instead of relying on Biangli's lunchboxes every day. Whatever warm feelings Tian had been developing disappeared instantly. I don't know how to cook. If you don't know, then learn. You can't expect everyone to wait on you forever. Phupha caught himself before finishing the sentence. Just keep practicing. You'll get used to it. Dr. Wazin approached with a bright smile. So, are you two cooking dinner together tonight? I'm free. I'll happily come taste it. No. Before Tian could finish speaking, Phupha threw an arm around his neck and firmly covered his mouth. We're eating at Teacher Tian's house tonight. Dragging the struggling Tian into the market, Phupha left the doctor standing there with one eyebrow raised. Those two seemed much closer than he'd expected. The moment Tian finally escaped Phupha's grip, he glared at him. Are you crazy? I can't even boil an egg without cracking it. How am I supposed to cook? Are you trying to starve me to death? You'll cook today. Phupha grabbed Tian's slender wrist before he could run away and continued dragging him through the market, completely ignoring the protests. They stopped at a grocery truck where bottles of fish sauce, cooking oil, salt, and sugar were neatly displayed. Phupha pointed out dishes, forks, spoons, and several other necessities, asking the shopkeeper to pack everything. Tian patted his thin wallet. Do these shops even accept credit cards? The vendor explained that prices were higher than in town because transportation costs had to be included. When Tian saw Phupha paying for everything himself, he quickly objected. Hey, you don't have to pay. I'll buy my own things. If he had known what Phupha was about to say, he would have stayed quiet. You're still living on your parents' money. Just accept what an adult gives you. Tian immediately exploded. What kind of adult says something like that? Then pay for it yourself. Tian pulled out several 500 baht notes. Would it really kill you to bow your head just a little? Not only Tian was stunned. Even Dr. Wazin, who had known Phupha for years, stared in disbelief. His friend was normally stern, rigid, and painfully masculine. He'd never cared about little things like this. Wazin narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, trying to piece together what exactly was happening. After hesitating for a long moment, Tian finally gave in. Bringing his palms together in a Y, he forced himself to say, Happy now? Captain. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Phupha's mouth. He handed Tian several shopping bags before taking hold of Tian's hand and leading him onward. They bought different varieties of rice, fresh eggs, salted eggs, and dried salted meat. This time, Dr. Nam insisted on paying. After all, he wanted the chance to sample Nong Tian's legendary cooking. You should buy some instant noodles too, Tian suggested, pointing toward the shelves. If you eat food full of MSG all the time, your brain will shrink. Oh, so you really don't want me to survive. Eggs and rice every meal. Buy vegetables today. Later we'll pick some from the village headman's garden in Byangli and cook them. Captain Phupha, are you secretly an officer from the Ministry of Public Health? Seriously, you're so annoying. Seeing the argument escalating again, Dr. Nam quickly stepped between them. As a doctor, I can assure you that even if Mr. Tian ate 10 packs of instant noodles today, his brain would still be perfectly fine. Fine. At last, Phupha agreed to buy 2 packs of pork-flavored instant noodles. But the moment he handed them over, Tian looked even more dissatisfied than before. His face darkened into a deep frown. Now what's wrong? Nothing. Whatever Dr. Nam said, Phupha always seemed willing to listen. It was irritating. Have we bought everything? I want to go back. As soon as Phupha nodded, Dr. Wazin reached over and took Tian's shopping bags. Then Nong Tian can ride back with me. It'll be much more comfortable than squeezing onto that motorbike. Tian immediately agreed. The thought of riding behind Phupha again was enough to make him hurry toward the jeep, leaving the captain to ride back alone. Phupha watched Tian happily climb into Dr. Nam's vehicle with a bitter expression. We came together. Why aren't we going back together? Although Dr. Wazin was cheerful and easygoing, Tian still felt awkward sitting so close beside him in the jeep. He wasn't sure whether the friendship between the doctor and Phupha was really just friendship. Meanwhile, the driver hummed happily along with the music playing on the radio. By the way, Dr. Wazin asked, how long have you been here now? Any problems adjusting? Nothing. Everything's been fine. Wazin slapped his knee as something occurred to him. That's right. Captain Phupha has really been taking special care of you. He had people fetch water for you, brought you here to shop. Normally, he ignores the other male teachers completely. He leaves them to struggle until they give up and run home. Tian glanced at the smiling doctor. You and Phi Phupha seem very close. That's no surprise. We've known each other since military training. When he was transferred to the border, I followed him. Someone had to be around to drink with him. Weizen laughed before casually asking, "By the way, did you know Phupha before coming here? I remember the night you arrived. We were boxing when a phone call came in, and he immediately rushed out on his motorbike." A chill ran down Tian's spine. His thoughts tangled together. If his family in Bangkok really knew where he was, why hadn't they come to take him home? "Do you know who called?" "Phupha never told me. As far as I know, his father passed away a long time ago." Tian forced an awkward smile. He'd been afraid the caller might have been his own father. "I didn't know Phupha personally. I only heard about him from someone I knew." "Who?" "Torfun." The moment her name left Tian's lips, silence filled the jeep. "What?" "Teacher Torfun." Weizen's expression changed. "I heard she passed away. Phupha and I didn't even have time to attend her funeral. The foundation informed us, but by then her relatives had already arranged the cremation." Tian nodded quietly. Yes, her relatives weren't in good condition. The memory of meeting Torfun's older relative resurfaced, leaving his mind in turmoil. "Hey, don't tell me. You came here to volunteer because of teacher Torfun?" Dr. Weizen teased. If she were still alive, this would be a love triangle. A love triangle between the doctor, teacher Torfun, and Captain Phupha? Tian wanted to shout. "It's definitely not me." Weizen studied Tian's handsome face, his fair skin, high nose, and well-shaped lips, and smiled knowingly, as though he'd figured something out. "Don't worry. Someone like teacher Torfun wasn't Phupha's type." "So, Dr. Nam is his type?" The words slipped out before Tian could stop himself. He nearly wanted to punch himself in the mouth. Dr. Nam's eyes widened in shock. Then, after about 5 seconds, he burst into laughter. Tian listened to the laughter, silently trying to calm himself. Still chuckling, Dr. Weizen said, "In that case, Nong Tian, you'll have to ask Captain Phupha yourself." "I don't want to know." All right. You don't want to know." Weizen quickly changed the subject, afraid Tian might actually lose his temper and strangle him. The jeep stopped at the narrow path where Yod had dropped Tian off before. Dr. Nam carried the shopping bags up to the dormitory, then excused himself, saying he had to return to the base to change into civilian clothes. Tian sat on the steps outside his house, staring gloomily at the pile of cooking utensils. At this rate, he'd be eating instant noodles every day. Soon, the roar of a motorbike echoed through the distance. Phupha pulled up, climbed off, and walked toward Tian carrying another plastic bag. "What's that?" Phupha asked, frowning when he noticed Tian staring at him. "I was just looking. Is that a problem?" Tian replied grumpily. Phupha shook his head and muttered under his breath. "Always looking for trouble." Pretending not to care, he set the bag aside and dragged out the charcoal stove. "Come here," he called. "I'll show you how to light the fire so you can boil water for your bath later." The mention of hot water immediately caught Tian's attention. His irritation disappeared as he hurried over. Phupha arranged everything, then picked up an old-fashioned fire starter made from oil, rubber tree resin, and tree bark wrapped in dried beetle leaves. He lit the end with a lighter. Once the flame caught, he told Tian to add more kindling. The fire gradually grew stronger until the wood glowed white beneath the flames. Tian watched with wide-eyed fascination. Back at scout camp during school trips, they'd always used gas stoves. He'd never seen anyone cook over a charcoal fire like this. "Have you ever cooked rice in a polished pot?" Phupha asked. Tian immediately shook his head. Phupha sighed. "Go fetch some water." Tian carried a plastic bucket to the large clay water jar behind the house. While he filled it, Phupha prepared the rice. He poured the rice into an aluminium pot, added water, and gently stirred it with his hand before pouring out the cloudy water. He repeated the process several times until the water ran almost clear, then added fresh water to the proper level before placing the lid on the pot and setting it over the charcoal stove. "Why is it called cooking rice in a polished pot?" Tian asked sincerely. "Isn't it just normal rice?" Phupha picked up a split piece of bamboo about 2 feet long. "This is the polished wood." He demonstrated by wedging the bamboo between the pot and the lid. "When the rice is almost done, you use this to keep the lid from falling while pouring out the excess water before the rice becomes too soft." About 15 minutes later, Phupha had Tian lift the lid. Using a wooden spatula, he checked the rice grains. When the grains are white and translucent without being hard, it's ready. He inserted the bamboo beneath the lid again and carefully tilted the pot to pour away the boiling water. A cloud of fragrant steam billowed upward. Tian couldn't hide his smile. It wasn't that hard. Phupha snorted. Easy for you to say. You couldn't even light the fire. You underestimate me. Better than overestimating the wrong person. Then he added, come on. Dr. Nam will be here soon. The first sentence was tolerable. The second made Tian want to smash his own head with the rice sack. Doctor this. Doctor that. Torfun had been so kind and gentle, yet she never won the love she wanted because the man she loved simply couldn't return her feelings. You didn't buy enough sugar. Phupha looked down at the bag of sugar, then back at Tian with a puzzled expression. Tian smiled sweetly. I thought you were making stir-fried vegetables and winter melon soup. Don't those need sugar? What nonsense. Phupha pointed toward the stove. Bring the pot over here, Mr. Crayon. His voice was dripping with annoyance. Fearing a full-scale kitchen war, Dr. Wazin arrived about half an hour later. He came on a motorbike wearing a polo shirt and casual trousers. From the atmosphere, it looked less like a cooking lesson and more like a couple arguing. Wazin scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Maybe I should greet the villagers first. I don't think I picked the right time, he muttered. Unfortunately, Phupha spotted him. Dr. Death, get over here. Wazin had no choice but to obey. Inside, he found a wooden table holding a pot of rice, burnt stir-fried cabbage, winter melon soup, and a badly charred fried egg. He nearly broke into a sweat. Everything looks delicious. Phupha shot him a look. Perfect timing. Didn't you insist on tasting Nong Tian's cooking? If I die, don't regret inviting me. Wazin carefully avoided Phupha's murderous glare. Tian looked back and forth between them in confusion. He lowered his gaze to the dishes. They certainly didn't look very appetizing. Still, considering he'd never cooked before, they were at least recognizable as food. Are you hungry, doctor? Very. Wazin smiled warmly. Let's eat. He immediately helped serve the food, completely ignoring the cold pressure radiating from his taller friend. The rice was a little firm, but still edible. Wazin took a bite of the stir-fried cabbage. The moment it touched his tongue, he choked violently. After coughing several times, he forced a smile. It's all right, Nong Tian. He hesitated. I think it's just a little salty. Did you accidentally pour in the whole bottle of fish sauce? Not accidentally. Tian answered honestly. I poured in the whole bottle on purpose. Before Wazin could react, Phupha slid a freshly made omelette onto his plate. I stopped him before he could use any more. How touching. Such deep friendship. Tian watched the two officers and couldn't help laughing. I'm only worried you'll get diabetes. Wazin burst into laughter. I can't decide whether I'd rather die of diabetes or kidney disease. Phupha turned to Tian. The cook is responsible for finishing all the stir-fried cabbage. Fine. Tian picked up a mouthful defiantly. The overwhelming saltiness instantly filled his mouth. His face twisted. It was almost impossible to swallow. Watching the arrogant young man suffer, Phupha quietly sighed. Without another word, he pulled the plate of cabbage toward himself and calmly finished eating every bite with his rice. Dr. Wazin even whistled in admiration. Tian opened his mouth to say something, then closed it again. His cheeks slowly grew warm. He lowered his head. Embarrassment spread through him like a faint pink blush. Despite Dr. Wazin's cheerful attempts to lighten the mood, Tian couldn't shake the strange feeling in his chest. After dinner, the guest helped clear the dishes before saying goodbye. Tian walked outside and watched as both motorbikes disappeared down the mountain path. Suddenly, the place felt strangely empty, as though someone had quietly lifted a heavy mountain from his heart. He returned to the charcoal stove. Even now, it felt unbelievable that he'd managed to light it himself. After adding more charcoal and placing a pot of water on top to boil, he went upstairs to prepare his clothes for a bath. Then he noticed a plastic bag sitting outside his door. Suspicious, Tian hurried over and picked it up. For a moment, he wondered if that violent captain had left some sort of prank. But when he opened the bag, he froze. Inside was a brand new white mosquito net. Slowly, Tian lowered his eyes to the mosquito bites covering his wrists. Warmth quietly spread through his chest until his heart trembled. He hugged himself, crouched on the floor, and rubbed both hands over his face, completely at a loss for how to deal with the unfamiliar feeling welling up inside him. The next morning, Tian enjoyed his first proper hot bath so much that he completely lost track of time. By the time he glanced at the clock, it was already 7:15. Panicking, he sprinted halfway up the mountain toward the school, hoping he wouldn't be late. The students were already lined up for the morning flag ceremony. A quick glance told him that at least 5 children were absent. He couldn't help wondering whether his poor teaching yesterday had made the parents lose confidence in him. Perhaps they no longer wanted their children attending school. Suppressing his uneasiness, Tian smiled and greeted everyone. Looking around, he noticed 2 scouts patrolling nearby. They weren't the same pair from yesterday. As the classroom clock struck 8, 2 student representatives stepped forward to the bamboo flagpole. There was no loudspeaker, no orchestra, only the wind whispering through the trees. It was a melody few people ever had the chance to hear. Standing beside the bamboo flagpole, Tian watched the children sing the Thai national anthem together. Yet he stood perfectly still. His lips parted slightly, but no sound came out. Only a heavy breath escaped him. Somewhere along the way, modern society had taught children to feel embarrassed about expressing patriotism. But not here. Here, no one was ashamed. Suddenly, a familiar deep voice joined the children's singing. Captain Phupha. The old white flag slowly rose to the top of the pole on its rusty pulley, fluttering proudly over the land. At that moment, Tian couldn't describe what he felt after singing the anthem. But he knew one thing. Something inside him had finally broken free. He wanted to laugh. Taking a deep breath, Tian stepped closer to the children. Then another step. Finally, he spoke clearly. From today onward, I want all of you to call me Phi Tian. The Aka children stared at him in confusion. He smiled awkwardly. Do you know what Phi means? One of the children asked. Why aren't you teacher anymore? Because I'm not qualified. Because I wasn't prepared. Because I don't know how to teach children. The more they called him teacher, the more painfully aware he became of his own inadequacy. It was all because of the prejudices he'd carried with him. Tian smiled gently. I want to treat all of you like my younger brothers and sisters. So, can I be your older brother instead? The child tilted his head, still puzzled, then slowly nodded. Yes, Phi Tian. Taking a deep breath, Tian led the children into the classroom. He opened the old exercise books he'd asked them to bring the previous day. Teacher Torfun had focused mainly on Thai spelling. For English, they had learned nothing beyond the alphabet. Tian had spent most of the previous night thinking. Finally, around 2 in the morning, he'd come up with an idea. Even if he couldn't teach like a real teacher, he would teach in his own way, starting with the subjects he knew best. He turned toward the blackboard and wrote Arabic numerals alongside their Thai names. Then he smiled. Can anyone read these numbers for your big brother? Although the children made a few mistakes, it was clear they already understood the basics. Next, Tian wrote several simple addition and subtraction problems. Almost every answer was wrong. They could read the numbers, but they didn't know how to calculate them. Scratching the back of his head, Tian suddenly had an idea. He gathered everyone around and sat cross-legged at the front of the classroom. Holding up both hands, he smiled. Both hands together have 10 fingers. He slowly counted from 1 to 10. Then he held up one finger. One finger. He raised one finger on his other hand and touched them together. Plus one more finger. How many fingers? 2. The children answered immediately. Tian smiled. Next, he held up 3 fingers on one hand and 2 on the other. What does that make? 5. The answers came much more confidently now. He pointed to the plus sign he'd drawn on the board. This is called plus. Then he spread all 5 fingers of one hand. If I have 5 fingers. He folded down 2. How many are left? 3. Tian grinned. Now he stretched out all 10 fingers. Big brother has 10 fingers. He folded down his little finger and ring finger. If 2 are gone, how many are left? The children answered almost instantly. Tian couldn't help applauding. These children learned far more quickly than anyone gave them credit for. Returning to the board, he wrote several more problems. All right. If everyone gets these math questions right this afternoon, I'll give you a reward. Cheers erupted throughout the classroom. Even the scouts outside stopped patrolling to watch. The children enthusiastically counted on their fingers. When they ran out of fingers, some even used their toes. The scene was so lively that everyone watching couldn't help smiling. With his fair skin, slender frame, clean face, and fashionable clothes, Tian looked completely out of place in this remote mountain village. The soldiers had heard about the wealthy volunteer teacher, but many had never actually seen him. He looked like someone from a different world. So different that they'd even started betting on how long he'd last before running back to Bangkok. Yet, in less than 3 hours, that strange young man had somehow blended naturally into the little mountain school. The two scouts exchanged amused glances before laughing together. Looks like we'll lose that bet. The new teacher might really stay until the end of the 3-month term. Chapter 10. It had been 3 days, and the Aka children still hadn't stopped marveling at the prizes their teacher, Crayon, had given them. During breaks, they used leftover scraps of paper to fold birds of all sizes. At first, Tian folded them as rewards for the children, but after they begged him to teach them how, paper birds soon covered the classroom floor. Eventually, he had to borrow village chief Bangkok's plastic bottle to store them all. Every day, Tian ate lunch with the students from the lunchbox Uncle Bangkok asked the scouts to bring him. He hadn't seen Ai at school for several days. Was the boy happier now? He seemed to be very fond of Mr. Torfun. Mizu, why hasn't your brother been coming to school? Tian walked over and sat beside the little girl as she ate sticky rice with beef jerky. My father hurt his back, so Ai had to work in the vegetable fields instead. He was only a child. Did he really have to work like an adult? That must be tiring, isn't it? Mizu shook her head and smiled proudly. It's tiring, but then we'll have food. If Mom tells Mizu to help, Mizu will go pick tea too. The innocent words of an 8-year-old lodged in Tian's throat. When he was the same age, he had snacks whenever he wanted, more food than he could finish, and toys and games from overseas. His life had been so comfortable that nothing here could compare. So why hadn't he been happy? Why had he never smiled like that? Tian stood, stretched lazily, and looked toward the sky. Thick clouds drifted overhead, keeping the sun mild, while a cool breeze brushed across his face. It made him want to explore the village beyond the school. All right, everyone. He clapped his hands to get the children's attention. This afternoon we're going outside to learn English. Get ready. 10 pairs of eyes stared at teacher Crayon in confusion. Tian groaned. They probably hadn't understood. He quickly corrected himself using simpler words. We're going for a walk, and then we'll learn English together. The children erupted into cheers. Whether they lived in the city or the mountains, kids were exactly the same whenever they heard they didn't have to stay inside a classroom. Tian simply shrugged. Even university lecturers didn't always want to stay indoors. It wasn't surprising that children preferred playing outside. When the two scouts saw Tian leaving with a group of students, they hurried over. Teacher, where are you going? The weather's nice today, and the sun isn't too strong. I thought we'd take a walk around the village. The two soldiers exchanged glances. It would be better to stay near the village. Beyond that is mostly forest. Tian had no reason to object, so he nodded. The Aka children led teacher Crayon along the ridge paths that wound past the terraced tea plantations the government had allocated to the villagers. As they walked, Tian pointed at everything around them, teaching English vocabulary. Sun, sky, cloud. The mountain breeze carried the children's cheerful conversations along with the faint crackle of radio transmissions. Tian knew the two scouts were still following from a distance, quietly watching over them. After their outdoor lesson, they reached a beautiful tea plantation spread across the hillside in neat terraces. Several children announced that their homes were nearby, so Tian let them leave. Before long, only Mizu remained. How do you say tea in English? She asked curiously. Tea. T-A. It means tea. He spelled the letters slowly. From what he understood, previous volunteer teachers had already taught the children both the Thai and English alphabets. Since Mizu said there was a shortcut leading toward Pha Pun Dao village, Tian followed her deeper along the narrow path between the rows of tea bushes. After waving goodbye to the remaining children, only the two of them continued on. Where's your house? Tian asked. The little girl pointed toward the foothills beyond the plantation. My brother will walk you home later. She clapped happily before suddenly spotting a small pickup truck parked beside a vegetable field. Her eyes lit up. She grabbed Tian's hand excitedly. Ada, Arma, Mom and Dad are there. Tian followed her toward the group. Several villagers dressed in traditional hill tribe clothing were loading sacks onto the back of a small pickup truck. Nearby stood 5 or 6 people dressed in city clothes. Ai, his face dusty from work, noticed them approaching and immediately raised his hands in greeting. Meanwhile, The adults were talking through an interpreter who spoke both Thai and the local Aka dialect. "What are you doing here?" Tian asked his student, who had been absent for days. "They came to buy tea." Tian walked over with interest. The villagers filled large sacks with dried tea leaves, stitched them shut, weighed each sack, then carried them onto the truck. "For kilograms." The man recording the weights called out. Tian frowned. He had clearly seen the scale's needle pointing at 5. The second sack. "For kilograms." The third. Again 4. Even though the weights varied slightly, every sack was recorded as 4 kilograms. He glanced around at the Aka villagers standing nearby. None of them seemed to notice anything wrong. Turning to Ai, Tian asked quietly, "Do the people here know how many grams are in 1 kilogram? Or the difference between the numbers 4 and 5? Ai looked completely confused. "How many kilograms?" "A kilogram is a unit of weight." Tian pointed toward the scale. "That's what the scale is measuring." The scale. Tian suddenly felt like tearing out all his hair. Taking a deep breath, he asked another question. "So, how do you normally sell your tea?" Ai scratched his head. "They come to buy. We sell by the sack." "And the money?" "They pay whatever number is written on the receipt." Ai pointed toward the man holding the record book. "Then you've been cheated, and you don't even know it." Tian bit his lip before he exploded. This had gone far beyond dishonesty. These merchants were deliberately falsifying the weights because they knew the villagers couldn't read the numbers. His anger boiled over. He strode directly toward the man recording the weights just as another sack was placed on the scale. "For kilograms." The recorder stopped speaking when Tian interrupted loudly. He looked up at the tall, well-dressed young man standing before him. "Who are you? You know the difference between 4 and 5, don't you?" Tian extended his hand. "Let me see the record book." The man quickly shut it. "You're not one of the sellers. This is none of your business." He waved Tian away. But the son of a former senior military officer wasn't intimidated. "If you won't let me see it, then you're obviously committing fraud." "What fraud?" The merchant sneered. "You think you're so smart? We pay 80 baht per kilogram. The total is calculated exactly as it's written." He waved the record book but refused to hand it over. "I saw that sack myself. It weighed more than 5 kilograms, but you wrote down 4. Since the man had already abandoned all courtesy, Tian saw no reason to remain polite. "Trying to cause trouble?" The merchant glared. "You'll regret it." The threat didn't affect Tian in the slightest. He laughed coldly before stepping forward, lifting the sack onto the scale once more. Everyone nearby stared at the needle. "It points to 5. He looked directly at the merchant. "Or can you not read numbers either? I'm a volunteer teacher here. Come study with me sometime. I'll teach you." The merchant's men were furious. It was a blatant insult. A fat, wealthy-looking man hurried over. "What happened here?" Judging by his appearance, Tian guessed he was the owner. "The tea weighs more than what you're paying for." The owner smiled calmly. "We paid exactly what we recorded." He took the record book and opened it. "It says 4 kilograms per sack." The sellers accepted it without objection. He looked straight at Tian. "So why is an outsider making trouble? In other words, mind your own business." Tian clenched his fists. Looking at the innocent faces of the villagers, who had no idea they were being cheated, only made him angrier. These bastards were stealing money from hardworking people who barely had enough to survive. He hurried to the truck and counted every sack already loaded, then counted the remaining ones on the ground. Next, he walked straight toward the villager holding the money and receipt. "Excuse me." Without waiting for permission, he took both. He counted carefully. 23 sacks. 80 baht per kilogram. 5 kilograms each. That should be 9,200 baht. He raised the money for everyone to see. "So what's this?" 7,300 baht. And another 60 baht deducted for fuel. He shouted loudly. "This isn't just a simple scam. This is outright robbery. Watch your mouth." The fat boss barked. "We paid exactly what's written on the receipt. Accuse us again, and we'll sue you for defamation." Tian laughed. He pulled out his dead mobile phone out of habit and held it up anyway. "Fine. Let's weigh every sack again. I'll photograph everything as evidence. Then we'll go to the police together." Sia Sakta ground his teeth. This brat wasn't like the idealistic volunteer teachers he'd dealt with before. Most of them backed down after a few threats. This one refused to yield. So, he folded his arms and shouted at the villagers. "Are you taking this money or not?" The interpreter hurriedly translated. The man who appeared to be Mizu's father looked torn. The children clung nervously to their parents, staring helplessly at both sides. Once they understood that they had been cheated, however, their expressions changed. Teacher Crayon was fighting for them. Pay another 1,840 baht. Tian smiled mockingly. Or deduct 40 baht for fuel if that makes you happier. The sarcasm nearly made the boss explode. If you won't sell, then don't sell. He roared. Take your tea back. His workers immediately threw the sacks to the ground. The stitching tore apart. Dried tea leaves scattered everywhere. They even stomped on the spilled tea, crushing it beneath their boots. The villagers rushed forward in panic. Tian's temper finally snapped. He charged the nearest man and punched him square in the face. Blood flew instantly. The other workers lunged at him in retaliation. Within seconds, the area descended into chaos. Then, bang, bang. Several gunshots echoed through the plantation. Everything froze. About 10 soldiers in patrol uniforms, wearing body armor and bulletproof vests, rushed into the scene and forced both sides apart. Captain Phupha stood in the middle, an M16 rifle still smoking after firing into the ground. His cold, piercing stare was enough to make almost anyone fall silent. Almost anyone. Not Tian so pasitsical. Despite his bruised face, Tian stood proudly with his head held high. Perfect timing, Captain. How dare you say that? Phupha snapped. What would have happened if we hadn't arrived in time? Fortunately, his patrol had been near Pha Pun Dao village when the hidden scouts radioed for help. They had reached the scene before anyone was seriously hurt. Why are you yelling at me? Tian pointed toward the battered merchants. Go arrest those shameless liars. A scam is one matter. A fight is another. Phupha's voice was icy. What if they'd been carrying weapons? You might survive, but the villagers would suffer. I saw them cheating the villagers. Tian glared back. Was I supposed to pretend I saw nothing and wait for the authorities to deal with it in another lifetime? Phupha stared at him. The stubborn young man refused to admit any fault, completely unaware of how dangerous the situation could have become. Phupha grabbed Tian's slender wrist and pulled him closer. Tian. His voice dropped to a quiet, freezing whisper. You're smart enough to know there were many ways to deal with people like this without using violence. Tian opened his mouth to argue, but the disappointment in Phupha's eyes stopped him. He pressed his lips together instead. No matter what he did, it was always wrong. He pulled his arm free from Phupha's grip and turned away without another word. Captain Phupha could do nothing to stop him. He simply watched Tian's slender figure disappear into the distance, worry written all over his face. He ordered the 2 scouts to escort Tian back to the teacher's quarters while he stayed behind to deal with the aftermath before the situation escalated any further. That night, the warm glow of a gas lamp filled the small hut. Dressed in a wrinkled t-shirt and loose boxer shorts, Tian lay sprawled across the old mattress beneath the white mosquito net, which he hadn't bothered to lower. His long legs kicked absent-mindedly in the air as he flipped through a small handmade notebook. It was Torfun's diary. He let out a weary sigh. During Torfun's first week here, he had woken before dawn every day to help the villagers harvest tea. Meanwhile, Tian had managed to start a fight that cost them nearly everything. How could he ever compare himself to that? Before returning to his quarters, he had stopped by village chief Byangli's house to report what had happened, only to learn that the chief had gone into Chiang Rai for a meeting and hadn't yet returned. No wonder those crooked merchants had dared to exploit the villagers so openly. No one had been there to protect them. With a bored sigh, Tian closed the diary and tossed it back into his worn backpack. He rolled onto his back, immediately hissing as pain shot through his bruised body. There wasn't a mirror in the washroom, but judging from the burning in his split lip and the aching all over, he was certain he looked terrible. He wondered how the soldiers were handling everything now. Was Captain Phupha angry? The moment Tian pictured that handsome, bronze-skinned face twisted with fury, guilt settled heavily in his chest. But he was too stubborn to admit he had been wrong. He glanced at the clock. 10:30. He should have been asleep by now. Instead, he stepped out onto the narrow bamboo porch and sat quietly in the cool night air, watching the moon and the countless stars overhead. Not long afterward, the distant rumble of a motorcycle echoed through the darkness. The bike rolled along the rough village road before finally stopping beneath the large tree beside the teacher's quarters. The tall rider switched off the engine, took a plastic bag and a sports duffel from the front basket, and walked toward the illuminated hut. As he stepped onto the porch, he paused. Tian was sitting alone in the dark. "Why are you sitting out here feeding the mosquitoes?" Then, with a teasing smile, he added, "Or were you waiting for me? Have you been drinking?" Tian shot back, glaring at him. "Don't say such ridiculous things." Though, he wasn't entirely wrong. Still dressed in camouflage despite clearly being ready for bed, Phupha had ridden all the way here through the chilly night. He climbed the short stairs and held out the plastic bag. "Ointment for bruises. I got it from the lazy doctor." In truth, the doctor had wanted to come himself, but Phupha had insisted on delivering it personally. "Please thank Dr. Pha for me." Tian reached for the bag. Phupha didn't let go. "What about me?" Their eyes met. Tian immediately understood. Phupha wasn't asking to be thanked for the medicine. He was asking about everything that had happened that afternoon. Tian lowered his head awkwardly. "Thank you. When you're picking fights, you're fearless." Phupha smiled faintly. "But now you're whispering like a mosquito. You're making fun of me again." Embarrassment instantly turned into irritation. Tian tugged harder at the bag, while Phupha stubbornly held on until the plastic nearly tore. "Have you put the medicine on yet?" Without waiting for an answer, Phupha walked straight inside. "Hey!" Tian hurried after him. "I don't need your help. I'll do it myself. Go back." Phupha turned around. "Did I ever say I was leaving?" Tian blinked. "Don't tell me you're staying here tonight." "I am." He answered so casually it caught Tian off guard. "You caused quite a commotion today." He set the bag down. "Who knows whether those merchants will come back looking for revenge tonight." That wasn't the whole truth. The men had agreed to leave. But Phupha couldn't shake the feeling that Sia Sakta wouldn't let the matter end so easily. "If they come in a group, what are you going to do by yourself?" Tian laughed dismissively. The laugh died immediately when Phupha lifted the hem of his shirt, revealing the pistol tucked into his waistband. "I've already ordered extra patrols around the village. Especially tonight." The reckless teacher suddenly felt guilty all over again. He walked over to his backpack, took out a bundle of money, and handed it to Phupha. "This belongs to those merchants. I grabbed it during the fight." He hesitated before pulling out another small bundle. "And this is my own money. It isn't much. Please give it to the villagers. Tell them I'm sorry for all the trouble I caused." Phupha accepted the merchant's money. Then he pushed Tian's own money back into his hand. "Keep it. They actually asked me to thank you. They know you were trying to help them." He wrapped his fingers around Tian's slender hand. "But promise me something. Don't do anything so reckless again. If something happened to you." He looked straight into Tian's eyes. "Do you know how many people would worry?" Tian quickly looked away to hide the warmth spreading across his cheeks. "Including you?" "You already know the answer." Phupha smiled. "Now, are you going to put on the medicine?" "I'm sleepy." Tian hurriedly changed the subject before his pounding heart betrayed him. He had no idea the next sentence would make him nearly choke. "Then take off your shirt and sit down." Tian froze. "What? You're going to do it?" "I'm putting medicine on your bruises." Phupha frowned. "What exactly were you thinking?" He reached over to help Tian pull off his shirt. "I'll do it myself." Tian quickly stripped off his t-shirt and sat cross-legged with obvious reluctance. Phupha sat down behind him. The moment he saw Tian's smooth, pale back covered in purple and green bruises, he sighed. Kids these days. He squeezed some gel onto his fingers and gently spread it over the swollen bruises. The sharp scent of the medicine filled the room. "Ow!" Tian flinched. "Be gentler. I'm human, not some wooden post. When you were charging into that fight, you didn't seem afraid of pain." Phupha continued rubbing the ointment into the bruises. Tian grumbled under his breath. Once he finished treating Tian's back, Phupha said, "Turn around." Tian immediately refused. "No, I can reach the front myself. I'll do it later." "Stop acting difficult. My hands are already covered in medicine." Before Tian could protest again, Phupha grabbed his shoulders and turned him around. Tian instantly clutched his shirt tightly against his chest, as though protecting himself. "You?" He pointed nervously. "Just put it somewhere else." Eyes tightly shut, he tilted his face upward to expose the cuts around his lips and cheeks. Phupha suddenly understood. Tian wasn't embarrassed about being shirtless. He simply didn't want anyone seeing the long scar across his chest. Phupha shook his head helplessly. His own body was covered in scars from head to toe, and he'd never thought much about them. Rich people really were hard to understand. Fine. He withdrew his hand. Get dressed before you catch a cold. Tian visibly relaxed. He quickly pulled his shirt back on before asking hesitantly, Are the cuts on my face bad? There isn't a mirror here. Phupha laughed. What? Worried you'll lose your handsome face? Of course I'm worried. I spit blood when I brush my teeth. You're still handsome. Phupha grinned. But if it gets any worse, there'll be no saving that face. His rough fingers gently rubbed medicine across Tian's swollen cheek. Despite his teasing, he couldn't help feeling sorry for the bruises covering such a handsome face. Slowly, Tian opened his eyes. For one long moment, they simply looked at each other. The world seemed to stop. Almost unconsciously, Phupha lifted his other hand and rested it beneath Tian's chin. Tian's soft pink lips parted ever so slightly. Phupha leaned closer. Their noses brushed. Then, both of them suddenly came back to their senses. They sprang apart at once. Tian coughed awkwardly and scratched his head until his hair stuck out in every direction. What had almost happened? Without another word, he hurried over to the mattress, lowered the mosquito net, crawled inside, and sat quietly, trying to calm the frantic pounding of his heart. Outside the net, Phupha rubbed his own face in bewilderment. After several moments of silence, a quiet voice drifted out. Aren't you staying the night? Come to bed. I'm sleepy. Tian's voice was awkward and barely audible. He wasn't the type to act coy. He was still a man. Even if he had absolutely no idea what kind of man this shameless captain really was. No one would ever know how much courage it had taken him just to say that. The gas lamp gradually dimmed before finally going out. Phupha lifted the mosquito net and climbed inside. The mattress was so narrow that the two men could barely fit. Even so, they somehow managed to leave a small gap between them. Lying on his side with one arm tucked beneath his head, Tian listened to the silence stretching between them. Finally, Phupha spoke. Tian, what did you have for dinner? The moment the words left his mouth, he wanted to slap himself. What kind of question was that? Uncle Byangli left me fried kale with rice. I boiled some water to warm it up, and fried an egg. A low chuckle came from behind him. You didn't burn it and secretly throw it away? You're looking down on me again, Tian protested. The edges were only a little burnt. It takes time to improve. The rookie cook became so absorbed in arguing that he completely forgot how close they were lying. Then prove it tomorrow morning. No, I have to teach. Just getting up to boil water and bathe is already enough work. After a brief silence, Phupha rolled over and said calmly, barely holding back his laughter. Tian, tomorrow's Saturday. There aren't any classes. What? Tian's eyes flew open. He grabbed the watch beside his pillow. Friday. Tomorrow really was Saturday. His day off. A broad grin spread across his face. He rolled over to face Phupha. Then I don't have to sleep yet. What do you want to do? Tian's light brown eyes wandered thoughtfully before settling on the man beside him. Talk to you. Weren't you the one who said you were sleepy? I'm awake now. Phupha was silent for a moment. Then he pointed toward his own mouth. You want to talk? But I'm sleepy. With that, he turned over without another word. Tian stared at him in disbelief. He actually rejected him? The spoiled young master immediately became annoyed. He reached over and began shaking Phupha. Hey, don't sleep yet. He kept tugging at him. Eventually, Tian drifted off to sleep without even realizing it. Even in his sleep, his slender fingers still clutched the sleeve of Phupha's camouflage jacket. Captain Phupha smiled softly. He wasn't someone who usually slept deeply, but tonight, he was certain he'd have pleasant dreams. It was already 9:30 the next morning when the new volunteer teacher finally woke up. The heat of the sun beating down on the roof had roused him. Stretching lazily, Tian noticed that the man beside him was gone. He must have gone back to the base. So Tian thought. But when he picked up his towel and toothbrush, he noticed Phupha's sports bag still sitting in the corner. His eyebrows rose. Curious, he hurried downstairs. On the bamboo table sat a simple breakfast, salted eggs, vegetables, canned pickles, and a pot of rice that had long since gone cold. But there was no sign of Phupha. Where had he gone? Tian headed to the water tank behind the house. Thankfully, someone always kept it filled. Stripping down to his boxers, he hung his towel nearby before brushing his teeth, washing his face, and bathing. The weather was already warm enough that there was no need to heat water anymore. He dipped the plastic scoop into the tank and poured cool water over himself. Compared to his first day, he'd become surprisingly skilled at it. Maybe he really could get used to life here. The charcoal soap produced rich lather scented faintly with jasmine. He scrubbed himself thoroughly before washing his boxer shorts as well, rinsing them until they were spotless. Although no villagers lived nearby, he still had enough modesty not to wander around completely naked. Who knew if the mountain spirits were watching? Drying himself with the towel wrapped around his waist, he pulled on his t-shirt and returned inside, humming quietly. Then he opened his travel bag. Damn, there aren't any clean clothes left. He nearly tore at his own hair. After only a week, he'd already worn everything he'd brought, and he didn't even have any detergent. What's wrong? Phupha's voice suddenly came from outside. Can't use the toilet? Or is it clogged? Tian looked ready to cry. I don't have a clean shirt. The confession nearly made Phupha collapse with laughter. Then wash your clothes. It's not difficult. It is difficult. I don't know how. Phupha slapped his forehead. How had he forgotten? This city boy couldn't do anything, except play with expensive phones. With a helpless sigh, he opened his sports bag and pulled out a spare set of clothes. Here, we're mine for now. I'll take you to the waterfall later. Tian stared at the faded light khaki shirt embroidered with the Pha Pun unit insignia and the matching military trousers. You want me to wear these? Back home, he wouldn't even have used clothes like this as cleaning rags. If you'd rather stay naked, that's fine. Phupha pretended to put them away. Tian immediately snatched them back. Holding the clothes, he asked cautiously, This is a soldier's uniform. I'm not a soldier. Is it illegal for me to wear it? No. Phupha answered casually. Military wives wear them all the time. Tian froze. A faint blush spread across his flawless face. I'm not your wife, he shouted, trying to kick Phupha. The captain stepped aside effortlessly. Hurry up and get dressed. I'll be downstairs waiting. His calm tone only irritated Tian even more. If he had still been a child, he probably would have stomped his feet in frustration. He changed into Phupha's clothes. The old shirt was faded with age, but it smelled faintly of laundry detergent and warm sunshine. For some reason, the scent felt strangely comforting. Tian quickly slapped his own cheeks. What was he thinking? He hurried downstairs. The rice had been reheated over the stove until fragrant steam rose from the pot. Starving, Tian eagerly scooped himself a large bowl and began eating it with a salted egg. Phupha smiled as he watched the uninvited glutton. Dressed in an oversized faded shirt, wrinkled trousers, and sporting hopelessly messy hair. If Tian had possessed a mirror at that moment, he probably would have collapsed in horror. Chapter 11. After breakfast, Captain Phupha took the volunteer teacher to Uncle Byangli's house to borrow an enamel wash basin for his dirty clothes. Then they walked a few kilometers back to the waterfall they had visited before. The sound of water rushing over the rocky cliffs and crashing into the pool below made Tian want to bathe all over again. Not far away, a group of Aka women from the village stood on a large rock by the clear stream, washing clothes beneath their feet. They chatted and giggled among themselves until they noticed the two young men approaching. At once, they grew shy and smiled politely. Phupha returned the greeting with a small nod before leading the troublesome Tian farther downstream. Tian placed the heavy basin on a large rock, then turned impatiently to the taller man. Captain, I don't think these clothes can survive being washed like that. If the villagers' simple hand-woven clothes can handle it, why can't your expensive ones? Why spend thousands on them otherwise? Phupha squatted down and pulled out a pair of brightly colored dress trousers. Different fabrics are meant to be cared for differently. Tian shouted, crossing his arms in disbelief. I'm serious, Captain. Stop making fun of me. Then wash them by hand. Phupha took Tian's slender hand and guided him to sit beside him. Dip them in the water first and soak them. Tian reluctantly obeyed. As he soaked the clothes, he asked, Then why did you bring soap? I don't see any washing powder. In the old days, people even washed clothes with vinegar. This soap is made from natural ingredients. It doesn't harm the environment. If it can clean our bodies, why can't it clean our clothes? Tian groaned under his breath. He rubbed the soap across the fabric until it foamed, then awkwardly tried scrubbing it with both hands. Seeing how clumsy he was, Captain Phupha stepped in again. Hold it firmly. Rub the stained area together first, then use more soap. Tian obediently scrubbed the soaked shirt until he suddenly heard a loud ripping sound. Everything seemed to go silent. His long, narrow eyes widened in horror. Damn it! My Topnian shirt. This happened because of you. It's all your fault. He sprang to his feet and flung the expensive, brightly colored shirt straight at the seated officer. White jasmine-scented soap bubbles scattered across Phupha's face. Captain Phupha slowly rose to his full height. A dark aura seemed to gather behind him. Tian instinctively took a step backward. Rough hands wiped away the soap from his forehead as fierce eyes locked onto Tian's face, making him swallow nervously. Why, you're wrong. You can't blame me. His weak defense only made things worse. No blame. Phupha's voice dropped dangerously low before exploding like thunder. Only punishment. Tian panicked. Without thinking, he threw the soaking wet shirt at Phupha's face again. That made everything even worse. Phupha tossed the ruined shirt aside with obvious disdain before reaching for the spoiled young master, intending to give him a proper spanking. But Tian was as nimble as a monkey. He leapt into the stream and splashed knee-deep through the water. With his much longer legs, Phupha caught up almost effortlessly. Seeing escape was impossible, Tian changed tactics. He spun around, scooped up water with both hands, and splashed it directly at Phupha's face. The captain instinctively raised his arms to shield himself. So this is how you want to play? Phupha called out. You're really asking for trouble. Using his shirt as a shield, he charged forward and quickly caught Tian. Hey, I can't breathe. The strength of the man was unbelievable. Tian struggled desperately, trying to pry away the powerful arms wrapped around his waist, but it was completely useless. Phupha held him tightly and punished him by tickling his waist until Tian doubled over, laughing and gasping for breath. Furious that Phupha had discovered his weakness, Tian resorted to the classic tactic. He dug his fingernails into Phupha's muscular arm. This time it worked. Phupha jerked back in pain, but instead of giving up, he chased after the mischievous troublemaker even more fiercely. The two splashed through the stream like children, diving, dodging, and attacking each other with handfuls of water until both were soaked from head to toe. Determined to get revenge, Tian switched to close combat. He rushed behind Phupha, wrapped both arms tightly around his waist, and began tickling his sides. It was like trying to chip away at a mountain with a twig. Absolutely nothing happened. The tall man simply turned around, grinned, and said, "Sorry, I'm not ticklish. Not anywhere. Didn't you learn that a few minutes ago?" Like a rugby player, Phupha charged straight at the talkative young man. Before Tian could react, his light body was lifted clean off the ground. He let out an involuntary scream, wrapping both legs tightly around Phupha's waist like a python. The next moment, they both lost their balance and fell into the stream. Water splashed high into the air. Both young men landed completely soaked. Phupha sighed softly. Fortunately, he had managed to twist beneath Tian at the last second. Otherwise, the pampered young master would have landed directly on the rocks. Still sitting astride him, Tian finally realized what had cushioned his fall. His expression changed instantly. "Did you hit your head?" The creek bed was full of rocks. He certainly didn't want to become a murderer so early in life. "My head's fine," Phupha grumbled. "My body's the one that's broken. Can you get off me now? You're crushing me." Instead of moving, Tian burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" The more seriously Phupha frowned, the harder Tian laughed. You look ridiculous." His wet hair clung flat against his head, making him look exactly like a drenched sea lion, especially with those bright white canine teeth showing every time he frowned. Sunlight reflected in Tian's long, narrow eyes as he laughed. For some reason, the sight gave Phupha goosebumps. Perhaps because something inside him had begun to change. He let out an irritated sigh before lifting Tian off him and setting him aside. "Enough fooling around. Finish washing the clothes." "Yes, Captain. Yes." Tian deliberately answered in an exaggerated tone before grumbling under his breath and returning to the pile of laundry. By the time the sun stood high overhead, the two young men began walking back from the waterfall. The warm midday sun softened the chill of the breeze against their wet skin. As they walked through the middle of the village, the sight of the two soaking wet young men drew amused smiles from the elderly villagers they passed. "Why is everyone running around today?" Tian asked curiously. "Didn't the work in the vegetable field stop for the weekend too? Everyone's preparing for a wedding." Phupha answered simply. Tian's eyes immediately widened. Wait, don't tell me you went to Uncle Byangli this morning to ask for his daughter's hand in marriage. Phupha shot him a sharp look before replying helplessly. Tian snorted. That's more like it. What are you muttering about? Come on. Still carrying the enamel wash basin, Phupha led him straight to Uncle Byangli's house so they could borrow dry clothes before having lunch together. The house was crowded with villagers. Many had gathered to discuss the upcoming wedding procession between the young men of one village and the young women of another. They sat chatting happily in the open reception area until the newcomers climbed the stairs. The two soaked young men remained outside, calling for the owner instead of entering and getting the wooden floor wet. As soon as he recognized their voices, Uncle Byangli hurried over with cloths for them to wipe their feet. Were you two swimming together? The old man looked between them. Seeing the stern officer and the new teacher glaring at each other like quarreling children, he couldn't help laughing. The captain was the one who started it, Tian replied sarcastically. I'm cold, Phupha answered in his usual flat tone. Silence followed. Byangli coughed awkwardly before the argument could continue. You don't have any dry clothes left to change into, do you? He already knew the answer. Earlier that morning, Tian had borrowed one of Phupha's army green shirts. Now both of them had returned completely drenched. I'll get my son's clothes for you. Thank you, Phupha replied politely before pulling Tian away from the curious villagers, whose eyes kept drifting toward the slim figure beneath the soaked t-shirt. Tian sat on a bamboo platform, hugging his knees and shivering every time the wind blew. Meanwhile, Phupha appeared completely unaffected by the cold. No matter how cold it gets, you never shiver. Phupha glanced at the sarcastic speaker before allowing himself the faintest smile. It was enough to leave Tian speechless. Then his brain caught up. He bent over dramatically as though he were about to vomit. EW. That's absolutely disgusting. Phupha merely shrugged and walked off to collect the borrowed clothes from Byangli. After thanking him, they returned to the teacher's hut to change. Embarrassed, Tian took the only room upstairs while Phupha changed downstairs. After drying himself with a small towel, Tian reached for the borrowed clothes. Just before putting them on, he froze. The outfit consisted of an indigo hand-woven cotton shirt decorated with colorful embroidery around the hem, along with matching trousers tied by a long drawstring. He stared at them in confusion. How had he not noticed this when he accepted them? But the cool breeze blowing through the hut made the decision for him. Suppressing his embarrassment, Tian quickly changed into the traditional Aka clothing before the cold became unbearable. Carrying the basin of freshly washed clothes, he first hung some beside the window before taking the rest onto the balcony, where there was a little more room to dry them. Phupha had just finished changing when he looked up. He nearly burst out laughing. He bit back the smile so hard that his canine teeth almost hurt as he watched Tian standing behind the wooden railing. So, which mountain are you heading to collect carrots from? Tian's slender figure, smooth white skin, slightly handsome face, and modern hairstyle looked completely out of place in the traditional clothing. Yet somehow, the gap between a city man and a hill tribe villager suddenly seemed much smaller than before. I'm dressed exactly like you. Tian nearly threw the basin at him. Although Phupha wore clothing woven in a similar style, his open-collared shirt suited his tall, broad frame perfectly. Standing beside him, Phupha looked less like someone gathering vegetables and more like a proud tribal warrior. The world was completely unfair. Finished hanging your clothes? Phupha called. Are you going to help the villagers, or are you planning to stay here and rest? There was a hint of hesitation in Phupha's eyes. You mean the wedding? What about you? I'll be there early. Tian fell silent for a moment. He glanced back at the empty hut, then realized that spending the entire day lying around without internet access would be unbearably boring. I'll come too. Wait a minute. He disappeared into the room to take his medicine before he forgot. Around the large clearing beside the forest, the village men were busy carrying bamboo poles. Some split them into sections with machetes while others tied them together, gradually assembling what would become a bridal palanquin. When Byangli noticed the newcomers, he waved them over with a broad smile. Seeing both young men dressed in traditional Aka clothing made him grin even wider. Teacher, is it comfortable? My wife made those clothes for my son when he was 15. They're a little old now. Tian smiled politely. He suddenly felt less like a distinguished guest and more like a mischievous secondary school student. So your son has already grown into a strong young man. That's right, Byangli replied proudly. Captain Phupha knows him well. My guess is he grew up wrestling buffaloes. Tian muttered under his breath as he looked at the broad back of the village chief's son, which was nearly as solid as the Rocky Mountain itself, just like Phupha. Nearby, Phupha stood talking with several villagers who spoke enough Thai to hold a conversation. We're making a palanquin to carry the bride back from the neighboring mountain village, Byangli explained. A palanquin. Tian searched his memory. That's the kind people carry on their shoulders, right? That's right. It carries both the bride and groom. That must take a lot of people. It does. For men in front and four behind. If they don't keep perfect rhythm, the whole thing can tip over. The village headman chuckled. The bride and groom probably get bored sitting still up there anyway. The route cuts through the forest over rough, dirt roads. Carrying a heavy wooden palanquin with two people inside isn't easy. Tian nodded in understanding. Byangli handed him a knife and asked him to scrape the thorns from the bamboo poles, while Captain Phupha joined the others assembling the frame. 3 hours later, the palanquin had begun to take shape. Thick bamboo poles were secured beneath the wooden seat, tightly lashed together with rope. Soon, 8 young men lifted the completed frame to test it. Their footsteps echoed through the forest. Several of them staggered beneath the tremendous weight, nearly dropping the palanquin. Their faces flushed bright red as they struggled, making everyone watching instinctively tense. Does it really have to rest directly on their shoulders? Tian whispered. Byangli, standing nearby, overheard him. Not necessarily, teacher. It's mainly for the bride's dignity. Villages closer to town already use small pickup trucks on paved roads. Halfway through his explanation, the village chief suddenly paused. He turned toward Tian. Only then did he remember what the volunteer teacher had studied at university. Teacher, do you have any ideas? Huh. Tian looked startled. He scratched the back of his neck nervously. I don't know. It might not work. Any suggestion is better than none. The deep voice came from behind him. Captain Phupha approached, drenched in sweat, fixing Tian with an expectant look that seemed to say, hurry up and share what's in that head of yours. Don't pressure me like that. The engineering graduate from one of Thailand's top universities frowned. Have you ever seen those roofed sedan chairs in Chinese historical dramas? They're only carried by 2 people. I know, Phupha replied with a smile, watching several curious Aka boys gather around their new teacher. Some understood Thai while others simply listened out of curiosity. Surrounded by hopeful eyes, Tian let out a long sigh. He crouched down and picked up a stick, sketching in the dirt. Soon, the outline of a rectangular sedan chair appeared, complete with long carrying poles extending from both ends. China's colder, so they added panels on the sides to block the wind. As he continued drawing, the design became clearer. We probably don't need all that. Just build a box-like frame around the seat and add a simple thatched roof. No side coverings. It'll be much lighter. So how would we carry something like this? Byangli asked. He had never seen such an unusual design before, but he genuinely wanted to understand it so he could explain it properly to the villagers. Stand beneath the center beam, grip the handles on both sides, then lift it straight up. But can 2 people really support that much weight with their hands alone? Tian's eyes darted back and forth as his long-neglected engineering instincts came back to life. I think resting the pole on the shoulders would distribute the weight much better because there's more contact area and greater stability. The problem is that if all the weight stays on the shoulders, lifting becomes difficult. He tapped his chin thoughtfully before adding more lines to the drawing. What if we add another beam across the top at shoulder height and tie the upper and lower poles together with rope? Then 4 people could carry it. They'd use both their shoulders and hands, saving energy. It would also cut the number of carriers in half and eliminate the problem of 2 separate rows walking out of sync. The explanation left the Thai-speaking villagers staring blankly. Their silence made Tian glance up uneasily. So, it doesn't sound very practical, does it? Maybe we should just stick with the traditional one. Who said that? Byangli rushed over and enthusiastically slapped Tian's shoulder. It's brilliant. He immediately turned and shouted excitedly in the Aka dialect. The surrounding villagers answered with equally enthusiastic cheers. Instead of continuing with the old design, they immediately began gathering fresh timber to build Tian's version. You like making things? Captain Phupha had been listening quietly all along. Now he asked the question softly. Tian, still bewildered by the whirlwind of activity surrounding him, turned toward him. His pupils trembled slightly. I used to. Why used to? Used to means it's in the past. He raised an eyebrow with forced indifference. It means I don't anymore. Without waiting for another question, he quickly walked away toward the village chief. When Tian Sopazitsical was a child, he had loved building things. Especially mechanical toys. Cars. Robots. Anything with batteries. After playing with them, he would dismantle them and rebuild them into something entirely new. Whenever he proudly showed his creations to his parents, they were always too busy to pay attention. When he showed them to his wealthy friends instead, they simply laughed. They called his inventions rubbish. Little by little, Tian learned the rules of the world he lived in. If you wanted admiration, you had to appear richer than everyone else. Drive imported cars. Carry the newest phone. Wear designer brands from head to toe. Materialism slowly buried the person he truly was. Teacher, how wide should this seat be? Byangly's voice pulled him back to reality. It only needs to fit 2 people. He estimated the dimensions before stopping awkwardly. About 2 meters. The village chief smiled apologetically. We don't have measuring tapes here. Most people have never learned standard units. Oh, Tian suddenly remembered something. He walked over to a pile of bamboo, selected a straight piece about 1 meter long, and marked a point with his finger. Tell them to cut it here. This should be about 10 centimeters. He handed the bamboo to Byangly. They can use this as a measuring stick. After demonstrating how it worked, Tian couldn't help asking, Uncle, you know so much. You even speak Thai so well. Byangly smiled proudly. I received a royal scholarship for poor children in remote border villages. At the time, each village could send 1 student to study in the city. I finished what would now be the equivalent of year 12, then worked briefly for a provincial government office before returning home. His eyes shone with gratitude. His Majesty gave me the chance to come back and develop my own village. I never knew. Tian had seen the king's projects countless times on the evening news. He had never imagined those programs had changed the lives of so many people living in places like this. It was strange. Someone like him, born into wealth and surrounded by opportunity, had never once met the king. Yet these villagers, living in poverty high in the mountains, had quietly benefited from His Majesty's support for generations. If you ever have time, Byangly said, go to the highest point in Pha Pun Dao and look around. You'll see forests and farmland everywhere. All of it exists because of the royal projects. We're truly fortunate to have been born on this land. Then his expression turned serious. I was actually talking to you about something else earlier. Sia Sakda isn't the only person taking advantage of the villagers. If anything happens, tell me or Captain Phupha. Don't try handling everything by yourself. But people have already been exploited. Tian frowned. If I report it to you, what can either you or the captain actually do? The question left Byangly silent for a long while. Finally, he sighed. Teacher Tian, it's difficult to explain local influence to someone from the city. He patted Tian gently on the shoulder. But believe me, you're not the first person to come here hoping to help. His voice softened. You're a clever man. You should understand what I'm trying to say. Tian clicked his tongue in frustration. So speaking made you clever. Staying quiet also made you clever. Couldn't he be allowed to be a little foolish once in a while? Shaking his head, he returned to helping the villagers. Whatever was meant to happen would happen. Although Tian had made the redesigned sedan chair sound simple, he carefully supervised every stage of its construction. He checked every knot, every bamboo joint, every support beam. When everything was ready, he selected 4 villagers of similar height and asked them to lift it. The shoulder beam rested across their backs while their hands supported the lower poles. The design looked unusual, but it balanced the weight far better than the traditional version. Tian thoughtfully stroked his chin. He circled the palanquin several times, checking every angle. Then he crouched down to inspect the structure more closely. He estimated the pole length by eye and instructed one of the villagers who understood Thai where to trim it. Longer poles reduced the effort required to carry the weight. Too long, however, would make the palanquin difficult to maneuver. After completing one final inspection, Tian stepped back. He looked over the finished design one last time. Then he raised both thumbs. It works. The young villagers burst into cheers. Applause echoed across the clearing. Everyone crowded around Tian, thanking him in heavily accented Thai. Smiling warmly, Tian shook every outstretched hand. Captain Phupha watched quietly from the side before walking over. Chief Engineer Tian stood there smiling awkwardly, almost embarrassed by all the attention. Without saying a word, Phupha gently rested a hand on his head. Tian froze. Phupha looked down. The corners of Tian's long, narrow eyes had turned red. Tears shimmered there. His voice was quiet. Everything has value, even if other people can't see it, as long as you can. So don't force yourself to become someone you're not. Those simple words were exactly what Tian had longed to hear for years. He didn't need expensive gifts. He didn't need endless praise. He only needed someone to acknowledge the person he truly was. He sniffed quietly before deliberately batting away the large hand resting on his head. I'm not a child anymore. Phupha chuckled softly. Just then, Tulio approached and handed Tian a stainless steel cup of cool water. Here, teacher. Tian's eyes lit up. He eagerly accepted it and drank deeply. Hungry. So hungry I could eat an entire cow. All he'd eaten that day were boiled vegetables and chili paste. He was starving. Bear with it, Phupha said. Those doctors in town thought you'd understand. As soon as Tian heard the word doctor, he gritted his teeth. I thought they were buying me a new liver. As always, Phupha completely missed the joke. It wasn't about your liver. I know. My ears still work. Tian huffed dramatically. Phupha frowned, genuinely unable to understand the younger man's mood. Why are you angry now? I am angry. Tian puffed out his cheeks before stomping off toward Byangli, leaving the captain shaking his head helplessly. By nearly 6 o'clock, the crimson sun was sinking below the horizon. The sky gradually darkened. Dr. Nam parked his car at the entrance to Pha Pun Dao village and walked up the slope carrying several bags of food, just as he always did. As soon as he arrived, he called out to his tall friend, who was sitting beneath the teacher's hut. Come help me. I bought too much. Phupha carried the food inside and began transferring it into serving bowls. What did you buy all this for? It's to comfort Nong Tian. Dr. Nam burst into laughter. Phupha smiled. He probably thought he was filming a Bruce Lee movie today. Fortunately, nobody started throwing punches. Wazin divided the rice into bowls and let out a long sigh of relief. There was a little trouble at first. His brain must have short-circuited again. Even though soldiers protected the area, illegal groups still operated in the surrounding forests. Poverty and limited education made the villagers easy targets. Dense jungle provided perfect cover for smugglers and illegal loggers, forcing the soldiers to patrol dozens of kilometers every day. When Wazin and Phupha were first assigned to the area, confrontations happened almost every other day. It had taken years before things finally calmed down. Perhaps the criminals simply decided it was easier to operate somewhere else. It's good that he's staying for a while. Phupha's quiet comment immediately drew a knowing grin from the doctor. Oh, really? Yes. Phupha avoided eye contact. The bespectacled doctor folded his arms across his chest. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, you bastard. You rushed to pick him up on the very first day. Then last night, the only place you wanted to spend your time was his house. Even Long-Poor Silicon wouldn't believe your excuses. For the first time in years, Phupha regretted being friends with this annoying doctor. They had served together at the same base for years, and wherever one was transferred, the other somehow followed. Is there anything you don't know? Phupha slapped his friend on the shoulder. Actually, there is. Wazin grinned wickedly. So tell me, are you taking such good care of him because it was love at first sight? Or because someone ordered you to? Phupha stopped. His eyes narrowed. Damn it, Phupha. Don't tell me you're actually hiding something. The doctor laughed loudly before adding. Fine. I'll just warn my little brother to be careful around the old wolf stalking him. I'm terrified. Phupha replied flatly. Don't be so confident, Wazin teased. You have no idea what my little brother is thinking. This time, Phupha said nothing. He simply reached into the shopping bag and lifted out a bottle of water, ending the conversation. Seeing his friend refuse to answer, the doctor suggested calling Tian down from the hut for dinner. Phupha slowly sat down on the bamboo platform. When you expect nothing, perhaps you don't always need to know what someone else is thinking. Chapter 12. Tian hurried down the steps of the hut as his empty stomach growled. His long, narrow eyes lit up the moment he saw the familiar dishes waiting for him. Marinated duck, crispy barbecue pork, and crispy fried prawns. He turned to Wei Zhen with a bright smile. Thank you so much, Dr. Phi. They're all my favorites. Eat as much as you want. We'll see if you're still hungry after this. Wei Zhen reached out to ruffle his hair affectionately, only to be met with a murderous glare. You don't need to encourage me when it comes to good food. I'll do my best, Tian promised, patting his flat stomach. It's a shame everything's gone cold. I bought it earlier today, and now it's already evening. The medic handed him a plate piled high with rice before sitting down on the bamboo platform beside Sven. I'm used to eating cold food here. As long as there's something to eat, I'm happy. Cold rice is a lot better than no rice at all, Tian said, stuffing a piece of fatty duck into his mouth. The other two men paused with their spoons halfway to their mouths and exchanged glances. They seemed to be thinking the same thing. Something was changing in this city, boy. Feeling the unusual silence, Tian looked up. What are you staring at? If you don't eat, I'm taking everything. As soon as he finished speaking, he swept the crispy pork onto his own plate, poured the sauce over the rice, and happily mixed it together. Do you have any medicine for his stomach, Dr. Bastard? Captain Phupha asked casually. No. Who carries medicine like that around? You'd better start. At this rate, the stomach of the glutton around here is going to burst. Tian shot the taller officer another murderous glare. In response, Phupha piled even more food onto Tian's plate. Eat more. It'll keep your mouth busy, Captain. Huh. You're much cuter when you're flattering my mother like that, bastard Phu, Dr. Wei Zhen teased with a grin. My mother died when I was 10. If you're talking about my father, I'll light incense tonight and ask him to come back and break your neck. Phupha drew a finger across his own throat in warning. All right, I surrender. Not wanting to test his luck, Wei Zhen raised both hands in defeat before turning back to Tian. Tonight's going to be interesting in the village. You should see it, Nong Tian. Why? There's a wedding tomorrow. Wei Zhen laughed mischievously. It's an old Aka tradition. Before a young man can marry, he has to spend the night with an unmarried woman or a widow chosen by the villagers. She's supposed to teach the groom how to make love and cleanse him before marriage. Huh. Tian sucked in a sharp breath. So, is this where the idea of a groom visiting another woman before getting married came from? People still do that nowadays. I have no idea. Wei Zhen shrugged. Maybe it was just a belief among poor villagers that eventually became tradition. So why did you say all the young men in the village are going to have fun? Isn't it only the groom who takes part in the ceremony? The doctor smiled like a fox. Leaning close, he whispered into Tian's ear. Try walking around the village tonight. If you see a group of people carrying torches or lanterns, follow them. Bastard doctor. Eat already. We still have to get back to base together. Phupha interrupted before his troublesome friend could fill Tian's head with any more strange ideas. Even so, Tian still didn't understand. He simply nodded absent-mindedly and continued eating until he was completely full. After the dishes had been cleared away, Tian walked outside to see the two visitors off. Since Phupha had come on his motorbike, he prepared to leave immediately. Before going, he reminded Tian once again not to wander around at night because it wasn't safe. Tian nodded obediently and waved them goodbye. Afterward, he boiled water and took a shower behind the hut. Gritting his teeth against the freezing mountain air, he finished bathing and hurried back inside to get dressed. Only then did he suddenly remember something. The porcelain wash basin. Damn it, I forgot to return it to the village elder. In front of the largest house in Pha Pun Dao village, Tian stood shivering in his ski jacket and long pajama trousers. He called out toward the wooden house. A moment later, the door opened, and Byangli Kama stepped outside, holding an oil lamp. Teacher, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? I forgot to return the wash basin. I was worried Auntie might need it tomorrow morning. Most of the women go to the waterfall together to wash clothes early in the morning. The basin isn't urgent. We have plenty. You can keep it. Oh. Tian scratched the back of his neck awkwardly and turned to leave, but the village elder suddenly called him back. Since you're already here, come inside. We have something for you. Though puzzled, Tian climbed the stairs. He sat on the woven mat with the wash basin beside him while waiting. Looking around, he noticed that Byangli's home blended traditional Aka life with modern comforts. There were several contemporary decorations and even a bookshelf. His gaze eventually settled on a gold-framed photograph of His Majesty the King visiting villagers in a remote area. The picture was so clear that even the king's sweat could be seen, a reminder of how hard His Majesty had worked for the people. Tian suddenly remembered the calendar with the king's portrait hanging crookedly at the back of his classroom. The nail had fallen out. "I'll borrow a hammer from Uncle Byangly on Monday and hang it back up properly," he thought. "The children should be able to see the king's face every day." "Sorry to keep you waiting, teacher." Byangly returned with his wife, who was carrying a large bundle of Aka clothing. "She just finished repairing the last one." "Why did you bring so many?" Tian asked in surprise. The elder smiled kindly as he accepted the bundle from his wife and placed it in front of Tian. "These are some of the finest men's clothes in our village. A few are old, but my wife repaired every one of them. Today, everyone saw you wearing our traditional clothes while helping build the bridal palanquin. The villagers were very happy, so they wanted to thank you." Tian froze. His eyes began to sting. "They like seeing me dressed the same as them? A lot of people here like wearing city clothes because they think they look fashionable." Byangly rested a hand on the colorful embroidered garments. "But very few people from the city are willing to wear traditional clothes like ours. If you don't mind wearing clothes that have already been used, we'd like you to accept them." Tian fought back a sob. Although he hadn't lived here for long, the sense of worth he had once lost was slowly returning. "How could I refuse?" He carefully lifted the bundle as though it contained priceless treasures. Turning toward Byangly's wife, he smiled. Thank you, Chingmate." He stumbled through the Aka words he had learned from the village boys earlier that afternoon. The two elders burst into laughter. "It's all right," Byangly translated after listening to his wife's reply. "Your pronunciation is a little strange." "It's okay, teacher." Tian placed the clothes into the wash basin, thanked the couple once more, and headed home. His flashlight illuminated the uneven village path. The night was pitch black, allowing countless stars to glitter brilliantly overhead. The cold was unlike anything Tian had ever experienced in Thailand. As he wiped his runny nose, something caught the corner of his eye. Several shadows moved quietly behind the wooden houses. Curious, he watched. As they drew closer, the flickering glow of kerosene lamps revealed familiar faces. They were the young men who had helped build the bridal palanquin during the day. What were they doing out here? Before he could ask, they waved enthusiastically. Tian looked around to make sure they meant him before pointing at himself. "Me?" They nodded vigorously and beckoned him over. Without thinking twice, Tian hurried to join them. The young men grinned happily, patted his shoulder, and immediately continued on their way. Holding a flashlight in one hand and the wash basin in the other, Tian followed them in confusion. Then he remembered what Dr. Weizen had told him. If you see a group carrying lamps, follow them. His excitement bubbled up like a child sneaking out to do something forbidden. After walking for quite some time, they reached a lonely hut standing beneath a large tree at the foot of a hill. "What are we doing here?" Tian whispered. Although he spoke quietly, the silence made his voice seem loud. Every young man instantly turned toward him and pressed a finger to his lips. "Quiet." The brave group stretched their necks toward a gap in the bamboo wall. As soon as someone found a suitable peephole, everyone crowded around. A dim oil lamp illuminated only blurred movements inside. Soft moans mixed with muffled conversation. The grinning spectators licked their lips. Tian could already guess what was happening. One of the Aka youths noticed him lingering behind and kindly pulled him closer to the peephole where they were secretly watching the groom and the widow. The widow's bare breasts filled his entire field of vision. Hey! Before he could cry out, several hands clamped over his mouth. Unable to escape, Tian was forced to endure the overwhelming embarrassment of watching the live performance. Inside the hut, the couple reached greater heights of passion. The young men around him whistled excitedly. Tian desperately tried to turn away, but his eyes refused to cooperate. The woman's slender legs spread apart, inviting her partner closer. The groom's hard arousal slowly entered her body. As he began moving, the widow guiding him moaned softly. Everyone watching from the darkness shivered with excitement. "Seen enough." A familiar deep voice spoke quietly behind him. The words were in Thai, which most of the villagers didn't understand. Even so, the cold authority in that voice sent everyone scattering in panic. Oh no! The wash basin made it impossible for Tian to run quickly enough. A powerful hand grabbed him. Despite the freezing weather, cold sweat immediately covered his face. He laughed awkwardly before turning to face the tall man behind him. Phupha looked terrifying. Weren't you supposed to be back at base? I had a feeling you'd get into trouble after your shower, so I rode back. When I didn't find you at the hut, I came straight here. He narrowed his eyes. And I was right. He emphasized the last few words so heavily that Tian trembled. You don't have to worry about me that much. Tian forced an embarrassed grin. He wasn't exactly frightened. Let's go. Phupha seized his arm and dragged him away so roughly that Tian thought his shoulder might come out of its socket. Ow. Be gentle. Tian cried out, but the iron-like grip never loosened. Phupha dragged him toward the motorbike parked a short distance away, intending to take him back to the hut. As they walked, however, Tian noticed something odd. The officer's gait wasn't as steady and agile as usual. The officer stopped abruptly and turned around. His sharp eyes slowly traveled downward until they landed on the obvious bulge beneath Tian's trousers. A wicked smile spread across his face. Hey, what are you looking at? Tian shouted, hurriedly tugging the hem of his jacket down to hide himself. His fair, smooth face flushed crimson with embarrassment. What did you see through that hole? That's none of your business. He tried to push Phupha away as the officer deliberately leaned in closer. Want me to help you? Phupha murmured, his nose brushing Tian's ear. His deep, husky voice sent a shiver down Tian's spine. We're both men. There's no need to be shy. Goosebumps erupted across Tian's skin. He squeezed his arms tightly around himself, shut his eyes, and bellowed loud enough for the sound to echo through the valley. But a northern man like you is dangerous. Without another thought, Tian slammed the porcelain basin into Phupha's hard stomach. The officer doubled over in pain. Meanwhile, the mischievous young man strutted proudly over to the motorbike parked nearby. Can you hurry up? I'm freezing, Tian called, wearing an expression somewhere between annoyance and triumph. Phupha let out a long sigh. Was that doctor putting strange ideas into the boy's head? The moment he got back to base, Dr. Wazin was going to have a very serious conversation with him, because he was afraid that a hope which had never truly existed would drift even farther out of reach. The Aka wedding followed a long-standing tradition that lasted for 3 days. On the first day, the bride was escorted to the groom's village. Then the village elder, known as the Yama, performed a welcoming ceremony by ritually cleansing the bride and striking the groom's roof to call the bride's spirit into her new home. On the second day, the bride served the village elders, preparing and offering food as a gesture of gratitude. On the final day, she gathered red banana stalks and fragrant roots from the forest to be burned for the invited guests. Afterward, the guests mixed vegetable oil with soot scraped from the bottoms of cooking pots and smeared it over one another, including the bride and groom, before the newlyweds lived together under everyone's watchful eyes as a test of their patience and harmony. Tian took a drink from a bamboo water container before joining the procession to the neighboring village to escort the bride. The winding trail climbed up and down through the sparse forest, while everyone else cheerfully carried the bridal palanquin and joked along the way. Tian found himself stopping every so often just to catch his breath. Today, he wore the traditional Aka outfit the villagers had given him. That morning, Byangli Kama had also presented him with a beautifully decorated Aka headdress embroidered with colorful silk. Looking at everyone together, it was almost impossible to tell who belonged to the city and who belonged to the village. The officer assigned to help with the ceremony today wasn't Captain Phupha, but one of the scouts Tian already knew. Since the soldiers were taking turns guarding the school, it made sense. Although he wondered why the tall captain hadn't come, Tian kept the question to himself. Later, Tian joined the others beneath the gathering shelter. The bride and groom were taking turns gently rolling eggs toward one another 3 times. Seeing the puzzled look on Tian's face, village chief Byangli smiled. It's an old fortune-telling custom, teacher. If the eggs break when they fall, the couple won't have children or a happy marriage. Tian nodded uncertainly. Is it something like checking fertility? The celebration continued from afternoon until evening. People sang and danced in the village courtyard. Some of the chickens prepared for the feast were served only to the bride and groom as their first meal together. After sitting beside the village elder for a while, eating sticky rice dipped in chili sauce, Tian began to feel restless and wandered away to explore the festival. The young girls dancing with the children were delightful to watch. But what truly caught his attention was a noisy circle of men, young and old, gathered nearby around what looked like some kind of game. Tian, someone called to him. What are you doing? Although Tian couldn't understand the Aka words, the man's gestures made the meaning obvious. The villagers excitedly pointed toward the spinning object in the center of the circle. Gyro, spinning gyro. One of them tried to explain in broken Thai. A spinning top. Tian guessed. Everyone nodded enthusiastically and eagerly invited him to try. The Aka spinning top looked quite different from the ones Tian had seen before. Instead of an iron spike, it used a long, sharpened hardwood point, making the top much larger and heavier than ordinary ones. Its launching cord was made from twisted straw, with a small wooden handle tied to one end. Tian had grown up in an era of remote-controlled cars and expensive toys. He had attended an elite school. When would he ever have had the chance to play with a traditional spinning top, rubber band games, or other village toys? Looking rather helpless, Tian accepted the spinning top from the smiling villagers. Although he couldn't understand their cheerful Aka chatter, their hand gestures clearly told him to pull the cord. He followed their instructions. The heavy wooden top landed, spun weakly for a few seconds, then toppled over. Nothing like the effortless spins everyone else managed. Laughter erupted all around him. Embarrassed, Tian stood frozen. Then his competitive spirit flared. Marching over to the young man who had handed him the toy, he pointed firmly at the spinning top and demanded, mostly through gestures, that the man show him the proper technique. The young Aka man demonstrated patiently. Normally, a spinning top's cord was wrapped around its shaft and secured to the player's finger. But the Aka used a thin bamboo stick attached to the end of the rope instead, allowing them to generate much greater centrifugal force and spin the heavier top far more powerfully. It reminded Tian of pitching baseballs during summer school in America. The moment he gripped the launcher properly, all his nervousness disappeared. His throwing posture was almost perfect. Even the villagers looked impressed. The heavy spinning top flew more than 10 meters before striking the ground. It spun for a short while, then stopped. Tian rotated his wrist, adjusted his stance, and tried again. And again. No matter what he did, his top still wouldn't spin nearly as long as the villagers. Finally, he stopped to study it. Crossing his arms, he frowned thoughtfully before pointing at the straw cord. The young Aka man immediately understood what Tian was asking. He smiled awkwardly and shook his head. At once, the engineering student realized the problem. The straw rope was too smooth. It lacked the grip of ordinary twine. How could he increase the friction? He glanced around, thinking rapidly. If he wanted the surface rougher, it needed abrasion. If he wanted better grip, an idea struck him. He dragged the length of straw rope repeatedly across the ground to roughen its surface and reduce its slipperiness. Then Tian wrapped the cord around the spinning top once more and prepared to test his theory. After the wooden spinning top struck the ground, it began spinning at an astonishing speed. Even the Aka man standing beside Tian stared in amazement. Tian clenched his fists and threw both arms into the air. Yes, the experiment had worked. He immediately pulled his volunteer opponent back into the circle and boldly challenged the crowd to another round. That evening, a group of officers familiar with the villagers arrived to congratulate the bride and groom. Captain Phupha wore camouflage trousers tucked into knee-high boots, a khaki shirt beneath a military winter jacket, making it obvious he had only just returned from patrol. Dr. Wazin, dressed similarly in practical field clothes, handed Byangli a bag containing beer and a bottle of branded white liquor he had bought the previous day as a wedding gift. "Thank you, Doctor," the village chief said warmly, inviting the officers to join everyone on the long bamboo platform for dinner. Noticing Phupha scanning the crowd, Byangli smiled. "Looking for Teacher Tian? He's over there." He pointed toward a group of tall young men gathered together. "What are they playing?" Phupha asked, trying to see past the crowd. The teacher challenged them to a spinning top competition. Byangli chuckled. Kama's already drunk. He's forgotten the teacher didn't even know how to play earlier. "If you don't believe me, come and see." He led the captain through the crowd. The moment Phupha stepped into the circle, he fell silent. Tian stood confidently with one leg raised, launching the heavy wooden spinning top with the skill of an expert. The crowd erupted into deafening cheers. Yet Phupha's eyes remained fixed only on Tian. His smooth, flushed cheeks glowed naturally with excitement, free from the pretense and restraints of city life. As if sensing his gaze, Tian turned around. With a smug grin, he folded his arms, tilted his chin proudly, and silently announced another victory. The corner of Phupha's mouth lifted into a helpless smile. He simply shook his head. He hoped Tian would enjoy every moment he had here before returning to the world he truly belonged to. I honestly didn't think Teacher Tian would stay until the end of his term, Byangli remarked quietly. But after seeing this, I've changed my mind. Phupha glanced at him. Anyone could tell from Tian's manners and appearance that he came from an extraordinary background. Someone as experienced as Byangli certainly knew that too. I've changed my mind as well, Phupha replied calmly. Inside, however, it felt as though a heavy stone had settled in his chest. With every passing day, it only grew heavier. How was he supposed to endure the day Tian eventually left? The rhythmic pounding of a hammer echoed through the school early the next morning. The two scouts guarding the building paid it little attention. After all, the person inside was doing exactly what he ought to be doing. He was hanging the portrait of His Majesty the King back on the wall. Tian carefully used small iron nails so the bamboo wall wouldn't split after years of heat and cold. He gently tapped each nail halfway in before wiping the dust from the calendar that had been resting behind the classroom cupboard. Holding the portrait carefully, he stepped back to admire the result. His light brown eyes lingered on the image of His Majesty warmly shaking hands with elderly villagers who had gathered deep in the wilderness to welcome him. No matter how remote a place was, every part of Thailand remained under the king's care. Tian quietly drew a long breath. He had come here for entirely selfish reasons. He wasn't helping anyone. He had only been trying to save himself. These are my father's clothes. The familiar little voice pulled him from his thoughts. Mizu stood there smiling shyly, gently pinching the sleeve of the traditional Aka outfit Tian wore. Please thank your father for me. My mother asked father's permission first. They were father's clothes. She smiled, remembering the argument her parents had had before deciding to give the treasured outfit to the new volunteer teacher as thanks for helping the village. Then apologized to him for me as well. Tian smiled. Is Ai coming to school today? He is. Father's back is better now. Mother said he has to come to school so nobody can trick him anymore. Tian nodded. From now on, he wanted to teach the children things they could truly use in life. This place didn't need cram schools. It needed practical knowledge. After the morning flag ceremony, even more children than the previous week filled the spacious bamboo classroom. Tian wrote simple lessons on the blackboard explaining Thai units of weight. He drew a weighing scale and marked numbers along it to help the children understand. After teaching for half the day, he erased the board and drew another scale. Now then, he asked, what does the needle on the scale say? The Aka children carefully counted as Tian had taught them. 800 grams. Very good. If someone says this weighs 500 grams, how many grams less is that? 300 grams. Tian smiled happily. His lesson had worked. All right, let's take a break and have lunch. The children cheered before grabbing the lunches wrapped in banana leaves and running outside to eat together. Tian opened the lunchbox Byangli's family had prepared for him that morning. It contained a simple omelette, boiled vegetables, and chili paste. Though the food had long since gone cold, everything tasted delicious when he was hungry. He sat on the wooden platform outside the classroom, quietly eating while watching the children play around the flagpole. The cool breeze almost lulled him to sleep. Then loud shouting suddenly erupted. Tian immediately jumped to his feet. The children were racing across the schoolyard, chasing something high in the sky. Their excited cries echoed in both Aka and Thai. Giant bird. Tian shaded his eyes from the bright sun and looked upward. Because the school stood high on a mountain ridge, he could clearly see the object emerging from the clouds. It's called an aeroplane. A wide smile spread across his face. He shouted excitedly and ran after the children with his arms stretched out like wings. Once they had tired themselves out, Tian spent the afternoon teaching everyone how to fold paper airplanes. Soon the entire schoolyard was filled with flying paper aircraft. The mountain children proved even more creative than city kids. Before long, they were experimenting on their own, bending wing tips and folding different nose shapes to make their planes fly farther than everyone else's. Unfortunately, The powerful mountain winds quickly swept the paper planes off course, sending them tumbling to the ground. The children simply laughed and ran after them until Tian called everyone back inside. While teaching simple English vocabulary, Tian noticed several students sitting absent-mindedly. "Do you like airplanes that much?" The children exchanged glances before IE answered. "I want to fly in the sky. If you want to become a pilot, you'll have to study very hard. It's a difficult job." The little boy looked back with sparkling eyes. Although he didn't fully understand those complicated words, the hope in his expression made Tian feel an unexpected weight settle on his shoulders. For example, Tian continued with a sly grin. "Even if an aeroplane can't fly by itself, there are things we can make that will fly." "What is it, teacher?" Tian smiled mischievously. "I'm not telling. We'll find out tomorrow." Disappointed groans immediately filled the classroom. Since lessons ended early that day, Tian went straight to Byangli Kama's house. He waited beneath the house until the village chief returned from working in the vegetable fields. Removing his straw hat and dusting off his trousers, Byangli greeted him. Tian hurried over. "I wanted to ask, how do people travel into town from here?" "You have to walk to the main road and wait for the local bus," Byangli replied. "But it'll be dark before you get back." "What do you need?" "I need the internet." Seeing the elder's puzzled expression, Tian quickly corrected himself. I need to buy some materials for the children. I promised I'd teach them to make kites." "Kites? What gave you that idea?" "They were so excited when they saw the aeroplane today. I want to make something they can fly themselves." Byangli thought for a moment. "I'll contact the base by radio first." "Why do you have to tell them?" "I'm not a prisoner. I can go wherever I want." Tian pouted, making the village chief laugh. "You're not a prisoner. You're someone under Captain Phupha's protection. And after what happened with Siasakta, you need to be especially careful." Tian accepted the explanation, but hearing the first part made his face fall. Since when had he become someone under Captain Phupha's protection? He followed Byangli upstairs, where his eyes immediately widened at the sight of a square metal box fitted with a long antenna. This is a military field radio? He had seen soldiers carrying similar equipment while patrolling the villages. "That's right," Byangli replied. "The camp left it here so I can contact them in an emergency." "And my little shopping trip counts as an emergency?" Byangli smiled. "For Captain Phupha, anything involving you is an emergency." Tian immediately fell silent. He sat obediently beside the radio while Byangli expertly adjusted the frequency. The elder pressed the transmit button. "3 stars calling, over." Static crackled before a voice answered. "3 stars confirmed. 3 stars reporting. Teacher Tian wants to travel into town. Over." Mill acknowledged. "Informing Eagle now. Await further reply." The transmission ended. Byangli turned around and found Tian staring at the radio with obvious fascination. "Teacher, do you like field radios?" "Yeah. They're amazing. I really want to take one apart and see how it works inside." His old passion for building and inventing had begun returning. "You may take one apart someday," Byangli laughed. "Just not this one. I don't want to visit you in prison because you broke military equipment." Moments later, the radio crackled again. "Eagle to 3 stars. Over." Though distorted by static, Tian instantly recognized the voice. 3 stars receiving. Eagle is on patrol. Sending pigeon instead. Over and out. Tian scratched his head. These code names are so confusing. Eagle is Captain Phupha, Byangli explained. And pigeon? Dr. Wazin. Tian nodded. Yet, for some reason, a strange feeling of disappointment quietly settled inside him. From beginning to end, everything had been handed over to Dr. Wazin. Weren't those two unbelievably close? What else was he expecting? Tian suddenly froze. He rubbed his face vigorously, trying to chase away the thoughts. But the frustration lingering in his chest refused to disappear. Chapter 13. Dr. Wazin, who had offered to take the volunteer teacher into town, called from outside the hut. Tian hurriedly stuffed his switched-off mobile phone, charger, notebook, and pen into his backpack before springing to his feet. "I'm ready. Let's go." When Wazin saw Tian coming down the stairs in local clothes with a modern backpack slung over his shoulder, he laughed. "You're really going dressed like that?" Tian glanced down at himself and shrugged. "It's fine." The truth was, he had been in such a hurry that he hadn't bothered changing. He was worried they would reach town too late, and the handicraft shops would already be closed. The man behind the wheel, however, seemed to have no intention of taking things slowly. Tian gripped the seat cushion so tightly his fingers nearly crushed it. Every sharp bend in the road felt as though one slight mistake with the steering wheel would send the Jeep flying into a ditch. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Even someone like him, who had once been known as the king of street racing, had to admit that he was no match for Dr. Nam's roller coaster driving. Dr. Nam, you can slow down a little. Huh? Aren't we in a hurry? As he spoke, Wazin smoothly shifted gears, swung the steering wheel, and overtook the minivan ahead. Tian swallowed hard. We're in a hurry to get into town, not in a hurry to die. I've got a powerful amulet. It's guaranteed to protect us. Wazin flashed him a carefree grin. Unlike the doctor, Tian looked as though he had been poisoned. He wasn't joking. He was genuinely terrified. The military jeep, with its distinctive military license plate, reached Chiang Rai in only an hour and a half instead of the usual 2 hours. Tian quietly let out a long sigh of relief. After miraculously getting a second chance at life, he had no desire to visit the underworld again anytime soon. We'll go to the market later, Wazin said as the jeep stopped at a red light. There are plenty of shops to choose from. Okay, where are you going first? Wazin grinned knowingly. You don't want me finding out your secret, do you? I don't have any secrets. He wasn't lying. Not at all. Well, maybe a lot. The young doctor nodded thoughtfully. Right, secrets. He turned and looked seriously into Tian's beautiful eyes. The secret of your heart. Tian froze. A moment later, his handsome face twisted as though he had suffered severe emotional damage. Does that soldier teach perverted nonsense too? The captain is another man. He muttered the last part under his breath, but Wazin heard every word. Of course, Captain Phupha of the Thai army said it himself. Tian didn't laugh. What do you mean? His serious tone made Wazin stop teasing immediately. He knew when to joke and when to keep quiet. Some things belonged only between two people. Since his tight-lipped best friend clearly didn't want Tian to know anything yet, he had no intention of interfering. It's nothing. I was just kidding. Tian didn't press the issue. He simply turned and stared silently out the window. Several minutes passed before he finally spoke again. I thought Dr. Nam and the captain were. He hesitated. A couple. The jeep suddenly lurched as Wazin slammed on the brakes. Tian was thrown forward, and angry horns blared from the vehicles behind them. The doctor quickly recovered, shifted gears, and continued driving. You're serious? Wazin asked awkwardly. Still dressed in his Aka clothing, Tian lowered his head. I just thought. Then, realizing he should answer properly, he quietly added, yes. His voice became even softer. Wazin sat up straighter and took a deep breath. I'm seeing someone. He smiled. I'm getting married next year. A girlfriend. A woman. She's beautiful too. She's a pediatrician at a children's hospital in Bangkok. So, the captain had his heart broken? Wazin nearly burst out laughing, but managed to hold it in. Are you disappointed? No. Tian paused. I just. He wanted to shout that it wasn't like that, but the words caught in his throat. Silence filled the jeep until it finally pulled over beside a busy sidewalk. Wazin switched off the engine and turned toward the young man, still staring blankly through the window. Tian. The other man looked around as though waking from a dream. Are you disgusted by men like Phupha? Tian was quiet for a moment as he searched for the right words. Disgusted how? What do you think about me and Captain Phupha together? The doctor smiled gently, though the meaning behind the question was unmistakable. As friends. Tian swallowed. I'm not disgusted. But, if it were something more. He shook his head. I don't know. That was the most honest answer he could give. He reached for the door. Before getting out, he said quietly without looking back. I'm sorry for bringing it up in the first place. Just forget it. Then he quickly climbed out, running one hand through his hair in frustration. Wazin hurried after him. Come back here in 1 hour. I'll take you to the equipment shop you wanted. Tian didn't respond. But from this distance, Wazin was sure he had heard. The young doctor rubbed his aching temples. His best friend carried more guilt than anyone. Wazin knew Phupha's sexual orientation. Burdened by the expectations of his late parents, Phupha had abandoned the glamorous life in Bangkok, determined to serve his country and remain single for the rest of his life on the border. Wazin thought it was a terrible waste. He couldn't help wondering why fate would send someone as soft, delicate, and beautiful as Tian into the mountains where a sleeping tiger waited. If Tian truly felt nothing, then perhaps it was only a fleeting curiosity. But if his heart had already begun beating faster. Tian walked through town as though everything around him were invisible. Eventually, he spotted a small internet cafe inside a commercial building and immediately headed inside. The teenager sitting behind the counter stood up when he saw the newcomer. He looked Tian up and down, taking in the mountain clothes, then sneered. "Which mountain did you crawl down from?" His voice wasn't quiet. Several customers nearby covered their mouths and laughed. For the first time in his life, Tian experienced what it felt like to be looked down upon because of social status. In the past, he might have told his friends to buy the entire shop just so they could throw everyone out. Now he saw no point. It would only waste money. A faint smile appeared on his lips. He leaned casually against the counter. "A mountain man, just like your father." His voice remained calm. What a rude kid. The contrast between his icy tone and cutting words made the teenager shiver. What do you want, brother?" "I'm here to use the internet." Tian continued in the voice of a perfect villain. "And I need somewhere to charge my phone." "Oh, of course. Sit wherever you like. There's a power outlet under the computer desk." The teenager immediately changed his attitude. "Thanks." Tian walked toward one of the computers. Feeling everyone's eyes still fixed on him, he deliberately said loudly, "Look at that kid. He's pretty handsome. Is he a model?" The entire shop fell silent. Tian smiled in satisfaction before settling into a quiet corner. He plugged his charger into the outlet beneath the desk. A few moments later, his expensive designer phone came back to life. He immediately called the only friend who knew where he was. While waiting for the call to connect, he searched online for information about making kites. The phone rang several times before someone finally answered. "You bastard." "Tian." Tian quickly held the phone away from his ear. "Haha. Tull, lower your voice. You're going to make me deaf." "You asshole. Where the hell have you been? It's been almost 2 weeks. I couldn't reach you. I thought you'd been murdered and buried somewhere in the Burmese jungle." Had it really already been 2 weeks? It hadn't felt that long. "There's no phone signal up in the mountains. I only just came into town." "So you really went to volunteer as a teacher?" Tull snorted. "I thought you'd last 3 days before running home." The bastard wasn't wrong. In fact, Tian had nearly packed his bags on the very first night. But after enduring it for a while, he realized that compared with the kindness of the villagers, the hardship really wasn't much. "I could have stayed up there instead of calling just to get yelled at by you." He sighed. "I actually wanted to ask about home. It's strange. Normally, if I disappeared for a few hours, everyone would panic. I've been gone for weeks. I only left them a letter, but nobody has tried contacting me. I don't believe my parents would just accept it." Tull laughed. "Do you really think your father couldn't find you if he wanted to?" "I guess." Tian frowned. "That's exactly why it feels so strange. No one's come after me. That means your father is the one who allowed you to stay there." The certainty in Tull's voice made Tian suspicious. "Did my father's people come looking for me?" "Oh my God. No." Tull answered so quickly that Tian became even more doubtful. "Are you sure?" After a long pause, the other man sighed. "Why do you care? No one's chasing you. Isn't that exactly what you wanted?" "I guess." Tian shrugged. "That's all then. I'm going back to looking something up." He was about to hang up when Tull interrupted. "Looking up your sister again? I can help. I'm free." Tian laughed. "I'm looking up how to make kites. I'm teaching the hill tribe kids how to fly them." Masturbation? In Thai slang, flying a kite can also refer to masturbation. "You bastard." Tian burst out laughing. "I'm talking about actual kites. The kind that fly in the wind." After another round of colorful insults in both Thai and English, Tull finally hung up first. Smiling to himself, Tian felt much lighter. He returned to his search, carefully reading instructions on kite making, writing down useful information and the materials he would need in his notebook. When it was almost time to meet Weizen, Tian packed everything away, paid for his internet time, politely declined the teenager's offer to let him use it for free, and headed back to the parking area where Dr. Weizen was waiting. Chapter 13, Flying Kite. The enthusiastic teacher spent the evening making a simple kite using the supplies Dr. Nam had bought for him, carefully following the instructions he had found online. The main materials included kite paper, latex glue, and twine. For the frame, He improvised with materials around the house, sharpening tree branches to replace the bamboo, even though the instructions clearly recommended lightweight bamboo. He worked on it for most of the night until he was finally satisfied, then fell asleep almost immediately. By the time the morning sun was shining on him, he had overslept. Tian hurriedly splashed cold water on his face, brushed his teeth, changed clothes at lightning speed, gathered all of his supplies, and rushed to school. By the time he arrived, the students had already finished the flag ceremony and were quietly waiting inside the classroom. As soon as he saw Captain Phupha, dressed in his khaki uniform and camouflage gear, standing beside two scouts carrying bundles of bamboo poles, Tian stopped in his tracks. Phupha looked up at him. "Why are you looking at me like that?" He nodded toward the bamboo. "Aren't you going to use these? I'll sharpen them for you." "No need," Tian answered stiffly while unloading his supplies. For some reason, yesterday's conversation still lingered in his mind. Just because Captain Phupha and Dr. Nam weren't lovers didn't mean the captain liked men. Or liked him. Trying to shake away the thought, Tian simply walked into the classroom without another word. "I can't believe it," one of the scouts remarked after watching the volunteer teacher disappear inside. "I didn't think he'd actually stay." Phupha raised an eyebrow. "Why not? I thought he'd leave after a few days." The captain was quiet for a moment before smiling faintly. Even if he wanted to stay forever, he couldn't. He has a bright future ahead of him. He shouldn't spend the rest of his life hiding away in a place like this. That's true. He's still young. Yes. Phupha lowered his eyes. He hasn't even graduated from university yet. It sounded more like he was reminding himself. It's a shame. The children and everyone here already seemed to like him. Phupha didn't answer. He simply lowered his head and carefully shaved the rough edges off the bamboo with his Swiss Army knife until every piece was smooth. At lunchtime, he brought a lunchbox for the young volunteer teacher. The meal was simple, leftover garlic pork and fried eggs from the night before. Tian sat cross-legged, scooping up the dark preserved eggs with a spoon while making a face. "Are you sure people really eat eggs like this?" One of the scouts burst into laughter. "Teacher, you really don't know anything. This is delicious. It's an acquired taste. I'll take your word for it." He had skipped breakfast and was starving. At that moment, even if someone had served him eggs soaked in petrol, he probably would have eaten them. He shoveled rice into his mouth without any of the polite restraint he normally showed. Phupha watched him curiously. "Have you ever made a kite before?" Tian narrowed his eyes. "I've always gone to international schools. I only learned yesterday how a kite actually works." He answered honestly before washing everything down with a large bottle of water. Phupha frowned. "Then, what exactly are you planning to teach the children?" "It doesn't seem difficult. I tried making one last night. It turned out looking pretty good." "What about flying it?" The captain suddenly had a very bad feeling. "I watched a YouTube video. You just run for a while, and the wind lifts it." The moment those words left Tian's mouth, Phupha instinctively rubbed his forehead. "So you've never actually flown one before?" "Never." Tian smiled innocently. "But I've heard plenty of jokes about flying kites." Phupha couldn't help smiling. He sat down beside Tian. "You're impressive. So, shall we go fly kites together?" Only then did Tian realize the double meaning. His pale face instantly turned bright red. He jumped to his feet and stumbled backward. "I should go get everything ready first." Then he fled the classroom while the three soldiers burst into laughter behind him. Exactly at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the Aka children gathered again. Everyone eagerly waited to see what today's lesson would be. Standing at the blackboard in his traditional hand-woven Aka clothes, Tian picked up a piece of chalk and drew two intersecting lines to form a cross before connecting the corners into a diamond. He turned around with a satisfied smile. "Today we're going to make a kite." "A kite?" The children shouted in confusion. "What's that?" "It's something that flies in the sky. We'll make one first. Then you'll see." He had everyone sit in a circle before briefly explaining the process. He picked up two sharpened bamboo sticks about a foot long and crossed them together. After making sure all the children had copied him, he asked Phupha to cut pieces of string. The string was used to tie the two bamboo sticks firmly together before another length was wrapped around the outer edges to create the kite's frame. Once his own frame was finished, Tian walked around helping the children tie theirs. Next, he laid colorful sheets of kite paper over the frame, traced the outline, and cut them with scissors. One of the helpers handed him the bottle of latex glue. As the children eagerly began gluing their paper onto the frames, Tian quickly called out, "Don't use too much glue." "Why?" "I saw it in the instructional video. They even used incense sticks to spread it. The glue adds weight. A kite depends on the wind to stay in the air, so it needs to be as light as possible. If you use too much glue, it'll be heavier, it'll dry more slowly, and the paper might even wrinkle or tear." Phupha smiled. Whenever Tian talked about something he understood, he seemed like a completely different person. His eyes no longer wandered nervously. They were filled only with confidence. Then how does a heavy airplane get into the air? The wings support the airplane's entire weight. The upper surface of the wing is curved. When air moves quickly over the top, the pressure decreases. The air underneath moves more slowly, creating higher pressure. That pressure difference creates lift. But lift only works because the airplane also has thrust. The faster it moves forward, the faster the air flows over the wings. And that creates even more lift. He frowned slightly. For airplanes, the engine provides the thrust. For a kite, he held up the string. We provide it by running and pulling. Tian paused. He had tried simplifying the explanation, yet somehow it still sounded complicated. Then he noticed Phupha smiling at him. His eyes widened. "Hey, you tricked me into explaining all that, didn't you?" Phupha cleared his throat. "I wasn't tricking you." He hesitated before quietly adding, "I just like watching you talk." Tian immediately lowered his head. What did that even mean? Did he enjoy listening to him explain things? Or did he simply enjoy watching him? Without another word, Tian quietly folded the paper over the edges of his kite. Soon, everyone's kites were nearly finished. Only the decorations remained. The children happily colored their creations with markers before tying the flying line to the frame and winding the remaining string around short bamboo spools. While they worked, Tian began making another kite of his own. This one was a little more complicated. Using his engineering knowledge, he made the crossbar longer and thinner than the central spine. After tying the frame together, he bent the bamboo to form curved wings before securing everything tightly with string. "That's a pufferfish kite." Phupha sat down beside him. "You recognized it just from the frame?" Tian asked, unsure whether he should sound impressed or sarcastic. "I'm a country boy. I grew up flying kites. I've just never made one myself." As he spoke, Phupha gathered his own bamboo and began building one. Tian chose bright orange paper for his kite before cutting strips of yellow paper into tassels for the tips of the wings. According to the instructions, they helped stabilize the kite in flight. When he looked up again, Phupha had already finished his own. His kite was plain white. Simple. Unadorned. Exactly like its owner. Suddenly, a mischievous smile spread across Tian's face. He looked around to make sure no one was paying attention. Then he quietly picked up a red marker and began drawing on Phupha's kite. First came a fierce face, then glaring eyes, a wide grin, long, sharp fangs. Finally, a top knot. Stepping back to admire his masterpiece, Tian couldn't stop smiling. Anyone who saw it would immediately recognize the fierce temple guardian giant. What a beautiful drawing. A familiar voice suddenly sounded beside him. Tian puffed out his chest proudly. "I don't mean to brag, but I always got top marks in art class." The next second, he nearly jumped out of his skin. Phupha stood beside him with his arms folded. His eyes slowly shifted toward the giant face, now covering his perfectly plain white kite. "So," he raised an eyebrow, "you just drew all over someone else's kite for fun?" Tian answered without the slightest guilt. "Don't you know? Art has no boundaries. You can paint on walls. You can paint on kites too." Very convincing. Phupha shook his head. "It's time to go. The children are already lined up. We're going to fly them in the field at Pha Pun Dao." "Okay." Tian immediately grabbed his brightly colored pufferfish kite and hurried outside. Left behind, Captain Phupha bent down and picked up his own kite. The fierce guardian giant with its exaggerated fangs stared back at him. He couldn't help laughing. Such a naughty little troublemaker. Should he spank him? Or simply shut that mischievous mouth? The volunteer teacher, the children, and the 3 soldiers walked about 2 kilometers from the school to the open field in Pha Pun Dao. The grassy clearing sat higher than the surrounding valley, where strong winds blew steadily. Tian shivered despite the sunshine. The mountain children, however, were perfectly comfortable. One of the scouts tossed a handful of dry leaves into the air to check the wind direction before reporting back. Phupha walked over to Tian. You'll need to run against the wind. The kite will rise with it. Then he paused. Wait. You've never actually flown one before. I told you. I watched YouTube. It looked easy. Phupha nearly buried his face in his hands. Teaching children to fly kites. Without ever flying one yourself. Fine. I'll explain it to everyone. He gathered the children. Pair up. One person holds the spool. The other holds the kite. When I give the signal, throw the kite into the air. The person holding the string runs into the wind. When you feel the string tighten, slowly let out more line. Once the kite is high enough, gently tug the string every so often to keep it stable. It sounded simple. Actually doing it was another story. The children ran all over the field. Some tripped. Some fell. Some kites crashed into the grass almost immediately. Watching the chaos, Tian scratched his head. Apparently, it was much harder than it looked. No one flies a kite perfectly on the first try. Phupha smiled reassuringly. Just keep practicing. Tian nodded before handing his bright orange pufferfish kite to the captain. Then help me get mine into the air. I'll hold the spool. The two stood several meters apart. Phupha lifted the kite. 1, 2, 3. Run. He released it. Tian sprinted forward. As soon as he felt the string tighten, he heard Phupha shout. Let out the line. That's enough. Run faster. Tian pushed himself harder. He glanced back. The kite was still flying low and wobbling dangerously. His chest burned. His heart wasn't as strong as everyone else's. As he began slowing down, the brightly colored kite started sinking. Tian. He quickly jerked the string upward. The kite steadied. Gently. Keep pulling. Grinding his teeth, Tian kept running. Every few steps, he gave the string another careful tug. Finally, the bright orange pufferfish soared high into the blue sky. Sweat poured down his forehead and soaked his shirt. Yet the huge smile on his face shone even brighter. His carefree laughter blended with the joyful laughter of the Aka children. Watching him, something long buried inside Phupha quietly came back to life. The captain forced himself to look away before walking over. Standing behind Tian, he reached around him and lightly held the kite string. Have you ever played tug-of-war? If your opponent pulls the rope, you lean back and use your body weight. But if the pull becomes too strong, you have to ease off gradually. If you resist too much, you'll drag the kite back down. The quiet voice beside his ear made Tian's heart race even faster than all that running had. No wonder the children couldn't get theirs up. He laughed awkwardly to hide his embarrassment. My legs are this long, and I'm already exhausted. How are those little kids supposed to manage? Your kite is much larger than theirs. It naturally takes more effort. Phupha pointed toward the sky. The smaller square kites the children had made were now beginning to rise one after another with help from the scouts. See, the simple ones only need a short run. Tian glanced sideways. The captain was standing so close behind him that it felt strangely intimate. You can fly it yourself now. The hint was obvious. Phupha understood immediately and quietly stepped back. A few minutes later, his own white pufferfish kite rose effortlessly into the sky after only a few steps. Tian glared at him. You did that on purpose. You made me run until I almost collapsed. How come yours only needed 5 meters before it went up? Phupha looked back without changing his expression. That's called skill. Humph. I'm a city boy. I'm barely out of my teens. How am I supposed to compete with someone who grew up in the countryside? In other words, he was calling Phupha old. The captain smiled. Do you know how old I am? If you're about to say you're still in your 20s, I'd rather eat grass than rice. Then I won't tell you. The corners of Phupha's mouth lifted. Seeing Tian's obvious lack of interest, he leaned closer and whispered beside his ear. The older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Tian's face instantly turned scarlet. He spun around and shouted, I know, but the older you get, the more shameless you become. With that, he snatched up his kite and stormed away, leaving the tall soldier standing there alone with a helpless smile. Chapter 14. The children ran back and forth, flying their kites to help them catch the wind. Even when some of them stumbled and fell, they simply got back up and rejoined their friends. For the first time, the deep blue sky above Pha Pun Dao was filled with colorful handmade kites, drifting among the fluffy white clouds as though inviting the slow-moving airplane overhead to join their game. A giant bird. The airplane, the hill tribe children shouted, mixing old and new words together as they ran after it in excitement. "Don't go too far," the teacher called after his students. He no longer had the energy to chase them. Shielding his eyes from the sun, he looked up and saw the airplane flying alongside a flock of tiny kites. Though separated by thousands of feet, the sight was unforgettable. "Is that a military plane?" Tian asked Captain Phupha, still surprised. It didn't look like a fighter jet, and it flew slowly and steadily. A faint smile appeared in the officer's warm eyes. "If you want to know, you'll see for yourself in another 2 or 3 hours." Before Tian could ask another question, the giant bird disappeared beyond the cliff, and the children came running back. Eventually, everyone returned to the school, just as the cool evening air began to settle over the mountains. Tian assigned homework, telling the children to memorize the 10 English words written on the board and reminding them that they would have a writing test the next day before sending them home. Afterward, he gathered the remaining supplies into a bag for the next lesson. Looking at the pile of kites the children had made together, he noticed that although some were torn or missing pieces, most were still in good condition. He glanced around the simple bamboo classroom before sitting cross-legged on the floor, quietly cutting paper and repairing the damaged kites. The pale golden sunlight slowly faded. Captain Phupha, who had gone to speak with village chief Bangli Kama, returned to the school, wondering why the volunteer teacher had not come back yet. Seeing someone moving inside the classroom, he was about to call out, but what he saw left him speechless. Tian had climbed onto a table to tie strings to one of the bamboo beams. The kites, paper birds, and paper airplanes the children had made were all hanging from the ceiling, door frames, and window frames. Whenever the wind blew, they gently swayed like hanging mobiles. Phupha walked closer. "You call this art?" Tian turned around in surprise when he saw the young officer, but he quickly regained his composure. Jumping down from the table, he stepped outside and admired his work through the large open window. A gentle smile spread across his handsome face. "This is my memory." Those simple words struck Captain Phupha deeply. His chest tightened with an emotion he could not escape. "Then, let me show you another memory worth keeping." Without another word, the tall officer turned and walked away. Still confused, Tian hurried after him. They stopped together on a cliff not far from the school. A cool wind carried the scent of damp earth, making Tian rub his nose before sneezing several times. "Look!" Phupha pointed toward the distant horizon. High above, where the earth met the darkening sky, one section appeared darker than the rest. Looking carefully, Tian could make out a curtain of rain falling from the clouds, creating a breathtaking natural spectacle. "Wouldn't you say it's raining over there?" Phupha lifted his gaze slightly. "You asked me about the airplane earlier. What does that have to do with the rain?" "That's the aircraft used for the Royal Rainmaking Project. During winter, droughts in the northern provinces become especially severe because so many forests have been illegally cleared. To provide water for the people and help prevent forest fires, His Majesty initiated this project." Phupha never turned to meet Tian's eyes. "I want you to remember something. Even when the sky gives no rain, His Majesty's compassion never runs dry. And if one day you have to leave this place, I hope you'll remember all of this." Tian barely heard a single word. His attention was completely fixed on the bronze, sharply sculpted face before him. Those determined eyes, filled with unwavering resolve to protect the country, reminded him of the photograph of teacher Torfun that had first inspired him to come here. Tian drew a slow breath. He had finally made up his mind. He didn't care where his relationship with Captain Phupha might lead. He simply hoped they would never become any closer, but never drift any farther apart, so that every second they spent together would remain a cherished memory forever. More than 2 months had passed since Tian Sopazitzikal, the youngest son of a former army commander, became a volunteer teacher in the Aka village. Life had settled into a peaceful rhythm. The simple arithmetic lessons he taught the children had gradually spread to their parents, who had never had the opportunity to attend school. Once the villagers learned to recognize irregular numbers on weighing scales, the middlemen found it much harder to cheat them. Although some still tried to take advantage of them, their lives had undeniably improved. As for Tian, he had grown accustomed to his new life. Instead of running on a treadmill, he climbed the mountain to school every day. Instead of eating in expensive restaurants, he enjoyed simple home-cooked meals. Instead of falling asleep to music from city bars, he drifted off to the sounds of mice rustling and cicadas singing outside. The rejection symptoms from his transplanted heart had grown weaker with each passing day, except whenever he was close to the tall officer. Then his heart would race uncontrollably. The immunosuppressant medicine he had brought with him was almost gone. He had hoped it would last until the new year, but that no longer seemed likely. If he returned to Bangkok for treatment, his mother would almost certainly find him. And if that happened, he doubted he would ever be allowed to come back. After dismissing his students that afternoon, Tian set his pen down. The weather was pleasant, so he wandered alone through the village until late afternoon. He let out a long sigh as he gazed at the scenery. Do I only have 1 month left? Stretching to ease his tired muscles, he continued walking through the cool breeze. It was now late November. The mountain air had grown much colder, forcing him to keep his down jacket zipped up. Looking toward the sky, he noticed 2 familiar aircraft flying side by side. Village Chief Byangli Kama had explained that the clear skies recently had been ideal for the royal rainmaking project. The aircraft first scattered fine sodium chloride powder into clear skies where the humidity was moderate. At around 7,000 feet, conditions became suitable for encouraging cloud formation. Once the clouds reached approximately 10,000 feet, another aircraft dispersed calcium chloride to help them develop further. Finally, 2 more aircraft attacked the clouds. One scattered sodium chloride over the cloud tops, while the other released urea powder at a 45-degree angle. Depending on the size of the clouds, they would eventually release rain onto the ground. After walking for a while and enjoying the crisp mountain air, Tian returned to gather his belongings before heading back to the dormitory. He nodded politely to the 2 border patrol officers he had never met before, apologizing for making them wait so long. After all, until everyone returned safely, the officers assigned to guard the school grounds couldn't leave either. Fortunately, at dinner, Byangli Kama's wife shared some food with him. Though the meal was simple, cold, and lightly seasoned, it still tasted wonderful. Afterward, he hurried to heat water for a bath before the weather grew even colder. Dressed in a t-shirt and loose pants, Tian wrapped himself in a soft quilt. Lying on his stomach, he propped himself up on his elbows and continued reading teacher Torfun's handwritten journal. At some point, he unknowingly fell asleep. He woke later because his nose was completely blocked. He couldn't breathe. The symptom often accompanied his allergies. Sitting upright, he tried to breathe more easily. But as soon as he inhaled, smoke filled his nostrils, making them sting. Fire? He hurried outside. Nothing seemed unusual nearby. But when he looked toward the horizon, he saw thick white smoke rising into the night sky. Maybe it's just a grass fire. He tried to reassure himself, but his brows quickly furrowed. That couldn't be right. Wildfires usually started in dry deciduous forests, where accumulated leaves could ignite through friction and chemical reactions. Most of the surrounding area was farmland. There shouldn't have been a fire there. Moments later, loud banging echoed throughout the village. The sleeping villagers awoke one after another, shouting urgently. Something's wrong. Grabbing a flashlight and slipping on his sandals, Tian immediately ran toward the commotion. The villagers were already rushing out, carrying mats and blankets from their homes. Uncle Village Chief. What's happening? Byangli Kama turned around. The moment he saw Tian, his worried expression grew even more strained. He opened his mouth several times before finally answering. There's a fire at the cliff. The cliff. Tian froze. Then his eyes widened in horror. Without another word, he sprinted away. Ignoring the villagers calling after him, he ran toward the fire as fast as he could. Several Aka youths raced after him. The smell of smoke grew stronger with every step. His heart felt as though it were burning. Then he saw it. The small wooden school. It was completely engulfed in flames. Tian stopped dead in his tracks. His mind went blank. It was as though every memory had been erased. The children's laughter. The blackboard where he had slowly learned to write with chalk. The textbooks in his locker. The paper birds. The paper airplanes. Everything was burning. A cool breeze suddenly carried the charred remains of a white kite into his arms. Unlike the villagers and patrol officers desperately beating back the flames with mats and clothing, Tian bent down and gently picked it up. The red marker lines were still faintly visible. It was the kite he had drawn for him with his own hands. Now it was burning. Everything had burned. Nothing remained. His slender fingers clenched the shredded paper tightly. Then he rushed past everyone toward the blazing school. Shielding himself from the intense heat and thick black smoke, he watched as everything inside was slowly swallowed by the flames. The children's handmade kites, the paper airplanes, everything turned to ash. Tian could no longer hold back his emotions. Just as he tried to run inside, believing there might still be something that could be saved, a powerful arm wrapped around his waist and pulled him back. A charred bamboo beam crashed down moments later. "What are you doing?" Phupha shouted as Tian struggled wildly in his arms. "Something's still inside. I'm going to get it out. Do you want to burn to death? The whole building is about to collapse." He pulled Tian farther from the flames. "Why aren't you using water? There's a fire. You can't put it out with clothes and mats." Tian kicked and struggled desperately, but he couldn't break free. His heart burned just as fiercely as the inferno before him. His fingers dug into the strong arms wrapped tightly around his waist. With all the desperation he could muster, he screamed, "Let me go? I'm going to get water. If you won't do it, then I will. This is my school, my memories." Even though they couldn't fully understand his words, the villagers who had come to help could scarcely hold back their tears as they watched the volunteer teacher break down over everything he had lost. The flames continued roaring through the wood and paper until there was nothing left to save. All they could do was watch as one wall of the little school finally collapsed. Tian screamed until his throat burned raw. Smoke filled his mouth and lungs, and his body, far weaker than that of an ordinary person, finally gave out. He collapsed in the strong arms holding him back, pounding his fists against the ground in agony. Water! If only there were water. Even though he knew the nearest water source was far too distant, he couldn't bring himself to surrender to such a cruel fate. His eyes burned. Regret welled up until tears blurred his vision. But the cool drops striking his face weren't his tears. The refreshing chill spread across his scorched skin, and Tian slowly lifted his head toward the dark sky. Before he could even process what was happening, a powerful wind swept across the cliff, forcing everyone to shield their faces. The blaze raged fiercely, but it was no match for the rain that suddenly poured from the heavens. For nearly 15 minutes, everyone stood helplessly around the ruined school as the downpour battled the flames, saving what remained of the building that had been destroyed by malicious hands. Gradually, the rain clouds dispersed, leaving only a light drizzle. Recovering from their shock, the villagers rushed forward to extinguish the remaining embers among the charred wooden beams. Tian wiped the rainwater from his face before stumbling toward what remained of the school. Most of it had been reduced to blackened stumps. He pushed aside burned timbers and sifted through the ashes. More than half of the wooden cabinet that had stored donated textbooks and school supplies had been destroyed. Kneeling down, he carefully picked up one of the children's exercise books. Protected by the sturdy cabinet, it had survived with only minor damage. Nearby lay colored pencils, fragments of kites, paper airplanes, paper birds. Most had already turned to ash. If only he could gather every memory and preserve them forever. Like a man possessed, Tian collected everything he could, clutching it tightly against his chest. Then, his eyes landed on a single sheet of paper. Its edges were scorched, but the image in the center remained untouched. Perhaps, even the fire itself still feared His Majesty's power. His Majesty's compassion never runs dry. Captain Phupha's words echoed over and over inside his mind. Tian slowly let everything fall from his arms. The calendar bearing His Majesty's portrait, once pinned to the cabinet wall, slipped into his hands. He sank to his knees. The Royal Rainmaking Project. It didn't simply bring rain to relieve drought. It had also soothed the heart of someone who had never truly understood His Majesty's boundless grace. His soot-stained hands rose to his chest. His entire body trembled with quiet sobs. Slowly raising his head into the falling rain, he spoke words he never imagined he would say. "Long live the king." His voice was barely above a whisper, yet every movement around him stopped. The villagers who had been clearing away the wreckage turned toward the volunteer teacher kneeling among the burned desks. One after another, they knelt. "Long live the king." The words rang out in both Thai and the local dialect. Wave after wave of loyal voices echoed across the towering cliffs. They knew miracles didn't truly exist, but they also knew that it was the king's royal initiative that had made such an extraordinary coincidence possible. The Aka villagers knelt with their hands raised high in reverence toward the sky that had sent life-giving rain. Even the hardened soldiers wiped tears from their eyes. Gradually, the artificial rain weakened until only a light mist remained. The villagers of Pha Pun Dao and the volunteer teachers worked together to salvage anything that could still be saved. Tian looked down at his soot-blackened hands before wiping the moisture from his face, only smearing the ash even farther across his skin. His gaze settled painfully on the ruined remains scattered across the ground. What had his students ever done to deserve this? Then he realized. No, the children hadn't done anything wrong. He had. Damn you, Siasakta. Tian clenched his teeth. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed another group of officers arriving. Their green uniforms resembled those of soldiers, but their insignia and berets were different. Border Patrol Police. Village Chief Byangli Kama had once explained that although the village fell under the protection of the Pha Pun Military Operations Base, matters involving civilian security were handled jointly with the Border Patrol Police. Cases like arson and tracking down the criminals responsible. The investigation progressed rapidly. The officers conducted a thorough search of the surrounding villages. Before long, they found 3 suspects. The men had disappeared from a neighboring village during the evening and returned suspiciously in the middle of the night. A search of their homes uncovered buried gas canisters and smoke-stained clothing. They quickly confessed. Someone influential had paid them to burn down the school. A Border Patrol officer reported the preliminary interrogation to Captain Phupha. Then, look out! Everyone shouted in alarm. A young man charged forward like a storm. Tian's foot slammed into the nearest criminal's face, sending him sprawling backward. Before anyone could react, Tian lunged toward another kneeling suspect, aiming for his throat. But someone caught him from behind. Let me go? I'll kill him, Tian roared. You'll end up in prison. Phupha shouted, restraining him tightly. If you hurt them, you'll be arrested too. Still struggling violently, Tian suddenly went limp. Phupha frowned. He turned Tian toward him and pressed the back of his hand against the younger man's forehead. His expression immediately softened. You're burning up, troublemaker. The words barely reached Tian's ears before everything went black. Captain Phupha gave a few quick orders to his men before carrying the unconscious Tian away. He drove straight back to the military operations base in a jeep so Dr. Nam could examine him. The guards at the camp entrance barely had time to signal the vehicle to stop before it sped past. Already alerted by radio, the medical staff rushed outside with a stretcher. Wrapping Tian in blankets, they wheeled him directly into the treatment room. Phupha waited anxiously outside. His eyes never left the curtain surrounding the examination bed. Eventually, Dr. Weizhen emerged, dressed in camouflage with a white Red Cross armband. Phupha stood immediately. How is he? The fever isn't too high. Mild pneumonia. Weizhen removed his gloves. Some medication and a few days of rest should take care of it. I've already given him a fever reducer and anti-inflammatory medicine. Then the doctor's expression turned serious. I noticed something. He pulled Phupha farther away from the bed before lowering his voice. I saw the scar on his chest. Phupha instinctively pointed to the center of his own chest. Here. Weizhen nodded. The incision is long. From my experience. He hesitated. I'm almost certain he had heart surgery. Silence hung between them. Finally, Weizhen sighed. I'll pretend I never saw it. His expression relaxed as he nudged his friend with a grin. But right now, your patient needs dry clothes. So, he smirked. Are you letting one of the nurses change him? Or, will the captain do it himself? Phupha shot him a glare. I'll take care of him. As he bent to lift Tian into his arms, Weizhen called after him with a teasing smile. Take him to his future home. Without another word, Phupha carried Tian away. The military operations base wasn't particularly large. Only a single battalion was stationed there, responsible for patrolling a 30-kilometer radius. Most of the buildings were temporary canvas tents. Only the officers' quarters were built from wood, offering a little more privacy. Inside his room, Phupha gently laid Tian on a folding camp bed before gathering dry clothes and towels. Returning moments later, he carefully removed the unconscious man's soaked t-shirt. As pale, smooth skin came into view beneath the lamplight. His hands froze. His gaze drifted downward. A light brown birthmark rested on Tian's chest. Phupha swallowed hard. Forcing himself to look away, He quickly pulled the wet shirt free before carefully drying Tian's back with a towel. When he turned him over again, the scar came into full view. It stretched nearly 25 centimeters down the center of Tian's chest. Phupha couldn't stop staring. He had always known Tian was physically weak, that he had suffered from illness for years, that he had only recently begun recovering. But if someone had told him the illness involved the heart, perhaps he could have taken better care of him. His rough fingers gently brushed aside the damp strands of hair clinging to Tian's forehead. Letting out a quiet sigh, Phupha hurriedly dressed him in clean clothes. Then his eyes drifted lower. The wet shorts clung embarrassingly to Tian's body. He immediately threw a large towel over them. Only then did he remove the soaked shorts and underwear before replacing them with dry clothing. Once everything was finished, Phupha carried Tian onto the proper bed and tucked the blanket around him. The younger man slept peacefully, his fever reduced by the medicine. Only then did Phupha finally think about changing his own wet clothes. After leaving the remaining work to his deputy commander, he washed up in the small bathroom attached to the house before changing into clean clothes. By 11 o'clock, the generators supplying part of the officers' quarters had been shut down. The electric lights went dark. Phupha lit a gas lamp and turned the flame down low. Sitting beside the bed, he gently touched Tian's forehead and cheek with the back of his hand. The fever had eased. Good. After watching him for another moment, Phupha stood and headed toward the folding cot near the front of the room. Suddenly, a slender hand caught the hem of his t-shirt. Tian's fever-flushed face remained buried in the pillow. His pale lips moved faintly in his sleep. Mom. Phupha froze. Then he smiled to himself. Can't I be someone else instead? His whisper was filled with quiet affection. Tian mumbled something unintelligible. Phupha's smile widened. Even after he gently tried to free himself, Tian refused to let go. You're asleep, and you're still this strong. With no other choice, Phupha carefully lay down on the very edge of the bed. A moment later, he felt someone press gently against his back. He didn't need to turn around. There were only two people in the room. Closing his eyes, he allowed Tian to rest against him. For the first time in a very long while, his expression was completely peaceful. If only time could stop. The slender figure beneath the blanket stirred. Bright morning sunlight streamed through the open window, making Tian frown. He rolled lazily beneath the blanket. The moment he sat up, a pounding headache struck him. The aroma of freshly cooked rice drifted through the room. His stomach growled loudly after more than 10 hours without food. Looking around, Tian quickly realized he wasn't in his own room. His entire body tensed. Heavy footsteps creaked across the wooden floor. The door opened. Captain Phupha entered, dressed in his green camouflage uniform, carrying a bowl of steaming rice porridge. You're finally awake. He set a low wooden table across the bed before placing the bowl on top. I asked the kitchen to prepare something light for you. Eat first, then take your medicine. Tian opened his mouth. I'm thirsty. His voice was almost gone. Instinctively, he touched his throat. Phupha nodded. He poured water into a stainless steel cup and handed it over. Drink slowly. You'll choke. Tian accepted it with trembling hands. As he drank, Phupha rested the back of his hand against Tian's forehead once more. Their eyes met. Is this your house? Tian asked weakly. Yes. Phupha nodded. You're at the Pha Pun military operations base. Tian's expression darkened. The school. Phupha already knew what he meant. He slowly shook his head. It was almost completely destroyed. It can't be repaired. The soldiers and villagers are gathering whatever can still be salvaged and storing it at Byangli Kama's house. Tian's already red eyes filled with fresh tears. It happened because of me, didn't it? It must be Siasakta's revenge for turning the villagers against him. Phupha silently looked at him. Then he gently rested a hand atop Tian's soft hair. You didn't do anything wrong. No one blames you. This wasn't your fault. It was simply a lesson. The calm, steady voice broke the last of Tian's composure. His tears flowed freely. When the body was weak, the heart became fragile too. Phupha slowly withdrew his hand before he crossed the line of what he considered appropriate. He wanted to wipe away Tian's tears, but he couldn't. Instead, he simply said, Eat before it gets cold. Tian sniffled and nodded. Thank you. Though spoken politely, the words brought a faint smile to Phupha's handsome face. Don't forget your medicine. The doctor will come by later to check on you. If you feel sticky before then, there's a basin and towel in the corner. You can wipe yourself down." As soon as Phupha finished speaking, Tian suddenly froze. His gaze slowly dropped to the unfamiliar clothes he was wearing. "Wait, don't tell me." Last night, both hands instinctively clutched the front of his shirt. Beneath the fabric lay the long surgical scar across his chest. His heart pounded wildly. What if Phupha had seen it? Someone was hiding inside this body. A sharp ache spread through his chest, reminding him that his anti-rejection medicine was still inside his backpack at the teacher's dormitory. "Captain," his voice remained hoarse. "Can you take me back to the village? My clothes are still there." He carefully watched Phupha's expression. The officer's face revealed nothing. Instead, he gestured toward the wardrobe. Tian followed his gaze. His familiar colorful backpack was already sitting there. "Don't worry. I brought it over this morning." Tian's eyes widened. Phupha continued calmly, as though he hadn't noticed. "For your safety, you'll be staying here until the investigation is finished." He walked toward the door. Just before leaving, he turned back and said sternly, "Eat, or are you waiting for it to poison you first?" Tian flinched in complete shock. Unable to argue, he could only glare resentfully at the departing captain. Once the door closed, he let out a long sigh before finally beginning to eat the now lukewarm porridge. After finishing, he rummaged through his backpack until he found the anti-rejection medicine hidden beneath his clothes. The captain probably didn't notice. As long as Phupha hadn't said anything, he would pretend nothing had happened. Then, another horrifying thought struck him. If Captain Phupha had been the one who changed his clothes last night, then seeing the scar wasn't even the biggest problem. Tian slowly looked down at his lower body. His eyes widened in horror. So embarrassing. Oh my God, Dad's mighty little dragon had been seen.